Chapter 1481. It was just a misunderstanding between Ling Xiao and Ling Chen. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't fight to the death with Ling Chen. As long as the misunderstanding was cleared up, everything would be fine. How could brothers have a grudge that lasted for one night? However, after listening to him, Ling Chen felt so ashamed. At that time, he had always thought that his position as the sect master was removed because of Ling Xiao. Now that he thought about it, Ling Xiao didn't have the ability to influence the decisions of the patriarch and the elders back then. Today, it seemed that the elders of the clan weren't satisfied with his conduct. That was why they had given him such a decision. Now that he thought about it, he realized that he had been too merciful when he had fought against Fang Buer's team in the outer gate. If he had been more resolute to intimidate them, the internal conflict wouldn't have dragged on for a long time. Many times, it was Ling Xiao who had helped him solve his problems. He had wronged Ling Xiao. Moreover, it was because of Ling Xiao that he could break through to the incipient god realm. It made him feel so guilty that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. He didn't have the face to see others. He had never thought that he would lose his composure like that. Ling Xiao was generous and didn't care about this. It made him feel worse. If Ling Xiao had scolded him, he would have felt better. Although Ling Chen was a man who cared about his reputation, he was a man who knew when to let go. He looked at Ling Xiao and said seriously, "Brother Xiao, I'm sorry. I hurt you. Now, I'm paying you back." After saying that, he actually raised his hand and used all his strength to slap his chest. Even if this palm couldn't take his life, it was enough to make his god body explode. However, when his palm was about to hit his chest, Ling Xiao grabbed Ling Chen's hand. "Big brother, we don't have such deep hatred between us brothers. Moreover, you're my big brother. What's wrong with teaching me a few words? Don't take it to heart, or else I will be deeply disturbed." Ling Xiao said very sincerely. Indeed, when Ling Xiao returned to the clan, Ling Chen had taken good care of him. Ling Xiao respected Ling Chen very much. "That's right, big brother. No matter what, little brother Xiao is still our little brother. What's the big deal about sparring? Come, let's go back and celebrate for you. Our clan now has another founding elder, hee. Ling Fei laughed from the side. Ling Fei was happy from the bottom of his heart to be able to see his big brother regain his former glory. At this time, Ling Bo also showed a satisfied smile and said, "Since Xiao is so magnanimous, little Chen, don't take it to heart. In the future, you two brothers will work together to guard our clan. Bring our clan's divine might to greater heights and shake the entire heaven region. Isn't it great to become the #1 ancient clan?" Ling Qiu also said excitedly, "Not bad, not bad. Little Chen was in the top 10 of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. Xiao's battle prowess is unparalleled, and he also has the identity of the alchemy god. If the two of you can enter the Divine Supreme list, our clan's former glory will definitely be restored." That's right. At that time, the Demon Tiger clan won't dare to be arrogant in front of us. Ling Tu also agreed. These old men had a strong concept of the clan's glory. They were all thinking for the clan, which was really admirable. Although they had high hopes for Ling Chen and Ling Xiao, they were so proud that one of them could enter the Divine Supreme list. After all, the Divine Supreme list was the ranking of all the incipient god realm experts in the Heaven territory. There were only 100 positions. They were the most terrifying incipient god realm existences in the Heaven territory. Most of them were the old immortals who had entered the ancient realm. It was no doubt that it was as difficult as climbing up to the sky to compete with them. Until now, although the Kim people were famous in the Heaven territory, only 3 of them could enter the Divine Supreme list. The one with the highest rank was Forefather Ling Hongyu, who was trapped in Xianling continent. The other 2 had gone to outer space and hadn't returned for many years. If they didn't have the Jade Tube of Life, perhaps they would have thought that they were dead. If the other 2 returned to the clan, they would have a way to help their forefather escape. They didn't expect that their unintentional encouragement today would come true. In the future, Ling Chen and Ling Xiao would be the top existences in the Divine Supreme list, whose names could shake the entire Heaven territory. And Ling Xiao would be a legendary character that no one could compare to. This group of people returned to the clan's land from outer space. Ling Bo immediately gathered people to announce the news that Ling Chen had become an incipient God realm expert. The entire clan would celebrate for 3 days and 3 nights. Moreover, Ling Bo had announced many temptations to encourage his fellows to cultivate harder. He gave them all kinds of top pellets as rewards. Among them, the Supreme God pellet was the best divine item that people coveted the most. Many peak god kings and half-incipient god realm experts had tried their best to contribute to the clan. They wanted to catch the eyes of the chief and the elders to get a supreme god pellet to break through. At the same time, Ling Feiwu got Ling Bo's order to carry out the same rewards outside the Dragon Gate. He wanted to recruit the loyalty of all the members of the Dragon Gate. He wanted them to stop thinking about internal strife and overthrowing the rule of the Kim people. The elders of the Divine Body faction also knew that they had lost their power. They didn't want to fight for the right to control the Dragon Gate anymore. They still wanted to depend on the Kim people to get more benefits. Thus, the elders of the Divine Body faction came to the territory of the Kim people to show their loyalty. They offered a lot of precious treasures to show their sincerity. The hidden danger of internal strife in the Dragon Gate was solved. The relationship between the Dragon Gate and the Kim people was restored. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was all Ling Xiao's contribution. From then on, the legend of Ling Xiao started to spread among the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. Gradually, it spread to the Sky Dragon area and even other places in the Heaven territory. Ling Xiao was still a character whose name could shake an entire region. Ling Xiao wasn't so loyal to these things anymore. He just wanted to complete his mission step by step. He wanted to increase his power to the peak of his life. Then, he would accompany all his women to travel around the world. He would be satisfied with everything. In fact, it was the sublimation of his dream when he was young. He wanted to rule the world when he was awake and lie on the knees of beauties when he was drunk. After Ling Xiao and Ling Chen shook hands and made peace, Ling Xiao didn't continue to stay in the clan. Instead, he brought the prodigal and left the clan. As for the 13th prince of the Golden Dragon, he didn't continue to go with them. After all, Ling Xiao didn't have the strength of a rank 11 true dragon. There weren't many rank 11 true dragons in the Golden Dragon. They were all extremely arrogant. They wouldn't follow Ling Xiao easily. Unless Ling Xiao revealed his bloodline and could defeat them, they would only follow Ling Xiao willingly. Ling Xiao didn't want to do this for the time being. It wouldn't be too late to subdue them when he needed their help in the future. Ling Xiao brought the prodigal back to the inner part of the outer sect peak. At this time, he found out that Yun Mingqi had already quietly left the Dragon Gate and returned to the Lotus sect in the profound sky region. Ling Xiao was somewhat regretful and disappointed. He didn't think that she would leave just like that. She even brought Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin with her. Because the two of them were the closest to Yun Mingqi among all the women, and they were also martial artists who specialized in the ice attribute. There would be a more suitable place for them to cultivate in the profound sky region. As for why Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin were willing to leave him to cultivate in the profound sky region, it was because they didn't want to lose to the other sisters. They had to become divine kings as soon as possible. Ling Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this result. However, he could understand their urgent feelings. The pressure he gave them was too great. Now that he returned to the peak, there weren't many women by his side. Most of them had entered a state of cultivation or had gone to the ancient mountain range to train, striving to advance as soon as possible. The only one who didn't need to cultivate that hard was Feng Xianyun. She didn't seem to want to compete with others. She only knew to go with her nature. After spending a night of passion with Feng Xianyun, Ling Xiao's spirit was much more refreshed. For many years, Feng Xianyun was the woman who relied on him the least. She was also the one who helped him with many trivial matters. She silently supported him without any complaints or requests. This was what moved and made Ling Xiao the most. Yun heir, you've suffered following me all these years. On the soft bed, Ling Xiao hugged Feng Xianyun's delicate body and said softly. Feng Xianyun slightly shrunk into his arms and said with a faint smile, "What are you saying? You've brought me so much joy. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. How could I have my son, daughter, and grandchildren? I'm already very satisfied." She paused for a moment before continuing, "It's just that I've never helped you with anything. Do you think I'm very useless?" Even though she felt that her cultivation speed was very fast, she still couldn't keep up with Ling Xiao's footsteps. Instead, she was getting further and further away from him. She was at a loss as to what to do. While Ling Xiao was roaming around and doing many dangerous things, she couldn't help him at all. This made her very uncomfortable. Ling Xiao could understand what she was thinking. He said softly, "You can take care of my family. That's the best you can do for me. And I know you're capable. I can only try my best to improve myself. However, no matter what happens in the future, you can't stray too far from us. You have to come back often. Without you, this place will lose a lot of liveliness. It'll be very difficult for the sisters to raise their spirits," Feng Xianyun replied. She paused for a moment before continuing. "A few years ago, Grandpa found out that there was an ancestor of my clan in the Tianke region. He tried to persuade me to accompany him, but I rejected him. I didn't expect him to actually persuade Tian, or to bring him to the Tianke region. I'm very worried about them." "What? Father and Grandpa went to the Tianke region? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Ling Xiao exclaimed. He had returned to the Dragon Gate for quite some time now, but he hadn't seen his son yet. He said that he had gone out to travel, but it turned out that he had gone to the Tianke region. "You've been busy ever since you came back. How could I tell you and make you worry? However, I asked Elder Kong Wen and Elder Kong Wu to escort them. I believe there won't be any big problems. It's just that I haven't heard from them for so many years, so I'm a little worried," Feng Xianyun said with a hint of melancholy. Chapter 1482. Ling Xiao wasn't worried about his son, Feng Lingtian. He understood his son. There weren't many people who could make him suffer. He believed that it was a good thing for them to return to the Gu tribe. However, the Gu tribe was too mysterious and had too many rules. He didn't know if they could successfully join the tribe. If he had known that they were there when he was in Tianke territory, he might have gone to find them to understand the situation. Ling Xiao comforted Feng Xianyun and stood up to leave Dragon Gate again. Before leaving, Ling Xiao first rewarded the elders and deacons of his peak. As long as it was someone on his peak, they would be able to obtain elixirs of different grades, and Ling Gang, the Qian Divine King who had always been following him, had even obtained a Supreme God elixir. This made Ling Gang almost go wild with joy. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so generous. If such a Supreme God pellet was placed in an auction, it would fetch a sky-high price. Ling Gang couldn't imagine it. He didn't need to think about it because he already had the Supreme God pellet in his hand. In fact, with his qualifications, he wasn't qualified to receive the Supreme God pellet. Those Supreme God pellets had to be given to people who had made great contributions to the tribe. For example, those incipient God realm experts who hadn't taken the Supreme God pellet could advance a step further. For example, those who were stuck at the peak of half-incipient God realm and hadn't been able to break through, or those outstanding people in Tenbin could receive such good treatment. He just followed the right person and received the Supreme God pellet earlier than others. He was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Ling Xiao left Dragon Gate again. He wanted to see how the descendants of the Soul Tribe were doing. However, this time, Ling Xiao had to bring another peerless beauty with him. She was Lai Ruyu, who had been staying at Dragon Gate. The reason why Lai Ruyu waited here was because she wanted to spend more time with Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao wanted to refine pills and made her wait for 2 years. Needless to say, Lai Ruyu's temperament was very stubborn. Finally, she managed to get Ling Xiao out. "I thought you didn't dare to come out and see me." Lai Ruyu pouted and looked at Ling Xiao. Obviously, Ling Xiao bringing her back to the Blazing Flame Merchants was a very heartwarming thing. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "What are you talking about? Aren't I doing this for alchemy? I still have to give Big Brother Yen and your aunt a congratulatory gift. I didn't expect you to be such a loyal person. I wasn't wrong about you." Lai Ruyu smiled in satisfaction. Ling Xiao didn't deliberately show his superior aura because of the change in his identity. This made Lai Ruyu admire and like him even more. "Of course," Ling Xiao responded. He then said, "Don't be so slow. I still have things to do." I'll bring you back to the Merchant Union as soon as possible. Ling Xiao finished speaking and grabbed Lai Ruyu's wrist. He pulled her up into the sky and shot towards the direction of the blazing flame merchants. Lai Ruyu took the opportunity to hug Ling Xiao's waist. Her face revealed an intoxicated expression. She could finally openly embrace this man in her arms. This kind of feeling really made her feel comfortable and strangely sweet. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and ignored her. In his eyes, she would be his woman sooner or later. It was fine for her to suffer a small loss if she was taken advantage of. Early on, when Ling Xiao was in seclusion to refine pills, the Blazing Flame merchants had sent people to deliver several sets of Supreme God pill materials. After Ling Xiao came out of seclusion, he unceremoniously kept all these materials. However, he didn't continue refining pills. Instead, he went directly to the Blazing Flame merchants. Firstly, he had to escort Lai Ryu back. Secondly, he still had a lot of Supreme God pills in his hands. It was enough for the Blazing Flame merchants to use. However, although he was familiar with the Blazing Flame merchants, other than the two for Yen Yu and Lai Hongying, he would only give 3 to the Blazing Flame merchants. After all, there were too few Supreme God pills. Every Supreme God pill he used was one less. He had to cherish it. It would be of great use in the future. From Dragon Gate to the Blazing Flame merchants, Ling Xiao only spent half a month's time. This made Lai Ruyu quite dissatisfied. She blamed Ling Xiao for being in such a hurry. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't explain. He didn't have that much time to waste. When Ling Xiao arrived in Blazing Flame City, Lai Wudi, as the alliance leader, led a group of high-level Blazing Flame merchants to welcome him. There were even 3 founding elders among them. This could not be said to be low profile. Ling Xiao treated Lai Wudi's attitude calmly. His current identity was different, so he couldn't always be humble and low-key. Otherwise, it would be too fake. It had been many years since he last saw Lai Wudi. Surprisingly, he had the power of a half-incipient God Realm expert. The Senjin of Goguryeo list had 1 less top expert. When the new Senjin of Goguryeo came, the new blood would be added. Medicine Godling's arrival at the Blazing Flame merchants is really a blessing for the Merchant Union. Lai Wudi slightly bowed to Ling Xiao. A character that even his father, Lai Fun, admired, Lai Wudi didn't dare to take advantage of his seniority. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Merchant Master Lai, you're too polite. No matter what, I'm still the Merchant Union's non-native officer. I don't deserve such a big courtesy." Lai Wudi laughed brightly and said, Medicine Godling is really nostalgic. It's our Merchant Union's honor to have a non-native officer like you. Come, let's talk inside the Merchant Union." Lai Wudi's heart was filled with emotions. He didn't expect that his subordinates had accidentally found a descendant of the Kim people, which allowed the Merchant Union's business to expand once again. Not only did they have a good relationship with the Dragon Gate and made many deals with the Dragon Gate, but because of Ling Xiao's identity, the Blazing Flame merchants had overshadowed the Sun Moon sect and the Godly Axe gang in the future. They were vaguely chasing after the Sword Cleansing Village. Ling Xiao was considered one of the most influential people in the Blazing Flame merchants. After entering the Merchant Union, Ling Xiao met with many acquaintances one by one, including the tough woman, Lai Rui. It was only now that Ling Xiao found out that Lai Rui and Lai Ryu were sisters of the same father but different mothers. It was just that the gap between them was truly shocking. One really couldn't judge a book by its cover. However, he had never underestimated Lai Rui. Her business methods weren't comparable to anyone. In addition, Ling Xiao also saw Chai Guan. He was actually recruited into the Merchant Union by the Blazing Flame merchants and became an inner deacon. It had to be said that Ling Xiao had neglected Chai Guan all these years. This person had followed him when he first arrived in the Heaven region. Chai Guan had chosen to follow Ling Xiao from the Zhang family when he was in Stone Heaven City and finally came to the Blazing Flame merchants. However, he was too weak, so Ling Xiao left him in his residence in Blazing Flame City and forgot about him. Speaking of which, he really felt guilty. Fortunately, the Blazing Flame merchants took care of Chai Guan on his behalf, which made him feel much better. However, Chai Guan's success was also very limited. Under the slight care of the Blazing Flame merchants, he only reached the strength of the Holy Emperor. The chances of him continuing to advance were already quite slim. All these years, he had been paying attention to any news related to Ling Xiao. However, his ability alone was limited. He didn't even have the qualifications to pay attention to him. It wasn't until Ling Xiao became the well-known Senjin of Goguryeo in the Sky Dragon region that he knew that Ling Xiao was already such a powerful existence. No wonder he abandoned a useless pawn like him. Fortunately, at that time, the Blazing Flame merchants proposed to place him in the Merchant Union as an inner deacon to do some things for the Merchant Union within his power. He knew that this was Ling Xiao's influence on the Blazing Flame merchants. It had a great impact on him and benefited him greatly. He also felt extremely satisfied. Later, when he heard that Ling Xiao had become the supreme medicine god, Chai Guan was even more shocked. Now that he saw Ling Xiao again, he was extremely excited. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to take him away from the Blazing Flame merchants and let him follow him. He only hoped to be able to look up to Ling Xiao again so that he could brag to others in the future and feel proud. However, although he thought so, Ling Xiao didn't think so. He directly came to Chai Guan's side, and Chai Guan hurriedly knelt to greet Ling Xiao. "Greetings. Greetings, Lord Medicine God." Before his knees touched the ground, Ling Xiao had already firmly held his arm, preventing him from kneeling, and pulled him up. "Chai Guan, you and I don't need to be so courteous. After all, I haven't been of much help to you all these years. From now on, you can stay in the Merchant Union with peace of mind. I believe that Alliance Leader Lai and President Lai won't mistreat you." Ling Xiao encouraged Chai Guan. At this time, Lai Rui expressed, "Deacon Chai is very good at management, Tenbin. Recently, I plan to put him in the Merchant Union as a manager." Lai Rui said this to give Ling Xiao face. With Chai Guan's strength as the Holy Emperor, he could only be compared to a guard in the Blazing Flame merchants. However, it was already a great honor for him to be given the position of an inner deacon. Now that he was given some management of the Merchant Union, it meant that he had a lot of power and would also receive more substantial benefits. "Chai Guan, hurry up and thank the president." Ling Xiao patted Chai Guan's shoulder and said. Chai Guan was overjoyed and immediately expressed his gratitude to Lai Rui. "Thank you, President. Thank you." He really didn't expect that Ling Xiao's arrival would give him a turn for the better. He was allowed to become a manager in the Merchant Union, which required at least the strength of a demigod king or above to be qualified. He was extremely grateful to Ling Xiao. Immediately after, Ling Xiao, Lai Fin, Lai Wudi, and the others chatted freely. Lai Rui also ordered people to immediately set up a big banquet, and the atmosphere became more enthusiastic. At the banquet, Ling Xiao gave 2 Supreme God pellets to Yen Yu and Lai Honging. This made the Supremes and incipient God realm experts of the Blazing Flame merchants very jealous. They really wanted to snatch it immediately. Lai Fen and Lai Wudi were also very envious. Although the Blazing Flame merchants were known as the wealthiest in the world, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to buy a Supreme God pellet. "Alchemist Ling, where's our Merchant Union's Supreme God pellet?" Lai Wudi couldn't help but ask. The others were also looking at Ling Xiao, their eyes full of anticipation. Ling Xiao smiled and spread his hands. "I've already given it to you." As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned, and the expressions on their faces were very interesting. Chapter 1483. The Blazing Flame merchants had already asked Yen Yu and Lai Honging to send Supreme God materials to the Dragon Gate for Ling Xiao. At that time, there were people who received the materials they sent. There were a total of 10 sets of materials. Even if it wasn't enough to refine 10 Supreme God pills, there should be at least 3 or 4. However, Ling Xiao suddenly gave 2 Supreme God pills to Yen Yu and Lai Honging, and then said that it was for them. This meant that there were only 2 Supreme God pills for 10 sets of materials. Did this mean that Ling Xiao only had a 20% chance of success? However, Ling Xiao clearly said that these 2 Supreme God pills were for Yen Yu and Lai Honging as a congratulatory gift. How could they be confused with the Supreme God pills of their Merchant Union? It was no wonder that everyone's expressions had turned ugly. Lai Honging was the first to stand up. She said with dissatisfaction, Ling Xiao, what's wrong with you? Could it be that these 2 divine pills are a congratulatory gift for us, and also for the Merchant Union's supreme divine pills? Yen Yu scolded Lai Honging. Honging, sit down and talk. Lai Honging angrily sat down. She didn't care that Ling Xiao was the supreme alchemy god and kept staring at him. It seemed that if he didn't give her a reasonable explanation, she wouldn't be satisfied. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He looked at Lai Ruyu and said, Ruyu, if you don't take it out now, I'm afraid I'll be listed as the most unpopular person in your merchant union. That's right, on the way here he had already handed the supreme god pills to Lai Ruyu. He originally thought that it would be fine for Lai Ruyu to hand it over to Lai Wudi or Lai Fun. There was no need to put it on the table. He didn't expect that Lai Wudi would ask so eagerly, which made the atmosphere a lot more awkward. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, everyone's gaze fell on Lai Ruyu. Lai Ruyu raised her proud face and said to her father, Daddy, I just wanted to give you a surprise, but you had to ask me in person. How rude. As soon as she finished speaking, she took out the 3 supreme god pellets, causing everyone to look at her with greed. Lai Wudi came back to his senses and said to Ling Xiao with shame, Ling, Alchemist Ling, this is so embarrassing. I really didn't know you had already given it to Ruyu. The supreme divine pill was of utmost importance, so it was no wonder that he, the alliance master, was anxious. Ling Xiao waved his hand and smiled. It's nothing, I can understand Chief Lai's feelings. Well said. Come, let me give you a toast. Thank you for everything you've done for our merchant union. Later, I'll have Wudi give you a generous gift to express his gratitude. Lai Fun stood up and said to Ling Xiao. Lai Fun was the person with the highest seniority. As soon as he stood up, everyone followed suit and stood up with their cups of wine, toasting to Ling Xiao. With these supreme god pellets, their merchant union strength would definitely be able to go up another level. Ling Xiao also stood up and drank with them. The atmosphere at the banquet once again rose. That night, Ling Xiao stayed in the Blazing Flame Merchants. Before he could rest, Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing had already arrived at his courtyard. Lai Ruyu was as tender and beautiful as a flower. Her beauty was indescribable, and there was no part of her that wasn't seductive. On the other hand, Zhou Zhijing always had the demeanor of a lady from a noble family. She was like an orchid in a valley, the ideal type of wife for any man. When Ling Xiao saw them coming together, he immediately felt a headache. As the saying goes, it's hard to accept a beauty's kindness. Ling Xiao had a deep understanding of this saying. If it was in the past, he would accept as many beauties as he could, but now he couldn't learn to be single-minded even if he wanted to. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Could it be that I really want to be dissolute for the rest of my life? This isn't what I want. If other men knew that Ling Xiao was lamenting like this, they would definitely spit at Ling Xiao, wanting to drown him alive. This guy was shameless to the extreme, getting ping-yi and still selling it. Come on, if you have the ability, exchange places with us. This was definitely the voice of any man. It was just that they didn't know if Ling Xiao would be willing to exchange places. Why are you guys here? Ling Xiao looked at the 2 women and said with a faint smile. This is our territory, of course we can come and go as we please. Lai Ruyu looked at Ling Xiao like a lamb waiting to be punished, as if he was at her mercy. Greetings, Lord Drug God. Zhou Zhijing bowed to Ling Xiao and greeted respectfully. She always maintained this dignified image, and did not act presumptuously like Lai Ruyu towards Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was the supreme drug god, and compared to her, a low-level god king, the difference was too great. If it weren't for Lai Ruyu dragging her over, she wouldn't have the courage to see Ling Xiao because she felt inferior. She had always been called the 2 golden flowers of the commerce union with Lai Ruyu, but in front of the absolute strong, they were nothing more than beautiful skeletons. They could have as many beauties as they wanted, so why would they hang on to them? It was just that after hearing Lai Ruyu say that Ling Xiao was very affectionate, Zhou Zhijing was still incited by Lai Ruyu to accompany her to see Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and looked at Zhou Zhijing. Zhijing, you don't have to be so polite. It seems that after not seeing me for a long time, you are treating me as an outsider. Zhou Zhijing listened to Ling Xiao's words, and her heart was filled with sweetness. She thought to herself, it's really as junior sister said, he hasn't changed at all. Just as Zhou Zhijing was about to speak, Lai Ruyu said, of course, senior sister is the #1 beauty in our merchant union. There are countless people chasing after her. If it weren't for the fact that she can't forget someone, she would have already married someone. Ling Xiao touched his nose and laughed dryly. Oh, marriage is a good thing. I don't know what kind of hero is worthy of a beauty like Zhijing. Zhou Zhijing cast a resentful look at Ling Xiao and said, I think it's quite good now. Why do you have to marry? Lai Ruyu moved closer to Ling Xiao's side and glared at him. Are you very proud of yourself for having your senior sister foolishly wait for you? Ling Xiao glanced at Lai Ruyu, then looked at Zhou Zhijing, and then did something that they didn't expect. Ling Xiao actually reached out and pulled both of them into his arms. The two women froze for a moment, then their faces turned red. They lowered their heads and buried their heads in Ling Xiao's chest, not daring to breathe loudly. With the two beauties in his arms, Ling Xiao felt their soft fragrance, but his mind was calm. He looked up at the sky and said faintly, I know what you two are thinking. To be honest, I don't mind having 2 more beauties as my wives, but you should know that following me is a very unfair thing, because I already have a lot of women. I love them and they also love me deeply. I will not abandon them. He paused for a moment before continuing, moreover, I have 2 very important missions to complete. These 2 missions are very dangerous, and if I am not careful, I may die. So, if you follow me, you must be prepared to lose me at any time. Don't scare me, okay? You're at incipient God realm now. What mission could be so dangerous that it could kill you? Lai Ruyu hugged Ling Xiao's sturdy waist nervously. Zhou Zhijing also parted her red lips and said, since the ancient times, many heroes have had many wives and concubines. I don't mind being one of them. My heart belongs to you. No matter where you are, I will always be yours. Zhou Zhijing had expressed that she had no regrets. Even if something bad happened to Ling Xiao in the future, she would only have Ling Xiao in her heart. Even the characters on the Supreme God list can die. With my current competence, it's not strange if I die. As for what mission I'm going to do, you don't need to worry about it. Anyway, I didn't lie to you. Think about it carefully. Ling Xiao said solemnly. I've thought about it clearly. You're my man. You can't run away in this lifetime. Even if you're the supreme god of medicine, you can't escape from my palm. Lai Ruyu said resolutely. Zhou Zhijing sat next to him and said, I don't expect to be with you all the time, but I hope to be with you. After saying that, the 2 women gave Ling Xiao an ecstatic kiss. Ling Xiao was touched. He looked up to the sky and laughed, how can I, Ling Xiao, be favored by 2 beauties? I really want to drink to my heart's content immediately. It's easy for you to drink, but I don't think it's romantic to drink here. Why don't we drink on the boats in the moat? Senior sister and I will serve you and let you feel like a rich young master. Lai Ruyu was also very happy to remind him. Zhou Zhijing's beautiful eyes flashed with expectation. I can play the guqin for you, and junior sister can dance for you. Ling Xiao had no reason to refuse. He nodded and said, okay, then let's go to the moat. Thus, the 3 of them rushed out of the Merchant Union's headquarters that night and went to the moat of Raging Flame City. Under the night sky, the moat was brightly lit. There were many young masters coming and going. On the boats, there were many sexy and revealing women greeting them. Sounds of frolicking could be heard from time to time. Ling Xiao and the 2 women boarded the largest boat that Zhou Zhijing had ever stayed on. They immediately cleared most of the people on the boat, leaving only a few serving maids and guards to protect the boat. Ling Xiao sat in front of the table, and wine and delicacies were immediately presented in front of him. Zhou Zhijing held the pipa, and her beautiful eyes were full of emotion. She played it lightly, and the sound of her mouth filled the cabin. A graceful figure slowly stepped out from behind the screen. Her beautiful feet were the first to enter Ling Xiao's line of sight. Ling Xiao couldn't help but stare at them in a daze. Then, Lai Ruyu changed into a hazy red gauze and appeared in front of Ling Xiao with a few courtesans. Her dance was light and graceful, and her red clothes fluttered in the wind. Her jade-like skin was radiant and alluring. Lai Ruyu was like a top courtesan. She was incomparably gorgeous. She twisted her snake-like waist, and her voluptuous breasts stood upright and swayed. Her round buttocks swayed seductively. That pair of affectionate eyes flashed with a strong sense of affection. The fluttering red silk teased the deepest part of her heart. Ling Xiao had only drunk a few cups of wine when he suddenly felt a little drunk. The night was hazy, and the water was singing. The dance was moving, the wine was intoxicating, and the beauty was like jade. Chapter 1484. Ling Xiao stayed at the Blazing Flame Merchants for around half a month before he could leave. The main reason was that the Blazing Flame Merchants were too friendly. They had even tried to seduce him with their beauty. If he hadn't been so determined, he would have fallen into this gentle place and wouldn't have wanted to leave. Before he left, Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing's eyes were filled with passion and reluctance. It was too much for him to bear. It was lucky that he hadn't eaten them yet. Otherwise, they would have pestered him and wouldn't let him leave. Ling Xiao didn't want to enjoy the beauty's kindness for the time being. He resolutely left the Blazing Flame Merchants and hurried to the place he had arranged for the descendants of the Soul Clan. It wouldn't be too late to talk about love after he had completed his mission. Ling Xiao had arranged for the descendants of the Soul Clan to stay in a place not far from the Fiend Clan's territory. It was in the territory of the Sword-Washing Manor. However, the Sword-Washing Manor couldn't control that place. Moreover, the place Ling Xiao had set up was in a remote area outside the Ghost Mountain range, which wasn't eye-catching. At first glance, it looked like a poor farm, so it wouldn't attract people's attention. At the God King realm, they wouldn't dare to rob the people in such a poor village. That would be too shameful. Moreover, Ling Xiao had left gods' corpses and demons at the half-incipient god realm to guard the place. Unless a supreme expert came, no one could hurt them. However, if the Soul Clan members stayed in the place Ling Xiao had arranged, they would be fine. However, they also had to adapt to the life in the Heaven territory. They had to interact with other races, see the world outside, learn more about rare treasures, and increase their knowledge. Thus, when they left the new land of their clan, they couldn't control themselves. It was easy for them to break through and have conflicts with others. Yun Tian was Ling Xiao's second disciple. When Ling Xiao had accepted him as a disciple, he had just been at the Spirit Master realm. In the Heaven territory, this kind of cultivation base wasn't different from an ordinary person. Even a random manservant could have the same power as him. However, at that time, he was still young, only a teenager. After Ling Xiao brought the soul race back to the Heaven domain, the strength of the soul race increased rapidly with the help of the rich world energy here. Yun Tian, on the other hand, was the most outstanding genius amongst the descendants of the Soul Clan. Moreover, he had once received personal guidance from Ling Xiao. Naturally, his strength had risen extremely quickly. Decades had passed, and Yunli was now a man in his 50s. Ling Xiao had already used the heavenly spring to cleanse Yun Tian's body. Although his cultivation speed wasn't as monstrous as those with divine bodies, it wasn't any worse than the true disciples of any superpowers. Attaining the half-saint realm at such a young age was sufficient for him to maintain the appearance of someone in his 20s. However, he now looked like an old man in his 70s or 80s. He was extremely old and his vitality was about to dry up. In Demon Soul City, which was the closest to the Soul clan, Yun Tian was actually tied up with chains and hung on the city walls. Numerous hideous scars covered his entire body, and fresh blood was ceaselessly seeping out from them. He looked extremely terrifying and sorry. He had been captured and tied up with holy chains. They wanted to hang him alive here. Beside him were a few corpses that had already died. They probably couldn't hold on any longer and died before Yun Tian. Now, Yun Tian felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. His dantian had been destroyed and there was no way for him to recover his injured body. His condition was already extremely bad. He could only silently shout in his heart, Master, Tian has let you down. I can't support the clan anymore. Everyone who passed by looked at Yun Tian hanging on the city wall and pointed at him and discussed. How pitiful! He actually dared to offend young Master Ing. He must be tired of living. Isn't that so? In Demon Soul City, who doesn't give young Master Ing some face? He must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Not only did this pitiful fellow have his cultivation companion stolen, he also has to be hung on the city wall to die. There aren't many women that young Master Ing fancies who can't get them. However, that little girl really has a personality. A few days ago, I heard that she would rather die than submit and has already committed suicide. Femme fatale. I'm afraid that no beautiful woman will dare to come here in the future. Even so, young Master Ying's methods are too ruthless. I'm afraid that one day he will meet a ruthless opponent. He'll have to suffer. Lower your voice. If you're heard, you'll be in big trouble. The surrounding people all revealed looks of pity. However, most of them were filled with mockery. In any place, only the strong were right to do things. The weak were always wrong. There was nothing that could be explained with words. Yun Tian and the Soul Clan had always followed Ling Zhao's instructions. They had to keep a low profile and not expose their identity as Soul Clan members. At the very least, they had to reach the Divine King realm before they could show their abilities. However, why was Yun Tian captured here and ended up in such a miserable state? It was precisely because Yun Tian had returned from his travels and was preparing to bring his cultivation companion, Liang Huan, to Demon Soul City to buy some daily necessities and return to the clan. He had been to Demon Soul City many times, so he wasn't worried that the Dead Spirit clan would discover that they were from the Soul Clan. However, the problem this time wasn't because of him, but because of his wife, Liang Huan. Speaking of Liang Huan, she wasn't the young miss of some big power, but a servant girl from a small city's family. When Yun Tian first met Liang Huan, she was dressed in simple and crude clothes, but it couldn't hide her elegant and moving beauty. At that time, she and her family's young ladies were being chased by some roving bandits. The others were all killed, and she was also being humiliated by those roving bandits. Yun Tian did not hesitate to kill those roving bandits. Fortunately, they weren't strong, otherwise he wouldn't dare to act like a hero. What's more, the other party was of a higher level than him, so they couldn't withstand his mental power bombardment. After a difficult fight, Yun Tian finally saved the damsel in distress, killing all the roving bandits and saving Liang Huan. When Liang Huan realized that the person who saved her was a handsome young man, she immediately had a good impression of him. Since her young ladies were all killed, she couldn't return to her family, so she was willing to become Yun Tian's servant girl and serve him for the rest of her life. However, Yun Tian was an inexperienced man and had never been served by anyone before, so he seemed to be very restrained. Later, after the two of them got along, Yun Tian was captivated by Liang Huan's gentleness and virtue, and Liang Huan was also deeply attracted to Yun Tian. The two of them then naturally became husband and wife. After Yun Tian brought Liang Huan to travel for a period of time, he wanted to bring her back to meet his parents and clansmen, which could be considered as an official recognition of Liang Huan's identity. However, when Yun Tian brought Liang Huan to Demon Soul City to buy some things on the way back, something happened. Ing Huang was the son of Demon Soul City's city lord, Ing Yonggao. People called him Young Master Ing. He was lecherous and especially cruel to others. Not long after Yun Tian and Liang Huan arrived at Demon Soul City, they met Ing Huang, who was strolling around. Ing Huang was attracted by Liang Huan's elegant temperament the moment he saw her. He also noticed that Yun Tian and Liang Huan's strength wasn't that great. Moreover, this was Demon Soul City, the territory of the Dark Shadow clan. His father was the city lord, so he didn't have to worry about anything here. Therefore, he teased Liang Huan and wanted to take her back to enjoy himself. Yun Tian didn't want to cause trouble, but the other party was too much. He even touched Liang Huan, so he couldn't help but attack Ing Huang. However, Ing Huang had many thugs around him, and these thugs were much stronger than Yun Tian and Liang Huan. Even if Yun Tian used his mental power to attack, it would be difficult for him to kill them. After all, the weakest of them was a saint. Yun Tian was worthy of being Ling Zhao's disciple. Even though he was only a half-saint, he could fight a true low-level saint. Unfortunately, the other party had many people. His mental power wasn't very effective against a saint, so it was impossible for him to kill his way out. His friends who followed him were captured and killed one after another. His dantian was destroyed and he was captured. They were all hung on the city walls until they were dead. As for Liang Huan, she was forced back to the city lord's mansion by Ying Huang's men. However, Liang Huan wasn't willing to be humiliated, so she bit her tongue and committed suicide. This incident had only happened a few days ago, but it immediately spread all over the city. Of course, this was just a casual topic for them, and it wasn't something to be surprised about. After all, this kind of thing was already a common occurrence for them. In Demon Soul City, a young man who had reached the mid-level saint level was being reprimanded by a middle-aged man. Wang, when can you stop worrying? You wander around the city all day and even capture women on the streets. Do you think your father is invincible here? If the other party has a strong background, then we wouldn't even know what happened even if we died. The middle-aged man shouted at the young man with extreme displeasure. The middle-aged man was the city lord of Demon Soul City, Ying Yonggao, and he possessed the strength of a high-level god king. The young man was Ying Huang. Ying Yonggao had just come out from his clan when he heard about Ying Huang forcefully seizing a woman, and he immediately scolded his son in disappointment. Ying Huang said indifferently, "Father, what are you talking about? She's just a woman who isn't even a saint, so what's there to be afraid of? I just wanted her to accompany me, but I never expected that she would be such an unappreciative fellow. If she's killed, then so be it. Could it be that someone dares to act atrociously in front of us?" Ying Yonggao frowned and shouted, "Bastard, do you think I can do whatever I want just because I'm the city lord? Don't you remember that there were 2 city lords who died here a few decades ago? Even third uncle died, and your father was arranged to be the city lord just to die. Fortunately, the enemy has already left, otherwise your father would have died a long time ago, and you wouldn't be so arrogant. Let me tell you, from today onwards, if you want to steal a woman, you have to hide it. You can't be so ostentatious, or else I'll teach you a lesson." Ying Huang was overjoyed and laughed, "Yes, father." Just as the father and son were talking, a person happened to pass by Demon Soul City and descended here. A terrifying rage was about to burn Demon Soul City. Chapter 1485. After Ling Xiao left the Blazing Flame merchants, he immediately went to the land of the Soul Clan's descendants. However, before he got there, Ling Xiao suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to buy a batch of materials in Blazing Flame City. Thus, he decided to buy a batch of materials in Demon Soul City for the descendants of the Soul Clan. Although he thought that the Soul Clan members could adapt to the life in the Heaven Territory, they wouldn't lack materials. However, what Ling Xiao wanted to buy were some spiritual items ranging from level 5 to level 7. To him, these items were too low level. He didn't have much in stock. Thus, he decided to buy a lot of them for the descendants of the Soul Clan to cultivate. However, he didn't expect to see a scene that enraged him as soon as he arrived at Demon Soul City. In fact, when he entered the city and saw the hanging corpses, he just frowned. He didn't think that it was something that could surprise him. After all, he had visited many cities. Previously, he saw dozens of corpses hanging in one city. They were people whose entire families had been slaughtered. Such things often happened in the Heaven Territory. Ling Xiao also thought that these people had offended someone they shouldn't have. That was why they were treated like that. However, if they dared to hang people on the city wall, they must be related to the city master's palace. Otherwise, not everyone would have the guts to do such a thing. Ling Xiao's competence was really strong. He could immediately sense that one of them was still breathing. Apparently, he was still alive. If Shi Yan helped him, this man could come back to life. However, there were too many things in this world. Ling Xiao wasn't a man with a strong sense of justice. He didn't want to care about these things, so he directly walked into the city. However, at the moment he entered the city, he heard a very subtle sound in his ears. This sound was like the buzzing of a mosquito. Ordinary people couldn't hear it. However, who was Ling Xiao? He was at the incipient god realm. Within the radius of 100,000 miles, as long as he wanted to sense anything or any sound, his soul consciousness could cover it. He could hear everything clearly. Moreover, the place where the sound came from was just several hundred meters away from him. Even if the sound was soft, as long as it came out, he could hear it. Us, Master, is that you? His voice was feeble, but in Ling Xiao's ears, it was like a thunderclap on the flat ground. It shocked him, a supreme incipient god realm expert. Currently, Ling Xiao had only accepted 2 disciples. One was his eldest disciple, Xenli. He had already reached the strength of a mid-stage holy emperor. His speed of advancement was incomparable to ordinary people. He had already attracted the attention of Dragon Gate. The other disciple was Yun Tian. Xenli was still cultivating in the Dragon Gate, and he hadn't seen Yun Tian for decades. However, he could still remember Yun Tian's voice clearly. Although it was very difficult and hoarse, he could still distinguish it based on his instincts. This was the voice of his second disciple, Yun Tian. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the top of the city wall. His divine power immediately saw Yun Tian's appearance. Yun Tian's lower abdomen was broken. His body was crippled, and he had lost all of his power. His appearance had aged rapidly, but the outline of his face hadn't changed much. He could still vaguely see the appearance of his youth. Moreover, Ling Xiao was a supreme incipient god realm expert. It wasn't difficult for him to use Yun Tian's aura to restore his original appearance. However, he didn't expect that the one hanging on the city wall was his disciple, Yun Tian. If it wasn't for Yun Tian using all his strength to stop him, he would have missed Yun Tian by a hair's breadth and Yun Tian would have been hung alive on the city wall. Sun Tian. Ling Xiao couldn't suppress the flame of anger in his heart. He roared and used his god's claw to forcefully crush the holy chains on Yun Tian's body into powder. Then he pulled Yun Tian to him. This sound startled the people near the city wall, causing them to panic, thinking that something had happened. The city guards who were patrolling on the city wall were also startled. They immediately knew that someone was trying to snatch the hanging corpses. Who is so daring to save these dead people? A voice immediately shouted from the city wall. The city guards on the city wall moved and looked in the direction of Ling Xiao. At the same time, a few of them flew towards Ling Xiao to see if he was the companion of these dead people. As soon as Ling Xiao caught Yun Tian, he saw the people who came down. His eyes flashed with thick hostility. Die! A powerful aura instantly burst out from his body and attacked those saints. Bang bang! Those people didn't even have time to scream. They were immediately pressed by the aura and turned into puddles of blood. When the people around saw this scene, they screamed in panic and ran as far away as they could. They realized that something big was about to happen here. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to survive. However, there were quite a few who were more daring. They only flew a bit further away, wanting to see what would happen next. How dare you! You dare to cause trouble in my demon soul city. Kill him. On the city wall, the holy emperor roared in fear. He led dozens of people and rushed down from the city wall to capture Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao hugged Yun Tian. He didn't have time to care about these small fries. He summoned the prodigal and said to him with a strong murderous intent, "Kill them all." The prodigal felt his boss's different anger and immediately replied, "Yes, boss." The prodigal immediately rushed towards the city guards, and a pair of fiery fists instantly blew them up. Blood mist filled the air, and a pungent smell spread in all directions. Ling Xiao looked at Yun Tian, whose vitality was almost gone. He looked at Yun Tian, who was covered in wounds and wrinkles. He felt a heart-wrenching pain that almost made him faint even though he was at incipient god realm. He had only received 2 disciples in his life. He felt guilty to them. Anyway, as their teacher, he hadn't taught them much. Now that he found out that his disciple had fallen to such a state, his heart was dripping blood. He hated himself for leaving him here in the first place and letting him grow on his own. He could have given him a better environment and left behind even more powerful protector elders to protect him. If he had done that, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Ling Xiao regretted so much. However, he knew that it wasn't the time to regret. What he needed to do now was to save Yun Tian and help him recover. "Yun Tian, I'm here. You'll be all right," Ling Xiao said hurriedly. He immediately took out a lot of divine spring water, pellets, and herbs. He was so bewildered that he didn't know which one he should use to save Yun Tian. If others saw so many divine items, they would disregard everything and come to rob them. Even incipient God realm experts would be tempted. All of a sudden, Ling Xiao saw a fiery crystal fruit. His eyes flickered. Parasol fruit. It's it. Ling Xiao took the parasol fruit he got from the parasol tree. Then, he opened Yun Tian's mouth and put the parasol fruit in his mouth. He used his energy to help Yun Tian swallow it. As soon as the parasol fruit entered Yun Tian's mouth, an immense and pure energy diffused instantly. Clusters of flames immediately soared up in the sky. This flame was like a phoenix in nirvana. It soared up and hissed. Its fiery wings slowly spread out as if it wanted to extend infinitely. Its body was slowly enlarging, which looked so majestic and mighty. The flames soared up to the sky, and the energy was vast. In an instant, all the experts in the city flew over to this side. Many people couldn't help but exclaim when they saw this fiery illusion. What kind of divine item is this? It can actually cause such a phenomenon. Is it a top-grade divine item that has the blood of the phoenix? No matter what it is, we can't kill that person. If we can guide his energy out, it'll belong to me. Look carefully. Since that person dares to cause trouble in the city, he must have some tricks up his sleeve. It's better not to act rashly. Why do I feel that that person looks a little like the supreme alchemy god, His Excellency Ling Xiao? I've seen his portrait on the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. Is it really him? Quick, look over there. It seems to be divine spring water, divine herbs, and divine pellets. The energy is so rich. Hurry up and snatch it. The half-God King Realm experts and even the God King Realm experts knew that it was the appearance of the divine items. When they saw the divine items by Ling Xiao, their eyes reddened as if they had been injected with chicken blood. In front of the absolute temptation, no one could resist it. Many of them had lost their minds. They dashed towards Ling Xiao and wanted to snatch those divine items first. A bunch of clowns dare to act presumptuously in front of my boss. As the prodigal had killed all the city guards, he looked at them and shouted coldly. A fire god's halberd appeared in his hand as he dashed towards the group of people. When the prodigal was in Xianling continent, he had followed Ling Xiao from the northwest to the central region. He had learned some simple martial techniques from Ling Xiao. The prodigal wielded the fire god's halberd and smashed it towards the group of people. As soon as the terrifying flame touched the half-incipient god realm experts, they screamed miserably and were burned into ashes. The other God King Realm experts had their bodies smashed by the prodigal's attack. They were also burned by the divine flame. They couldn't get rid of it. They regretted it so much that they wanted to run away. However, the prodigal wouldn't let them run away so easily. He immediately chased after them and killed another 2 God King Realm experts with his halberd. Those who hadn't reached high-level God King Realm weren't a match for the prodigal. If they wanted to defeat the prodigal, only the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo could do so. At this moment, many terrifying auras emitted from the city master's mansion. A group of experts dashed out and arrived in the sky above the city. Who dares to act presumptuously here? You must be tired of living. Ing Yonggao's voice reverberated above the city. Behind him were some existences who were even stronger than him. Chapter 1486. Dozens of years ago, when Ling Xiao had settled the descendants of the Soul clan in this area, he had killed the city master at that time and the half-incipient god realm expert who had been sent after him. This incident had shaken the incipient god realm expert of the Dark Shadow clan. He had come out of his clan and used his blood to restore the scene. He knew about Ling Xiao's existence. This was the reason why Ling Xiao was being hunted down so many times. At that time, the Dark Shadow warriors in Demon Soul City were afraid that the descendants of the Soul clan had come to take revenge. No one dared to come out and take the position of the city master. They were afraid that they would be killed inexplicably. At the same time, Ing Yonggao was forced to be the city master. Otherwise, with his competence, he wouldn't have been able to be the city master. After all, it was the only foundation of the Dark Shadow clan. They valued it a lot. Ing Yonggao being the city master was just to confuse people. The Dark Shadow clan had arranged some hotshots to protect him. Otherwise, Ing Yonggao would rather die than follow them. Among these hotshots, there were 2 half-incipient God Realm experts and 4 Peak King God Realm experts. These forces were the great superior existences of the middle-sized forces. Unless they were half-incipient God Realm experts, no one dared to cause trouble in Demon Soul City. Today, they suddenly felt the intimidating aura in the city. They also sensed the strange phenomenon. All the hotshots in the City Master's palace had come out immediately. The Demon Soul clan was the foundation of the Dark Shadow clan. They would never allow anyone to provoke or destroy it. Among these people, Ing Huang also came over. When he saw that the person he was hanging was saved, he immediately became angry and shouted, "Who told you to save him? You simply don't put this young master in your eyes." Ing Yonggao glared at his son with some dissatisfaction. In his heart, he scolded his son for being a pighead. They must be the companions of those people. Saving them was a matter of course. Otherwise, why would they start a massacre here? At the same time, he was discontented that his son had caused this mess. Although this place was the territory of the Dark Shadow clan, it was a long distance from the clan. If the others were strong, they would suffer a lot of casualties. Even if he killed the other party, the gains would not make up for the losses, and the clan would definitely be dissatisfied with him and his son. He was afraid that he would not even be able to keep his position as the city lord. The prodigal shouted, "Who do you think you are to talk to my boss? Looks like I'll kill you all." The fire god's halberd in the prodigal's hands spun rapidly, then struck towards them with all his might. Ing Yonggao snorted without thinking, "Who do you think you are? Get lost." After saying that, he slapped towards the prodigal's fiery halberd shadow with his bare hands. Rumble! The powerful force exploded and countless energy splattered in all directions. Many jade buildings were immediately destroyed by the impact of this force, and many places were immediately set ablaze. These flames were like stars setting a prairie ablaze, and even the houses and pavilions next to them started burning. A half-incipient God Realm expert standing next to Ing Yonggao frowned and shouted, "It's the flaming origin. Extinguish it immediately." Pausing for a while, he said to Ing Yonggao, "Yonggao, don't act rashly. Let's ask them first. If we can't do it, we will capture them. They dared to destroy Demon Soul City. Damn it." Then he raised his hand and opened a space slit, teleporting the flames into that space slit. The prodigal raised the fire god's halberd to attack, but Ling Xiao said, "Zizai, come back. You're not their match." The prodigal said with an unreconciled face, "Boss, I'm not afraid of them." Ling Xiao shook his head, glancing at Yun Tian who was in the Nirvana realm. He said faintly, "Your teacher will get justice for you. Don't worry." Ling Xiao didn't need to ask Yun Tian what had happened. He already knew what had happened. He had absorbed the souls of the city guards and the King God Realm experts that the prodigal had killed. Soon he would know the whole story from their memories. He hadn't thought that Yun Tian's wife would be kidnapped. An incomparably repressed flame of anger burst out. It should be known that Yun Tian's wife was like his daughter-in-law. She was his closest descendant. And now, she was kidnapped by the son of a small city master. He had even forced her to commit suicide. He hadn't been this angry for years. Today, he swore to wash the Dark Shadow clan's people in Demon Soul City with blood. The prodigal returned to Ling Xiao with the fire god's halberd in his hand. Although Ling Xiao was handsome, he didn't have any imposing aura. However, his eyes had a thick, intimidating aura that sent chills down people's spines. At this moment, Ing Huang followed Ing Yonggao and more than 10 other elders to stand in front of Ling Xiao and the prodigal. Ing Huang thought that since Ling Xiao and the prodigal were young, it wasn't a big deal even if they had the King God Realm. They had 2 half-incipient God Realm experts on their side. Without a supreme incipient God Realm expert, they shouldn't dare to mess around here. Thus, he boldly glared at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Where did you hide that man? Give him to me now. Or else, I will hang you on the city wall and let you die." "Huang, shut up. You don't have the right to talk here." Ing Yonggao scolded his son. Then, he turned to Ling Xiao and the prodigal. How dare you cause trouble in our Demon Soul clan? If you don't give us an explanation, Don't even think about leaving this place. Ling Xiao didn't care about Ing Yonggao. He squinted at Ing Huang. Then he raised his hand and said gloomily, "Get over here." A gold dragon claw appeared in just a blink, snatching at Ing Huang. This dragon claw was extremely fast. It didn't even take a blink of an eye before it reached Ing Huang, who was several hundred meters away. The people around Ing Huang didn't even have a chance to react. They could only watch Ing Huang being dragged back to Ling Xiao by the dragon claw. Ing Huang didn't even have time to scream. Ling Xiao grabbed his neck and lifted him up like a chicken. As long as Ling Xiao released his energy, he would die for sure. Be ****. Let go of my son. Ing Yonggao was frightened. He screamed in fright. A divine weapon appeared in his hand and he slashed at Ling Xiao. Just as Ing Yonggao's attack was about to land on Ling Xiao grabbed Ing Huang and charged towards Ing Yonggao's attack. If Ing Yonggao's strike continued, Ing Huang would be smashed into meat paste. Ing Yonggao reluctantly withdrew his strike and retreated to the ground. He glared at Ling Xiao and said, "You know I'm the city master here. If you dare to touch a hair on my son's head, I'll make you die without a burial place." Ling Xiao looked at Ing Yonggao and then laughed ferociously. "Pa, it's the father's fault to raise a son but not to teach him. Your good son dares to touch my disciple and daughter-in-law. Today, I'll let him taste the feeling of having his cultivation base destroyed and then being hung to death." Then, Ling Xiao didn't care about Ing Huang, who was begging for mercy. His other hand stretched out a finger and a flow of energy touched Ing Huang's lower abdomen. Ing Yonggao screamed in fear. At the same time, a half-incipient God Realm expert next to him finally moved, attacking Ling Xiao with all of his power. He couldn't save him in time. Ing Huang's lower abdomen was destroyed immediately. He screamed in fear. Ing Huang's Saint Realm cultivation base was destroyed. He became a disabled man. "Die for me." That half-incipient God Realm expert had arrived above Ling Xiao's head, slapping down on Ling Xiao's head. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao with just one strike. "Trash like you doesn't deserve to such ***T on my head. Die for me." Ling Xiao frowned. His invisible soul power stormed out, directly attacking that half-incipient God Realm expert's head. Another screech arose. That half-incipient God Realm expert lost all of his power. He fell from the sky, his body thudding. Everybody was petrified. A half-incipient God Realm expert was an existence that rarely had a rival in the heaven territory. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even stand one look from his opponent. He lost his vitality and died inexplicably. At this moment, a peak god king by Ing Yonggao seemed to recognize Ling Xiao. He said in fright, "He's the descendant of the Soul clan with the demon hoop. What? How could it be him?" Ing Yonggao felt like he had fallen into a cold cellar. His legs felt like jelly. Dozens of years ago, 2 city masters were killed in Demon Soul City. It was this young man in front of him. His son had offended this evil star. Thinking about it, he felt like he was going to die. Since the day he became the city master, he had been worried that this descendant of the Soul clan would assassinate him. Later on, he knew that the man had left Demon Soul City. He exhaled in relief. It was all right now. He had to face what he had to face. "Elder man, hurry. Everybody move together. Kill him." Ing Yonggao shouted at another half-incipient God Realm expert. Everybody knew that the half-incipient God Realm expert was his leader. If he didn't go, how could the others dare to attack him? They had just lost a half-incipient God Realm expert. What did they have to challenge him? "Sir, are you Sir Ling Xiao, the new Supreme God Realm expert of the Dragon Gate?" The half-incipient God Realm expert was still calm. He just gazed at Ling Xiao and asked with a frightened face. He wanted to stall for time and wait for the Supreme God Realm expert of his clan to come out. When Ling Xiao became the Senjin of Goguryeo, almost all the big forces had seen his portrait. It wasn't strange that this man could recognize Ling Xiao. Moreover, the Dark Shadow clan had investigated Ling Xiao. They knew that he was Kim People's man. Ling Xiao ignored the man and threw the crippled Ing Huang to the prodigal. "Zai Zai, break all his limbs and hang him on the city wall. Let's make him beg for death, but he can't." Ling Xiao said calmly. For someone like Ying Huang, Ling Xiao had already given him a lot of face by injuring him. If you dare, I'll risk my life with you. Ying Yonggao was worried about his son. He screamed and dashed towards Ling Xiao. Yonggao, get back here. The half-incipient God Realm expert grabbed Ying Yonggao and shouted. Don't worry. None of you can run away. You will end up like them. Ling Xiao looked at the people who had been hanged to death, and his eyes blazed with anger. He was finally going to flip out. Chapter 1487. Ling Xiao wasn't a man who would vent his anger on others. He would never kill people for no reason. Usually, the ones who could make him kill them were his enemies or the ones who didn't agree with him. The Dark Shadow Clan was the Soul Clan's enemy. Ling Xiao would destroy them sooner or later. However, Ling Xiao always thought that he was only responsible for killing the warriors at the Supreme Realm and above. The Soul Clan would take care of the others later. Of course, with pressure, the descendants of the Soul Clan could become stronger. It was also the reason why Ling Xiao had asked them to stay and cultivate in this area. However, Ling Xiao regretted it so much. His intentions weren't wrong, but he had neglected the fact that the strength of the Spiritas was far too low. Although he had a backup plan, those backup plans were all guarding the Spiritas' territory. Once the Spiritas left, they wouldn't be protected by those backup plans. That was why Yun Tian was bullied to the point of almost being killed. Ling Xiao wanted to be responsible for his regret. Thus, he had to kill all the warriors in front of him to vent his anger for his disciple. There was an unwritten rule in the Heaven territory. The Supreme Incipient God Realm experts couldn't attack the people in the Heaven territory and destroy the living environment here. However, this rule only applied to the battle between the two Supreme Incipient God Realm experts. If the Supreme Incipient God Realm experts wanted to deal with the warriors who were weaker than them, they didn't need to destroy a blade of grass or a tree to kill them. Of course, this rule didn't affect them. Thus, Ling Xiao didn't care about anything and attacked them. His intimidating aura burst out. Both of his hands turned into claws that filled the sky, snatching the warriors. The half-incipient God Realm expert reacted the fastest. He wanted to retreat, but a gold palm hit his lower abdomen. He felt a pain in his lower abdomen. All of his energy leaked out. He had lost the energy he had cultivated for 10,000 years. The others had the same outcome. They screamed and screeched as Ling Xiao destroyed their lower abdomens. They were dragged away and hit the city wall. Since you dared to touch my disciple, you will enjoy the same treatment. Ling Xiao's fingers moved, and a dark force directly hit their bodies, completely breaking their limbs and meridians. They stared at the city wall, and blood slowly flowed from their bodies onto the city wall. It was a ghastly and frightening sight. Once a supreme being was enraged, corpses would be strewn everywhere. Now that Ling Xiao was enraged, the city walls were littered with corpses and fresh blood. Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao, if you dare to attack our Demon Soul City, our forefather won't forgive you. The half-incipient God Realm expert looked at Ling Xiao resentfully and scolded him. Zizi, help me break his mouth. Ling Xiao didn't even bother to look at him and directly ordered the prodigal to do it. The prodigal shouted excitedly, "All right, I'll go now." Then, it flew to the half-incipient God Realm expert and punched him. The prodigal didn't know how to control the strength of his attack. It had forcefully disfigured the half-incipient God Realm expert's face. After that, the half-incipient God Realm expert struggled for a while and then died. He couldn't help it. His lower abdomen was destroyed by Ling Xiao. His vitality was draining away. How could he endure the prodigal's punch? Bro, I killed him. The prodigal scratched his head embarrassedly. Ling Xiao answered, "So what if you killed him? It's not a big deal." Those who were watching this scene from afar immediately scattered like birds and beasts, running as far away as they could. They didn't dare to watch anymore. It was too intimidating. Too intimidating. They were afraid that if they stayed here, they would be mistaken as members of the Dark Shadow Clan. It would be big trouble. The guards of the Dark Shadow Clan stopped. They didn't even have the courage to fight back. They immediately retreated as far as they could. Needless to say, someone had already reported to the Dark Shadow clan. As for the public roads in Demon Soul City, they immediately became extremely deserted. Many powerful people had already left the city and fled far away. As for the ordinary civilians, they could only shut their doors tightly, hoping that these killings would quickly pass. Ing Huang, who was pinned on the city wall, was so scared that he peed his pants. He had never thought that the villagers he had captured would have such a terrifying teacher. He regretted it so much. However, it was useless now. He didn't have any power left. His limbs were broken. He was in so much pain. His father, Ing Yonggao, had the same feeling. He was desperate now. If he could control his son to not be as lecherous as him, it would be much better. It was said that lust was like a knife. It wasn't wrong at all. It was a knife that could take people's lives. The other King God Realm experts hated Ing Huang to death. Because of a woman, their powers were destroyed. It was even worse than killing them. If the elders of their clan didn't come to save them, they would die. Boss, do you want to exhaust them to death? Why don't we just do it? The prodigal asked Ling Xiao. Killing them is as easy as flipping a hand, but I want to make them feel worse than death. Zizi, go create an atmosphere so they can't be so quiet. Ling Xiao said as he cremated the corpses of Yun Tian's companions. The prodigal was a little confused. Create what atmosphere? Ling Xiao rolled his eyes and said, make them burn, but don't burn them to death. Let them taste the pain that makes them wish they were dead. The people who were pinned on the city wall changed their expressions. Some of them even cursed loudly. Some of them cried and begged. Ling Xiao, kill us if you have the guts. What kind of hero are you to torture us like this? That's right. Even if we die, we won't let you go. Sir Medicine God, please spare us. I'm willing to be your horse or cow. Tui, what are you talking about? He's the successor of the Soul Clan. He wants to destroy our Dark Shadow Clan. If I knew you were such a coward, I would have killed you first. So what if he's the successor of the Soul Clan? He's Kim People's man. He didn't come to deal with our Dark Shadow Clan. It's that kid Ing Huang's fault. While they were cursing and cursing, they started to quarrel among themselves. The prodigal was a little angry. You all like to curse my boss, right? I'm going to burn your mouths. Then, he flicked his finger and some sparks fell on the mouths of the people who were cursing Ling Xiao. They screamed pathetically as they were burned by the fire. Ling Xiao didn't have time to care about them because he had sensed that a supreme incipient God Realm expert of the Dark Shadow Clan was coming. This incipient God Realm expert of the Dark Shadow Clan was at the middle level of low-level Supreme Realm. He was one of the two great incipient God Realm experts of the Dark Shadow Clan. His name was Ying Li, a rare supreme expert who cultivated wind and earth at the same time. He had used his blood to find that Ling Xiao had killed the warriors of the Dark Shadow Clan. He didn't come directly to Ling Xiao. Instead, he used the Dark Shadow secret technique of the Dark Shadow Clan to hide in the space. He was about to give Ling Xiao a fatal attack when the latter wasn't expecting it. He thought that Ling Xiao was just a new supreme incipient God Realm expert. With his competence and the secret technique of the Dark Shadow Clan, it wasn't hard to kill Ling Xiao with one strike. However, he had overestimated Ling Xiao's sensing ability. Ying Ao had told Ling Xiao the key of the secret technique of the Dark Shadow Clan. Thus, when Ying Li came near, Ling Xiao could sense him. Since you're here, then come out. Don't hide your head and show your tail. Ling Xiao didn't make a move immediately. Ying Li was startled, but he didn't get out of the space. He thought that Ling Xiao was just bluffing. Do you want me to force you to show yourself? Ling Xiao sneered, shooting a flaming finger in a direction. Swoosh. That flaming finger wasn't powerful, but it forced Ying Li to appear 1,000 meters away from Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao hadn't understood the key of the secret technique of the Dark Shadow Clan, Ying Li's sneak attack could have wounded him severely. Alchemist Godling has come to my Demon Soul City to attack a junior of my Dark Shadow Clan. Don't you think it's beneath your dignity? Ying Li floated like a gust of wind to 100 meters away from Ling Xiao. The news that Ling Xiao had become the supreme alchemist god had been spread all over the Heaven territory. As the supreme expert of the Holding Formation clan, of course, he had received the news. He had also seen the crystal bead that recorded Ling Xiao's image. It wasn't strange that he could recognize Ling Xiao. My disciple was almost killed by you little bastards. Don't tell me that you want me to watch him die? Moreover, your shadow assassin group has tried to assassinate me many times. Don't think that I don't know that he's a member of your Dark Shadow clan. Otherwise, why would I attack your clan? Ling Xiao sneered and then said, You came here alone. Do you want to die? Was it an accident that he got the magic hoop? He didn't come to take revenge for the Soul Clan? Yingli thought suspiciously. When he first sensed Ling Xiao's existence, he thought that Ling Xiao had obtained the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop and the inheritance of the Soul Clan. Then he wanted to become the enemy of the Dark Shadow Clan. Now, listening to what Ling Xiao had said, it seemed that the Dark Shadow Clan had provoked him first. That was why he had come to kill them. However, it was useless to say more. Now was the best chance to take the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. He would never let it go. No matter what, don't think you can leave today. Come, let me finish the youngest supreme alchemist in history. Yingli said faintly. A powerful force shrouded Ling Xiao. A strong suction force exploded, trying to drag Ling Xiao to outer space to fight him. Ling Xiao let Yingli pull him away. However, he asked Rock Donggao to stay and protect the wastrel. Zai Zai, watch these people. Kill whoever comes to save them. I'll be back soon. Rock Donggao was a low-level supreme alchemist at incipient god realm. If the Dark Shadow Clan didn't have a supreme expert, they would never be able to save them, let alone hurt this wastrel. Spus. Don't worry. None of them can escape, answered the wastrel solemnly. Today, Ling Xiao wanted to kill an incipient god realm expert of the Dark Shadow Clan. It would be the first step of eradicating the Dark Shadow Clan. Chapter 1488. In fact, if he wanted to kill Yingli, Ling Xiao could just ask Hu Yu to do it. Hu Yu was a middle-level supreme expert, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to capture Yingli. However, Yingli was a member of the Dark Shadow Clan, so his Dark Shadow secret technique was definitely extraordinary. It was absolutely the #1 stealth technique. Therefore, it was safer for Ling Xiao to make a move himself, and he also wanted to control Yingli. That way, he would have a better understanding of the hidden forces of the Dark Shadow Clan. Although the Ying Ao he had controlled was the youngest son of the chief of the Dark Shadow Clan, he didn't know the real competence of the clan. Taking Ling Xiao as an example, if he hadn't reached the Supreme Realm, he wouldn't have known how many incipient God Realm experts there were in the clan, and no one would have told him about it. Yingli and Ling Xiao dashed to outer space in just a blink of an eye. Countless gusts and turbulent energy of different elements were wreaking havoc. Yingli looked at Ling Xiao and said disdainfully, "You didn't run away. It's out of my expectation." "Haha, I don't need to run away to deal with you." Ling Xiao chuckled. Then he added, "Come on, let me see how powerful the Dark Shadow secret technique is." Yingli frowned, revealing a sullen expression as he said, "How arrogant. I'll show you the power of my clan's shadow secret technique. Take this." As soon as Yingli's words fell, he disappeared into the void. Not even his aura could be detected. This was the absolute hiding and concealing of aura. Even someone at a higher realm than Yingli couldn't detect his existence immediately. This was the real terror of the Dark Shadow secret technique. For assassination, it was absolutely a fatal strike. Even if Ling Xiao knew the mysteries of the Dark Shadow secret technique from Ying Ao, he couldn't cultivate it. He couldn't understand the real danger of this secret technique. Especially for experts at the incipient God realm, any of their moves had reached the acme of perfection. It was almost impossible to find their flaws. Ling Xiao had already expanded his spiritual force to the maximum, and all the spatial cracks were within his range. The key to the shadow secret skill was to hide in the cracks in the space, approach the opponent, and launch the most fatal blow. Not many people would dare to hide in a void crack. If they were not careful, they would be swept into an unknown corner and it would be difficult to return. Only the members of the Dark Shadow clan could control the space nodes well. That was how they could use this strange technique. Of course, it was the Dark Shadow clan that could use the wind attribute to move fast through the area. That was how they could launch a surprise attack. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and kept searching the surroundings, but he didn't find any movement. What a terrifying concealment ability, Ling Xiao thought. Right after that, his green eyes shot out beams of light that could pierce through the space around to see through all the dust in this area. There was no lack of godly eyes in this world. Ling Xiao's pair of godly eyes were acquired. They were formed from the demonic crystal of a rare phantom demon. Combined with his pure wood element, his eyesight was as good as any natural godly eyes. That shadow force was constantly changing his direction to attack Shi Yan. He was looking for the best chance to ambush him. Ling Xiao had caught his vague shadow. "I told you, the secret technique of your dark shadow sect doesn't work on me." Ling Xiao sneered, punching a direction with all of his strength. He had used the Emperor Dragon Sky extinguishing secret technique as soon as possible. He didn't want to give Shadow Force a chance to struggle. He had to return to Demon Soul City as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the stronger Dark Shadow clan came out, this wastrel would be in danger. Ying Li was frightened. He didn't expect that before he could kill Ling Xiao had found his location. The Dark Shadow secret technique of the Dark Shadow clan was everywhere. Someone had broken it? Ying Li didn't have time to think. A thick earth wall was congealed in front of him. At the same time, his feet kicked out. Countless giant wind blades slashed towards Ling Xiao. The golden dragon and the wind blades hit each other. Explosions reverberated, shaking everything around them. Countless space slits appeared. When the golden dragon pierced through the wind blades, it couldn't break the thick earth wall in front of it. "You're just lucky this time. Next time, you won't be so lucky," Ying Li said faintly and then disappeared one more time. This time, the distance between him and Ling Xiao was very close. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared behind Ling Xiao, trying to assassinate Ling Xiao. The shadow of his foot turned into a blade, and with the force of a thunderbolt, he aimed at Ling Xiao's back. Ling Xiao was too close to Ying Li. His eyes didn't have time to react. He felt the strong attack behind him. He wanted to sneak away, but it was too late. Ying Li kicked him several times. Bang bang! Ling Xiao seized the chance to fly far away. Only then could he catch Ying Li's trace one more time. However, Ying Li's attack had succeeded. He sneaked away one more time. When he reappeared, he was above Ling Xiao's head, stomping on Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao's hair stood on end. Even if this stomp couldn't hurt him, it would still be a great insult to him. Ling Xiao didn't dodge at all. Instead, he raised his combat strength dozens of times and punched towards Ying Li's kick. This punch contained all of Ling Xiao's explosive power. Even a peak low-level supreme martial artist would be blown up. Ying Li wasn't afraid. He was descending from above, and with the momentum of the fall, his strength was several times stronger than that of a normal low-level supreme martial artist. After all, he was a dual attribute cultivator and could fight against a peak low-level supreme martial artist. However, when his foot came into contact with Ling Xiao's fist, he realized that he had been overconfident. Ying Li felt a heart-wrenching pain. His foot had been broken by Ling Xiao's fist. He was shocked. His strength was obviously stronger than Ling Xiao's. How could Ling Xiao have such a powerful force? At this time, he remembered that Ling Xiao was a Kim people's man. How could he forget such an important thing? Kim people had powerful divine skills to improve their strength. This was also the reason why they were famous in the heaven domain. Ying Li quickly retreated and used his divine power to repair his broken foot. At the same time, he attacked Ling Xiao with his palms, trying to stop Ling Xiao's attack. However, Ling Xiao was not only a metal elemental cultivator of the Kim people, he also had the wind elemental cultivator. If he used his full speed, he would be much faster than Ying Li. Ying Li's attacks couldn't hurt Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had moved behind him in just a blink of an eye. The Imperial Dragon Sky destroying technique had attacked him furiously. Ying Li didn't think that Ling Xiao's speed could be so terrifying. He didn't even have a chance to react. Ling Xiao had hit him so hard that he didn't know what to do. His god body exploded and blood splashed. Ying Li was worthy of being the incipient god realm expert of the Dark Shadow clan. Even in such a situation, he could still seize the chance to hide in the space slits and heal his wounds. However, under the gaze of Ling Xiao's green eyes, there was nowhere for him to run. It was impossible for him to hide from it. Right when Ling Xiao was about to kill him, an unknown danger came from behind. He had to give up chasing after Ingli. He swung his hands and released many terrifying attacks. Rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble. Ling Xiao unleashed a barrage of attacks, causing the entire void to be turned upside down. However, when all of his attacks fell, he didn't see anyone else except for Shi Yan. Ling Xiao frowned, using his green eyes to scan the area. He mumbled, "Did I sense it wrong?" While Shi Yan was bewildered, Ingli had counterattacked one more time. Apparently, he had healed his wounds and used his ancient god weapon to attack Ling Xiao with all of his power. The power of this attack was so intimidating and strange. Many earth walls surrounded Ling Xiao, trapping him in one place. Countless gray wind blades were coming at him. He couldn't dodge or hide. He was trapped and killed directly. Even if Ling Xiao had supernatural abilities, he couldn't escape from this attack. He had to face it head-on. Really strong. Worthy of being a member of the ancient clan. Ling Xiao sneered. A strange blade appeared in his hand. Surprisingly, it was the ice and fire sword that he had just forged. One blue and one fire, one dragon and one phoenix. Two powerful attacks appeared in an instant, shattering the wind blades and the earth walls. The increase in Ling Xiao's combat power was not inferior to that of a low-level supreme being. The terror of these two powers was not something that could be underestimated. They were able to completely destroy the Shadow Force's powerful move. Ingli was shocked. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to change his attack attribute and forcefully break his attack. He had no choice but to retreat. Is that all you've got? If you don't have any more tricks up your sleeves, go to hell. Ling Xiao laughed sinisterly. He raised the ice and fire sword and slashed at Ingli. Ling Xiao's power was overwhelming. When his sword fell, it was accompanied by the two powers of ice and fire. The two powers, condensed from the turbulence of the outer domain, were so majestic that they were close to the power of a middle-level supreme being. Ingli was shocked. Such a terrifying power really made him feel suffocated and uncomfortable. If he wanted to escape into the spatial crack, he would probably be blasted out. He could only brace himself and use all his strength to resist. However, compared to Ling Xiao's power, it was like comparing a pool of water to an ocean. He was directly submerged and assimilated by the waves. His whole body was dizzy from the impact of the ice and fire powers. The defensive earth walls on his body had already cracked and his clothes were destroyed. The cold and heat made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, a strange blade of ice and fire went straight for his head. Once he was pierced, he would die for sure. Just when Ling Xiao's attack was about to succeed, the figure hidden in the spatial crack moved again. He aimed at Ling Xiao's back with the power of destruction. He wanted to give Ling Xiao a fatal blow. Just as this person's attack was about to succeed, another figure suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Chapter 1489. Just as Ling Xiao was about to kill Ingli with all his strength, he felt that someone was hiding in the vicinity, ready to give him a fatal blow at any time. That person would never let him go. The other party was waiting for a chance to kill Ling Xiao in one strike. Obviously, he knew that it wasn't easy to kill Ling Xiao directly and he didn't want to let Ling Xiao escape. After all, the other party knew that once Ling Xiao used the power of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, it would cause them a lot of trouble. Therefore, the moment Ling Xiao was about to kill Ingli, it was the best time for him to kill Ling Xiao. However, he always thought that Ling Xiao was alone. He didn't know that Ling Xiao always had his puppet with him. He wouldn't show it unless it was absolutely necessary. It was the best arrangement to use it at the most critical moment. Huyu was Ling Xiao's strongest puppet with the power of a middle-level supreme expert at incipient god realm. He was able to reach this level because Ling Xiao had fed him the supreme god pellet. Huyu stood in front of Ling Xiao, using his earth energy to seal off the surrounding area. At the same time, he sent out a stone fist that was as heavy as a mountain towards the attacker. The person who launched the sneak attack didn't expect such a shocking change at all, but his power had already exploded to the extreme. No matter who appeared, he would still have to make a move. Boom, boom. Ling Xiao was assassinating Ying Li, while Hu Yu was fighting the sneak attacker, causing explosions to erupt in the surroundings. All of the turbulent air currents nearby were reduced to dust, and the radiation power covered a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. If this had happened in the Earth territory, it was unknown how many cities would have been destroyed and how many humans and spirit beasts would have been killed. Ying Li had been bombarded by Ling Xiao. His divine body had exploded again and again. Today, Ling Xiao's fatal blows scared him out of his wits. Luckily, he was able to block Ling Xiao's sword that pierced through his head. However, more than half of his divine body was cut off by Ling Xiao, and fresh blood gushed out. As for Ling Xiao, he did not care about the worries behind him. With Hu Yu's help, he was even more confident. But when Hu Yu exchanged a move with the other party just now, the power that spread out actually sent him and Ying Li flying, making him inexplicably alarmed. Needless to say, the strength of the person who launched the sneak attack was probably on par with Hu Yu. Otherwise, how could there be such a huge commotion? Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. With Hu Yu restraining them, he had to take down Ying Li first. Otherwise, if they escaped, it wouldn't be so easy for him to capture Ying Li. Ling Xiao no longer held back his strength. He pushed his speed to the extreme and instantly blasted Ying Li, who was hiding in the spatial crack to heal his injuries. Now that Ying Li's strength had been greatly reduced, his defense was much weaker than before. It was almost impossible for him to dodge Ling Xiao's all-out attack. He could only barely parry, and his divine body was blown up again and again. He was now terrified. He knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao. If this continued, he would die. However, he was not here alone. He already knew that his companions were nearby. When he was defeated, his companions would come to his aid at any time. However, Ling Xiao seemed to have noticed it long ago. Moreover, Ling Xiao also had helpers. This made his heart sink. If his companions couldn't come to his aid, he would have no chance of survival. Thinking of this, he tried to resist Ling Xiao's storm-like attacks while shouting in a direction. "Ying Fu, come and help me." The one who had ambushed Ling Xiao was the other incipient God Realm expert of the Dark Shadow clan. His name was Ying Fu. His competence wasn't different from Hu Yu's. He was at the middle level of incipient God Realm. Ling Xiao had killed warriors of the Dark Shadow clan before. He knew that the clan had two incipient God Realm experts. One of them should be Ying Li and the other should be the chief of the Dark Shadow clan. Shi Yan knew that it was just the result of the Dark Shadow clan pretending to be weak. Although the Dark Shadow clan had fought against the Soul clan in the Antiquity time and lost many incipient God Realm experts, they were an immeasurable ancient clan that could resist the Soul clan for a long time. Even the Demon Tiger tribe had to respect them. Their foundation wasn't something that others could imagine. How could they still be so weak after so many years of recovery? What's more, they could leisurely live in a huge ancient city near the Sword Washing Manor without collapsing. Was it because the Sword Washing Manor wanted them to stay here and develop peacefully instead of making it their own territory? Apparently, it was impossible. So, there was only one reason. The Sword Washing Manor couldn't do anything to the Dark Shadow clan. The second strongest force in the Sky Dragon area didn't dare to do anything to the Dark Shadow clan. It showed that their foundation was terrifyingly strong. Ying Fu was an incipient God Realm expert hiding behind the Dark Shadow clan. He was much younger than Ying Li. He used to be the monstrous genius of the Dark Shadow clan. He was a famous existence on the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. His nickname was Shadow Bat. He was a bat that could come and go without a trace. He also had a mutated eight-eyed night bat, which was a powerful ancient mutant beast. He had already groomed it to the Type 11 realm. The night bat's 8 night eyes contained a very strange power that could make people feel dizzy and dazzled. It had the power to confuse people and make them lose their consciousness. As Ying Li was asking for help, Ying Fu couldn't get rid of Hu Yu's obstruction. He summoned his level 11 eight-eyed night bat and asked it to help Ying Li. This eight-eyed night bat looked extremely strange and frightening. Its body was as thin as a piece of black paper, and when it flew, it was like a cloud of black fog. Its 8 demonic eyes were extremely frightening, because these 8 eyes were actually blood red. They were not round, but rather diamond-shaped, different from the eyes of any other spiritual beast. Black liquid flowed from its large mouth, as if it was a monster that had been starving for countless years, and was looking for prey to devour. This was an ancient beast with dual attributes of wind and darkness. It had a strange divine ability that was enough to kill opponents of a higher level than it with its sharp claws. It let out a hissing sound and instantly flew over Hu Yu's head. It rushed directly to Ling Xiao's side. Its short claws were filled with an incomparable bloodthirst as it clawed at Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao wanted to take down Ying Li in one go, but the sudden attack gave him a fright. Damn, so many powerful helpers. Ling Xiao cursed. He had no choice but to give up on Ying Li and dodge to the side to avoid the attack of the 8-eyed night bat. Ling Xiao turned around and saw the face of this big guy. He was shocked. He had seen all kinds of holy beasts, but this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying holy beast. Those 8 eyes were too shocking. However, as soon as Ling Xiao saw them, he found a problem. The 8 eyes burst out a strange divine light at the same time. Halos flickered non-stop and attacked Ling Xiao's knowledge sea. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt dizzy and disoriented. The power in his body dissipated uncontrollably. He was no longer in the state of fighting. It was as if he had lost his soul and was at the mercy of others. The 8-eyed night bat screamed and flew towards Ling Xiao again. Its mouth was covered with black liquid, revealing a row of deep fangs. It wanted to swallow Ling Xiao directly into its belly. In the blink of an eye, the 8-eyed night bat appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Ying Li looked from afar and was overjoyed. He knew how terrifying this holy beast was. This time, you should be dead. Ying Li shouted in joy as he healed his wounds. However, in the next moment he was stunned. He saw that when the 8-eyed night bat was about to swallow Ling Xiao, who was supposed to be swallowed, suddenly moved. A beam of light shot towards the 8-eyed night bat. Swoosh, sweet. The beam of light instantly entered the 8-eyed night bat's big mouth, causing it to scream in a strange way. Ling Xiao woke up from his daze and quickly shot out several beams of purple and red light. The heaven flame could burn anything. The heaven flame had evolved to the point where it could threaten the existence of the incipient god realm. In other words, it could threaten the existence of a level 11 holy beast. The 8-eyed night bat was directly burned by the flame into its abdomen. It was immediately burned from the inside, and Ling Xiao added a few more flames on the outside. No matter how strong the 8-eyed night bat's defense was, it couldn't resist the burning of the flame inside its body. When it was caught off guard, it was hit several times on the outside. This time, it was burning with desire. Ying Li's body shivered. He didn't even think about it and immediately turned around to escape. At this time, Ying Fu, who was fighting with Hu Yu, also heard the 8-eyed night bat screams. He immediately saw the miserable state of the 8-eyed night bat, and his anger immediately surged. You damn bastard, I'll kill you! Ying Fu roared in fear. He no longer entangled himself with Hu Yu, and immediately shuttled through space towards the 8-eyed night bat. He wanted to help the 8-eyed night bat extinguish the fire first. In Ying Fu's heart, Ying Li's safety couldn't be compared to his 8-eyed night bat. After all, this 8-eyed night bat was a great help in killing many enemies. However, it was almost impossible for him to extinguish the heavenly fire. After all, he did not have another type of extreme water attribute energy to extinguish it. He could only watch helplessly as the 8-eyed night bat writhed and shrieked as it was incinerated into ashes. Ling Xiao also took advantage of the time when Ying Fu couldn't pay attention to him and took the lead to chase after Ying Li. His speed was much faster than Ying Li's. After all, Ying Li had already consumed a large amount of his divine power. It was almost impossible for him to escape from Ling Xiao's pursuit. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste time with him. After catching up to him, he raised his ice and fire sword and cut his divine power into pieces. Taking advantage of the fact that his divine body hadn't recovered, Ling Xiao's soul power increased by the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop instantly poured into his sea of consciousness. A large amount of soul-locking curse directly attacked his god soul and controlled him in one fell swoop. Chapter 1490. Ying Li was a member of the Dark Shadow clan. They used to be the archenemy of the Soul clan, so they always knew how terrifying the Soul clan was. Especially after Ling Xiao appeared, the Dark Shadow clan became even more worried. Thus, they had to cultivate the Sea of Consciousness defense that they had abandoned for a long time. Only by strengthening the defense of the Sea of Consciousness could they avoid being killed instantly by the soul power attack of the Soul clan. This was a divine defensive technique that the ancestors of the Dark Shadow clan had created in the antiquity time. Although it couldn't completely block the soul power attacks of the soul race, it could buy them some time and reduce the damage they would suffer. It was just that this kind of magical effect could only be achieved when one's divine power was plentiful. Ying Li's god power had been drained by Ling Xiao, so the defense of his Sea of Consciousness couldn't withstand a single blow. Under the brutal attack of Ling Xiao's soul power, Ying Li's weakened god soul was directly tied up, making him unable to struggle. Eventually, he could only be controlled by Ling Xiao. At this time, because of the death of the eight-eyed night bat, Ying Fu was enraged to the extreme. However, he was still terrifyingly calm. He wanted to vent his anger on Ling Xiao. He had to take Ling Xiao's head and take the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. Hu Yu was an Earth attribute warrior. He could stop Ying Fu for a while, but he couldn't catch up with Ying Fu's speed. He could only watch Ying Fu attack Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao was trying his best to control Ying Li, so he didn't have time to care about Ying Fu's sneak attack. Just as Ying Fu's powerful attack was about to land on Ling Xiao's back, Ling Xiao finally managed to lock the soul-locking spell layer by layer. And he had exposed his flaw, so he couldn't avoid Ying Fu's attack. "You killed my eight-eyed night bat, die for me." Ying Fu attacked angrily. Countless wind blades mercilessly attacked Ling Xiao. Rumble! Rumble! Ling Xiao was completely engulfed by such a terrifying force. Ying Fu was a mid-level supreme martial artist, and the power that he unleashed in anger was extremely terrifying. How could any low-level supreme martial artist withstand his attack? Moreover, he didn't stop after one attack, but continued to attack madly, as if he would only be satisfied when Ling Xiao was reduced to dust. Fortunately, Hu Yu caught up in time and stopped Ying Fu from continuing his attack, otherwise he would not have stopped. However, Ying Fu felt that Ling Xiao was dead for sure, so he could deal with Hu Yu with peace of mind. Hu Yu was also a mid-level supreme being like him, but he was faster than Hu Yu. This gave him an absolute advantage. It was almost impossible for Hu Yu to attack him, but he could slowly wear down Hu Yu's defenses, and finally kill him in one fell swoop. And because of Hu Yu's restraint, Ling Xiao finally had a chance to save his life. Ling Xiao's body was comparable to a peak low-level ancient god weapon, but under the full attack of a mid-level supreme martial artist and incipient god realm expert, he couldn't withstand it. His divine body cracked, and his internal organs were destroyed. If it weren't for the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop protecting his head wouldn't have been able to withstand this round of attacks. Once anyone's head was destroyed, they would die, and Ling Xiao was no exception. It could be said that the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop had saved his life again. Ling Xiao maintained a bit of consciousness, and immediately let the injured Ying Li come to his side to protect him. Even if Ying Fu came to attack again, there would be someone to stop him. Ling Xiao's recovery speed was extremely fast, much faster than ordinary low-level supreme beings. After all, he had the ancient Emperor Divine technique, so his divine power could circulate much faster than ordinary people. However, this mid-level supreme being's attack made him feel afraid, and it also made him understand clearly that the gap between him and a mid-level supreme being was really big. Fortunately, I caught two puppets earlier, or else it would be really troublesome. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Indeed, when controlling others, Ling Xiao was at his most defenseless, or else Ying Fu wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Ling Xiao recovered from his injuries, and let Ying Li take a divine pellet to recover his divine power. Then, he began to encircle and kill Ying Fu. If he wanted to kill Ying Fu now, it would be as easy as blowing off dust, because he had two ways to kill Ying Fu. One way was to directly use soul power to attack Ying Fu. Even if he couldn't kill Ying Fu instantly, he could still affect him and let Hu Yu kill him. The other way was to take out the divine Bodhi Bao and shoot Ying Fu to death. After all, the divine Bodhi Bao was a mid-level ancient god artifact, but its divine power was not inferior to any high-level ancient god artifact. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to kill him completely. He wanted to keep Ying Fu by his side, just like how he controlled Ying Li. This was a mid-level supreme being, and to him, he was definitely a powerful puppet guard. Ling Xiao split into two, and raised all his strength to the peak. His real body carried the ice and fire sword, while his divine soul carried the golden dragon spear, and together with Hu Yu, they surrounded Ying Fu. Hu Yu could only defend and not counterattack now that Ying Fu was bombarded by Ying Fu. He was a heavy defensive type, while Ying Fu was a speed type, and with the help of the Shadow Secret technique, Hu Yu was naturally more restricted. With Ling Xiao joining the battle, everything became different. Although his strength was one level lower than theirs, he was absolutely not afraid of fighting them head-on. Moreover, with the increase in the strength of his divine soul doppelganger, he had the power to fight them head-on. Sneak attack this empress, and enjoy the feast this empress has prepared for you. Ling Xiao roared. Both his real body and doppelganger used all their strength to attack Ying Fu together with Hu Yu. Ying Fu was horrified. He had just heavily injured Ling Xiao, and thought that he would die without a doubt. Unexpectedly, there were suddenly two Ling Xiao in front of him, and their battle strength actually made him feel a strong sense of threat. With Hu Yu challenging him head-on, he finally felt a sense of fear. Even if he used a secret technique to hide, he was still found by Ling Xiao, and it was useless. At the same time, Ying Fu also felt Ling Xiao's strong flames, which actually brought him a terrifying threat. If he touched it, it would absolutely be difficult to extinguish it. Ying Fu hesitated for a moment, then immediately made the decision to escape. The situation was stronger than he was. Ling Xiao, you can escape today, but if you don't escape tomorrow, our Dark Shadow clan will not rest until you are dead. Ying Fu left behind these ruthless words, ignoring Ying Li's life and death, directly shaking off the attacks of the three and fleeing at an extreme speed. Ling Xiao didn't expect Ying Fu to be so decisive. By the time he wanted to take out his divine Bodhi Bao and shoot, Ying Fu had already escaped far away. Even his aura had been hidden, and he could no longer sense him. Ling Xiao frowned and sighed, "What a pity." Then he looked back at Ying Li and smiled faintly, "But it's not over yet." As Ling Xiao finished, Ying Li looked at Ling Xiao, nodded, and then dashed in Ying Fu's direction. After Ying Li left, Ling Xiao didn't have time to recover his aura. He had to take the prodigal son away. Because he knew that the Dark Shadow clan was much more intimidating than he had imagined. It wasn't the time to fight the Dark Shadow clan directly. Otherwise, he and the prodigal son would have to die without a place to hide. Because the Dark Shadow clan had contacted an ancestor who had wandered in outer space tens of thousands of years ago. That ancestor was a formidable existence on the Supreme God list. Although he was an incipient God realm expert ranked at the bottom of the Supreme God list, he absolutely had the competence of a high-level Supreme expert. Moreover, it had been so many years. As he could come back from outer space, he must have had a big harvest. His competence must have advanced further. With Ling Xiao's current competence, it was impossible to kill the Dark Shadow clan in one fell swoop. Ling Xiao had never thought that the Dark Shadow clan's foundation would be so formidable. They had concealed themselves so well because they wanted to have a brilliant move to amaze the world and return to the ranks of the strong ancient clans. If he hadn't learned this from Ying Li's memory, he would have made a wrong move, which would have made him stay in Demon Soul City forever. He didn't have any trump cards to compete with existences at this level. What he needed to do now was to evacuate all the descendants of the Soul Clan. Otherwise, once the others found them, they would be in danger of being exterminated. Ling Xiao didn't retrieve Hu Yu. Instead, he brought him back to the Demon Soul territory. In the Demon Soul territory, almost everyone had run away. It was like a dead city without any vitality. Not all of them had run away. Many of them weren't strong enough. They didn't have the guts to run away. Their legs had turned into jelly. Before this, the Dark Shadow clan had sent out many god kings to save the others. They also wanted to kill the two guards on the city wall. However, those King God Realm experts couldn't rescue them. They were dragged into the space slits and disappeared from the heaven territory forever. Killing people without spilling blood was the most terrifying technique. The Dark Shadow clan seemed to recognize that the man in front of them was at the incipient God Realm. They didn't send more people to rescue them. It seemed like they had given up on their fellows hanging on the city wall. Actually, the Dark Shadow clan was waiting for a chance. When Ling Xiao was captured, the two guards in front of them would die. However, before they could come back, Ling Xiao had brought someone else back. Ying Fu and Ying Li did not descend from here. Instead, they flew to another direction before returning to the clan. "Boss, you're back." Just now, another group of reckless fellows came to die. Too bad that not many of them came. I haven't taken action yet. The spoiled brat was excited as he talked to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that the spoiled brat liked to fight. However, it wasn't the time to show off. "Kill them all. Go now," ordered Ling Xiao. As the Dark Shadow clan had suffered such a blow, someone would summon stronger experts to come out of seclusion. At that time, it would be another fierce battle. Shi Yan couldn't let anything unexpected happen. The prodigal could feel Ling Ji's seriousness. He nodded and immediately wiped a handful of flames on the people who were being hung up, sending them to the Western Paradise. Chapter 1491. The Dark Shadow clan lived in a place with good geomancy not far from Demon Soul City. This place was the ancestral land of the Dark Shadow clan, which was pretty close to the Soul clan's ancestral land. It was also the reason why the Dark Shadow clan and the Soul clan had a lot of conflicts. The Dark Shadow clan's territory wasn't smaller than any Super Force's territory. It was even bigger. The warriors of the Dark Shadow clan stayed here to rest. Even if they went out to explore, they wouldn't use their real identities. They were the existences of the hidden forces. They didn't want to expose their identities or their forces. Although they were called the hidden forces, they weren't completely isolated from the world. At least, the Demon Soul clan was their base. They just gathered all of their forces and tried their best to develop and strengthen them. They hoped that one day, they could revive the mighty prestige of the Dark Shadow clan. Today, in the important place of the Dark Shadow clan, there were some incipient God Realm experts gathered, who said that the Dark Shadow clan had only 2 incipient God Realm experts. It was just a cover that the Dark Shadow clan had shown to the public. They hadn't shown their real power yet. After Ying Fu and Ying Li came back, these supreme experts got out of their seclusion. Of course, the chief of the previous generation of the Dark Shadow clan was sitting in the main seat. He was a peak of middle-level Great Realm expert. His cultivation base was definitely one of the best in this place. He angrily shouted, "This is going too far." This little bastard dared to cause trouble in the Demon Soul clan's territory, but he still managed to escape. "Ying Fu, Ying Li, what the hell are you doing?" Ying Fu's face turned livid as he said, "Patriarch, that boy is too strange. Not only does he have helpers around him, but he can also create clones of flesh and blood. His combat strength is extremely terrifying. My 8 eyes was also killed by that boy." Ying Li also said, "Although my god body has recovered, I won't be able to advance any further in a short time." His god body had exploded many times, which would damage his foundation severely. He would also lose a lot of essence blood. On the surface, it looked like nothing had happened. However, there were hidden injuries. If he couldn't adjust his breathing, he would have to stop at this level. This little bastard is just a new great master. How could he have such strong competence and helpers? Is he an elder that Kim people sent to protect him? Said the chief of the Dark Shadow clan indignantly. At this moment, the strongest incipient God Realm expert here said gloomily, "I heard that he's the first supreme alchemist in our territory. It's not strange that he has a protector at this level." He paused for a moment before continuing, "I just want to know why our race has made such a person our enemy. Only by understanding the root cause can we solve this problem. This man's power wasn't less than the old chief of the Dark Shadow clan because he was the great elder of the previous 2 generations. His competence was even stronger than the old chief. After that, the current chief of the Dark Shadow clan reported to the other ancestors. He didn't dare to conceal anything. So, It's because of Xiao Ao that the little bastard has a grudge against our clan? The great elder of the previous 2 generations said discontentedly. It's been a long time. Our clan has lost some elders. Dozens of years have passed, but he hasn't troubled our clan. Perhaps it's a coincidence that In Yonggao's son captured that bastard's disciple and forced his disciple's wife to die. That's why he's so enraged, explained the current chief of the Dark Shadow clan. He didn't want to shoulder all of this trouble on Ingao. Ingao was his youngest son. Everybody here knew that these 2 incidents were related. Anyway, the Dark Shadow clan had offended Ling Xiao first. And now, they were interested in Ling Xiao's dragon and phoenix god hoop. Thus, the other clans had to take action against him. Today, they just added the old and new grudges to settle the score with the Dark Shadow clan. However, they couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. 2 incipient god realm experts had attacked him, but they had to run away. They knew how serious this matter was. After they had analyzed the situation, no matter how the conflict with Ling Xiao had started, they would never let go of Ling Xiao. They decided not to pay any price to deal with Ling Xiao. They sent someone to contact the other ancient clans. Eventually, they dragged the Demon Tiger tribe into this mess because the Demon Tiger tribe used to fight against the Soul clan. They also valued the dragon and phoenix god hoop a lot. Moreover, the Demon Tiger tribe had a deep grudge against the Kim people. While they were discussing these things, they didn't know that Ing Li's eyes had a flash of sharp light. Shortly after, it disappeared. At the same time, Ling Xiao had taken his prodigal son and left Demon Soul City. However, he didn't go to the Soul clan's descendants. Quite the contrary, he went in the opposite direction. Of course, he didn't want the warriors of the Dark Shadow clan to know where he was heading. If the Dark Shadow clan found out the location of the Soul clan's descendants, it would be dangerous. He had to be careful and cautious. He couldn't afford to be careless again. Ling Xiao chose a mountain range to land. After he had opened a cave mansion, he immediately summoned Yun Tian. He had to get him out. His competence was too low. He couldn't endure the power of the parasol fruit. If he didn't channel the excess energy out of his body, he wouldn't be reborn. Instead, he would explode and his soul would scatter. Yun Tian had already recovered his boundless vitality. His clothes had been completely burned by the excess fiery energy. His muscles were extremely red, like a ferocious soldering iron. Surging energy flowed through his veins, as if they were going to burst at any time. Yun Tian clutched the ground with both of his hands. He screamed unceasingly. He looked like he was in so much pain. Yun Tian's eyes were bloodshot. Master, I'm so hot. I can't bear it. Tianer, endure it. Guard your mind. Don't let the demons disturb you. I'm coming to help you. Ling Xiao screamed in fear. His hand grabbed Yun Tian's head. As Ling Xiao shouted, his hand grabbed Yun Tian's head. A suction force was generated, forcefully sucking the excess energy out of Yun Tian's body. With Ling Xiao's intervention, Yun Tian's power was quickly divided, and his condition was immediately suppressed and alleviated. The red color of his entire body slowly faded, and the visible meridians also slowly disappeared under his skin. Ling Xiao could feel Yun Tian's aura stabilizing. He immediately retracted his hand and said, "Tenu, guard your head. Clear all the veins and acupuncture points. Return all the energy to one." It was unknown if Yun Tian heard Ling Xiao's words. He closed his eyes and curled up on the ground. He still entered the final moment of rebirth in a strange way. Ling Xiao retreated to the side and stood silently by Yun Tian's side. He seemed to be lucky. If he hadn't sensed Yun Tian's situation, he wouldn't have known that something had happened to Yun Tian. He thought that he would be able to rebirth naturally by consuming the parasol fruit. However, he'd overlooked the gap in Yun Tian's cultivation. The vast energy he'd absorbed earlier still made him feel that it was enormous. As expected of an exalted grade divine object, Ling Xiao had entered a state as well. He refined the absorbed energy for his own use. He couldn't waste it. The energy of the parasol fruit was rather vast. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to rebirth a person. Yun Tian was only at the half-saint realm. He wouldn't even be able to digest a third of the energy of a divine object of this level. Moreover, he'd already wasted quite a bit of it. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had discovered it in time and taken action. He was able to absorb half of the parasol fruit's energy into his body. This was just pure energy. It wouldn't have the power of nirvana anymore. After all, it had already been filtered by Yun Tian's body. As a low-level supreme incipient God realm expert, Ling Xiao could still feel the enormous energy. It was obvious that it was quite useful to him. The master and disciple both entered a state of cultivation in this cave mansion. They were doing different kinds of strengthening. Several days later, Ling Xiao woke up a step earlier than Yun Tian. His power had actually reached the middle level of low-level supreme incipient God realm. Although it was just a small advancement, the energy it contained was definitely much stronger than before. It was equivalent to many years of ascetic cultivation of a supreme incipient God realm expert. Ling Xiao didn't expect that he would be able to absorb a part of the parasol fruit's energy after saving Yun Tian's life. He was really excited. After all, he had wanted to eat a parasol fruit to increase his power quickly. However, the best way to use the parasol fruit was to bring himself back to life. Only then would it achieve the best magical effect. Therefore, he was also waiting for a chance. If he was really injured and couldn't survive, perhaps he could use this parasol fruit to undergo a nirvana transformation. Now, it seemed like he didn't need to do that anymore. After all, he was very satisfied with his powerful and perfect body. He felt that he didn't need to take the risk of undergoing a nirvana transformation to increase his power. Ling Xiao looked at Yun Tian beside him. He didn't know when he had turned into a fire cocoon. Clusters of powerful energy wrapped around him and helped him undergo the final nirvana transformation. This process was very dangerous. No mistakes were allowed. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted and he would definitely die. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had absorbed the excess energy in Yun Tian's body in advance. Otherwise, forget about forming a cocoon, he would have died here. Ling Xiao thought to himself, Master will definitely not let you grow alone in the future. After going through some storms, you need to see the rainbow to understand more. If it's always a storm, not everyone can endure it. He had made up his mind to bring Yun Tian back to the Dragon Gate and train him well. As for the soul race, he had to make new arrangements. He couldn't let them live with their enemies. If they were impulsive and exposed their identities, everything would be in vain. After all, the descendants of the soul race were too weak. They had to have a strong force to protect them. That was the most suitable method. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, the fire cocoon started to move. Chapter 1492. A fire phoenix seemed to have been reborn from the ashes. It first raised its proud and unyielding head, before its body slowly struggled. After that, it slowly extended its fiery wings, stirring up a vigorous life force and fiery glow. Then, it roared at the sky, causing its newly born body to become even more perfect and robust. The fire cocoon gradually cracked open. Waves of powerful origin energy surged in from all directions, filling the entire cave dwelling. Intense fiery light flickered incessantly. A figure slowly appeared in front of him. Wasn't that Yun Tian, who had been reborn? Ling Zhao's eyes twitched slightly. He realized that Yun Tian's strength had increased greatly, but there was one thing he could not understand. Why did Yun Tian still look like an old man? Could it be that I can't regain my youth? Ling Xiao thought sadly. However, just as Yun Tian slowly stood up, his body underwent another change. His skin began to crack. Is this the final moment? Ling Xiao mumbled with his mouth slightly agape. A layer of Yun Tian's skin fell off. Whether it was his face or his body, the old skin had been removed, revealing a new layer that was as smooth as jade. His appearance had also returned to his youthful and handsome appearance. He no longer looked old and clumsy. The muscles on his body had also become firm and contained a vast amount of power. This was true rebirth. However, there was one thing that Ling Xiao felt was wrong. Yun Tian's hair was still snow-white and had not returned to its original jet black color. How do you feel? Ling Xiao asked probingly. Yun Tian returned to his senses. His face was filled with excitement as he knelt down heavily towards Ling Xiao. Thank you, Master, for saving my life. Yun Tian was indeed very grateful to Ling Xiao. Not only was he the ancestor of their soul race, but he was also his master. Ling Xiao had taught him many things and even brought them back to the ancestral land, allowing him to broaden his horizons and give him a goal to work towards. Now, Ling Xiao had even revived him at the most critical moment and allowed him to obtain even greater power. There was nothing more worthy of his gratitude than this kind of gift. However, he still could not let go of the feelings in his heart. That was the fact that his wife, Liang Huan, had been raped to death. Therefore, his head of white hair was still maintained without any change. This was the cause of his sorrow. It was not something that Nirvana Force could change, but his consciousness did not want to change. This also meant that Yun Tian was destined to be a tragic person in this life. He lived his life alone and did not find any woman. He was known as a love maniac by his descendants. Yun Tian listened to Ling Xiao the most, but Ling Xiao persuaded him to remarry and accept those outstanding women who pursued him bitterly. But on this matter, Yun Tian went against Ling Xiao's wishes. Yun Tian's infatuation and Ling Xiao's flirtatiousness were compared by later generations, and became a legend that no one knew of. All of this was in the future, so let's not mention it for now. When Ling Xiao saw that Yun Tian was fine, he happily helped Yun Tian up and said, I never expected that you would become an adult in the blink of an eye. All of you have suffered all these years. Master has let you down. Ling Xiao spoke with a guilty expression, and he felt extremely terrible for what Yun Tian had encountered. There were some things that even a supreme divine alchemist like him was unable to change. Yun Tian's face twitched lightly and he said, No, this has nothing to do with Master. Could he blame Ling Xiao? If he wanted to blame someone, then he could only blame that scum that coveted his wife's beauty. If he wanted to blame someone, then he could only blame himself for actually being so weak that he was unable to protect his own woman. From this moment onward, Yun Tian started to do everything he could to cultivate and strive to become a protector of his clansmen. He only lived for the sake of his clansmen and his master. Presently, he'd advanced from the half-saint realm to the high rank of the saint realm in one go. He'd skipped 3 ranks in succession, and this speed of advancement could be said to be extremely fast. This was the power of a supreme divine ingredient. Of course, this kind of divine ingredient wasn't something that a mortal could casually consume. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao sucking out most of his energy, his body would have exploded and he would have died. To skip so many ranks in one go, he needed a long period of time to refine and understand how to use these energies. If he wanted to advance again, it wouldn't be so fast. However, this parasol fruit was a supreme divine item after all, and it had already strengthened his body once. It would definitely be greatly beneficial to his future cultivation. Yes. From now on, you and Master can go back and cultivate. You still have quite a few Master's wives, uncles, and even a senior apprentice brother. I'm sure they'll welcome you. Ling Xiao patted Yun Tian's shoulder. Thank you, Master. Yun Tian's eyes revealed gratitude. He knew that his master had finally accepted him wholeheartedly. He'd waited for this day for a long time. Alright, don't think too much about the past. Master has already killed those people for you, and one day, Master and you will kill all the members of the Dark Shadow clan. Ling Xiao said and then said, Let's go back to the clan. I want to move them to another place to live. After Ling Xiao said this, he gave Yun Tian an interspatial ring. There were many things inside, including a few sets of clothes for him to wear for the time being. Yun Tian didn't stand on ceremony with his master. His original one had already been taken by someone else. He took the interspatial ring and immediately dripped blood to recognize it as its master. He put it on and then took out a set of clothes to change into, covering his muscular body. Ling Xiao looked at Yun Tian's appearance and felt that he was even more manly. Especially that snow-white hair and that pair of melancholy eyes, he could absolutely kill any woman in a second. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with his disciple's appearance, but this satisfaction still couldn't dispel the guilt he felt towards Yun Tian. In fact, Ling Xiao couldn't let it go for the time being. It was enough to show that he was a man who valued relationships and righteousness. Leaving the cave mansion, Ling Xiao took Yun Tian to the Soul Clan's residence at full speed. Ling Xiao retrieved his aura. His speed was much slower than usual. It was mainly because he didn't want the Dark Shadow Clan to detect him. 3 days later, Ling Xiao arrived at the place where the Soul Clan lived. His heart was filled with emotions. He looked down at his clansmen living quietly and happily on the ground. He suddenly felt a great comfort as if he was a member of the clan, living together with them. Ling Xiao couldn't tell if he was a member of the Soul Clan or not. He had a heavy soul, but his body had the blood of the Kim people. In that reincarnation dreamland, was he the ancestor of the Soul Clan, Hun Feng, in his previous life? Or was it just a dream? At this moment, it wasn't important. What was important was that Ling Xiao considered them his clansmen, and they considered him their ancestor. He had the obligation to protect them and take revenge for them. He also had the obligation to lead them to become stronger, to restore the prestige of the Soul Clan. Of course, he would never push the soul race to the point of no return. Instead, he wanted them to truly integrate into the human race. At this time, 2 silhouettes dashed out from 2 different directions. These 2 silhouettes came in front of Ling Xiao, kneeling on one knee and saying respectfully, "Greetings, Master." These 2 silhouettes were the protectors that Ling Xiao had arranged to protect the Soul Clan. They were Mo Inyo and Sha Tian. Mo Inyo was the Sinjin of Goguryeo of the profound sky domain. His strength was extraordinary. Sha Tian was no longer under Ling Xiao's control, but he chose to be loyal to Ling Xiao. Now, he had reached the mid-level Divine King realm. In the past, after Sha Tian broke through to the Divine King realm, he took the God King elixir. It wasn't surprising that he became a mid-level Divine King. After so many years, he had grown a lot stronger. It was enough to show that his Tenbin wasn't weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been a formidable opponent of the young demonic emperor. "Get up. It's been hard on you all these years," Ling Xiao said encouragingly. Mo Inyo's face didn't show any emotion. However, Sha Tian's face flickered with excitement. Although he had dutifully protected the Soul Clan's people all these years, he would often go to the Devil Soul Clan to learn some relevant information. He learned that Ling Xiao was now a true alchemy god. He was glad that he chose to follow Ling Xiao even after he broke the mental curse cast by Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would have regretted it today. Ling Xiao had them stay to the side for the time being. He brought Yun Tian into the clan's land. At this time, Yun Tian shouted from the side, "Elders, father, uncles, quickly come and see who has arrived." As his voice fell, many people in the clan's land looked towards Yun Tian. Soon after, a few more powerful auras flew out from some of the houses. The one in the lead was the old patriarch Yun Shifu and the current patriarch Yun Li. The others were all highly respected elders in the clan. They recognized Ling Xiao at a glance and excitedly knelt before Ling Xiao and said in unison, "Welcome back, ancestor." As they knelt, the other clansmen also came back to their senses and knelt down as well. "Welcome back, ancestor." The voice kept echoing in the small village. Ling Xiao was very excited and immediately said, "All of you, get up. There's no need to be so formal." As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, they obediently stood up, their faces brimming with excitement and joy. Decades ago, if it wasn't for their ancestor appearing and saving them from that narrow space, they still wouldn't have known that they were from the ancient race of the Heaven Realm. They also wouldn't have known that their Soul Clan had such a deep blood feud to take revenge. In addition, after they came to live here, not only did their strength increase, but they also obtained a longer lifespan. They could also reproduce with other humans, allowing their Soul Clan to regain their vitality in shame. In the past, they married intimately, causing the abilities of their descendants to become weaker and weaker. All of this was thanks to their ancestor. They were most loyal to Ling Xiao and worshipped him with the most sincerity. They wouldn't have any mishaps. All of this was thanks to Ling Xiao's great fortune of obtaining the soul-controlling art and the recognition of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. Chapter 1493. Ling Xiao's return to the soul race caused everyone in the soul race to celebrate. Ling Xiao was greatly gratified, and he also conducted a review of all of them. He discovered that the most outstanding person was his disciple, Yun Tian, who was a high-level sage. If it was before he underwent nirvana, then the strongest would be the old patriarch, Yun Shifu, and the current patriarch, Yun Li. They were both peak mid-level sages. There were also a few elders who had reached sages. This was currently the top strength of the soul race and the result of their decades of cultivation. Of course, they were able to reach this stage so quickly because of the many spirit herbs and holy items that Ling Xiao had left behind. However, in the heaven domain, this bit of strength was really the lowest level of people. Ling Xiao was even more determined to move them to a new place and get people to teach them well. He also provided them with more resources to speed up their growth. He suddenly thought that with his current reputation, he could already accept more disciples in Dragon Gate. There were many divine king elders under his peak, and there were also his direct descendants. It was not impossible to get them to accept a group of higher-level Tenbin disciples from the soul race. That way, the soul race and Dragon Gate could be accommodated together. While strengthening the strength of Dragon Gate, it would also allow the soul race to quickly increase their strength. It was definitely the best of both worlds. However, this matter concerned the two ancient clans. Besides informing the soul race, Ling Xiao also had to communicate with the Kim people and the founding elders. This was to prevent the soul race from growing in the future and a conflict between the two ancient clans. That would be troublesome. Furthermore, the soul race was a race that had once been exterminated. They had many enemies in the heaven domain. He did not know if the Kim people would be willing to accept them. Ling Xiao temporarily put these thoughts aside and interacted with the soul race for a few days. A few days later, he gathered the elders of the soul race and told them about his plan to migrate the soul race again. After all, with what happened to Yun Tian, Ling Xiao did not want them to repeat the same mistake. These people were practically obedient to Ling Xiao's words. After learning of Yun Tian's misfortune, they agreed to Ling Xiao's suggestion without even thinking about it. At the same time, their hatred for the Dark Shadow Clan had deepened. They swore that they would destroy the Dark Shadow Clan in the future. Of course, leaving this time did not mean that he would never return. After all, this was the ancestral land of the soul race, and it would become their ancestral land in the future. When they could do as they pleased in the heavenly region, it would be time for their Hun clan to return to this place and take root. Ling Xiao possessed the obsidian divine cauldron, so it was not difficult for him to bring all of them away. Of course, Ling Xiao would also give them enough time to deal with the current situation. He would also leave some people to wait for the others to return. At that time, Mo Inyo and Sha Tian would escort them to the Dragon Gate. When Ling Xiao returned to the Dragon Gate, he went to a place not far from the Demon Soul clan to wait for a man. That man was Ying Li, whom Ling Xiao had controlled. Ling Xiao didn't want to take Ying Li away. He wanted him to stay in the Dark Shadow clan and work as a mole. At the same time, he asked him to do something to break the unity of the Dark Shadow clan. It was also a big preparation for the Soul clan to take revenge in the future. The new geniuses of the Dark Shadow clan were destined to disappear or die under the influence of the shadow power. The Dark Shadow clansmen had fallen into a panic. After warning Ying Li about this matter, Ling Xiao once again set out, rushing back to the Heavenly Dragon sect at full speed. After he got back, besides solving the problem of the Soul clan, it was time to deal with the Winged Man clan and the other clans. Although his competence was limited, he would never retreat. He swore that he would fight the Winged Man clan to the end to take revenge for his great-grandfather. This time, Ling Xiao went directly to the outer domain and rushed in the direction of the Heavenly Dragon sect. From the edge of outer space, he could use all of his power to get back to the Dragon Gate faster. He didn't need to worry that someone would find his whereabouts. Relatively speaking, it was much safer. Shi Yan knew from Ying Li that the Dark Shadow clan had gathered some incipient God Realm experts and a high-level expert. As long as Ling Xiao dared to show up, they would kill him immediately. At the same time, they had contacted the other ancient clans to spread the news that he had the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. He believed that countless people would covet a top-notch artifact like the Divine Dragon Phoenix Hoop. At that time, not only would his enemies from the Soul race be involved, but even unrelated members of the ancient race would gang up on him. Although he had reached a realm that people couldn't reach, he didn't feel safe at all. It was because the enemies he had provoked were too strong. He didn't know when he would think that no one in this world could threaten him. Of course, at that time, he would be an invincible existence in this world. Ling Xiao knew that he still had a long way to go before he could reach that realm. He didn't dare to hope that he could reach the sky in one step. Indeed, the time to return to the Dragon Gate from outer space was shortened. It only took him half a month to get back to the Dragon Gate. After Ling Xiao landed in the Dragon Gate's territory, he didn't hurry to return to the Dragon Gate. He checked the cities and towns around the Dragon Gate. He wanted to find a place to settle the Soul Clan's warriors and give them shelter here. This place couldn't be too far from Sky Dragon City or a good place. They were still weak. They should slowly grow stronger. He couldn't let them develop the habit of being arrogant. With his current status, it was easy for him to settle some people. No one would have any objection. After circling around, Ling Xiao landed in a newly opened place on the outskirts of the Heavenly Dragon City. There were many newly built buildings here that had not been built for many years. This place was close to Sky Dragon City. It only took around half a day to get to the city on foot. Moreover, apparently, this place was built by the Dragon Gate. The highest building had the symbol of the Dragon Gate. It was to prevent people who didn't know how to open their eyes and disturb the people here. Ling Xiao landed here because he knew that this was the place where his family members and some others were settled. Back then, Ling Xiao's status in the Dragon Gate wasn't low. However, he couldn't just shove everyone into the Dragon Gate. Otherwise, it would be a mess. When Ling Xiao landed here, several auras surged. Then, several people appeared in front of Ling Xiao. "Greetings, Lord Medicine God." After seeing Ling Xiao's appearance, these people immediately knelt on one knee and said respectfully. Among these people were the elders that Ling Gang had arranged to protect Ling Xiao's family members. "And it's been hard on you. You can all disperse. I'll walk by myself." Ling Xiao softly responded. The few of them bowed their bodies and immediately disappeared into the surroundings. At this time, the people nearby had already recognized Ling Xiao. One by one, they gathered to greet Ling Xiao warmly. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't put on airs. He calmly chatted with them, and his attitude was even a little humble. Although these people weren't very strong, some of them had much higher seniority than him. He couldn't ignore this greeting. "Xiao, you're here." At this time, Ling Yuan rushed over from afar and greeted him. Ling Xiao immediately went to greet him. "Uncle." Ling Yuan was now only a mid-level saint, but he was Ling Xiao's uncle. He didn't dare to neglect him. In fact, Ling Yuan could have followed him into the Dragon Gate or the Kim people to cultivate. His Kim people's bloodline was also activated. His potential wouldn't be too low. It wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the Holy Emperor realm or the Divine King realm. However, he couldn't abandon his family members. He was willing to stay here to cultivate and take care of them. It had to be said that Ling Yuan was a person who cared about the overall situation and wasn't too selfish. I thought you'd forgotten about us. You still remembered to visit us. Not bad, not bad." Ling Yuan wouldn't be too strict with Ling Xiao because of his status. He knew Ling Xiao's character. "How could that be?" "It's mainly because I have too many things to do," Ling Xiao replied. Then he said, "Right, where's third uncle?" Ling Yuan smiled bitterly. "That kid changed after coming to the Heaven region. I don't know where he's gone to train now." Ling Xiao's third uncle was Ling Tao. When he activated his bloodline in the clan, he didn't have enough concentration, so he was excluded from the direct line of descent. Ling Tao suffered a heavy blow. From then on, he swore that he would continue to become stronger. Even if he wasn't a direct line of descent from the Kim people, he would still become a divine king and become famous in the Sky Dragon region. From then on, Ling Tao became much more taciturn. He spent most of his time cultivating and often went out to train to increase his combat strength. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had given his third uncle a lot of cultivation resources, which was enough for him to consume. Therefore, it wasn't a problem for him to become stronger. The key was whether he could amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. However, he found out from his first uncle that Ling Tao's strength had already surpassed his first uncle's and had reached the cultivation of a high-level saint. When Ling Xiao found out about this, he was also greatly gratified. His third uncle's Tenbin cultivation was originally a level lower than his father and his first uncle's. Fortunately, he had given him the Holy Spring Divine Liquid to transform his body, allowing him to have the ability to break through to a higher level. After that, Ling Xiao received the people from the Dongfang family and the Purple Sky sect who had followed him to the heaven region. Seeing that they had already adapted to life here and that their strength had greatly increased, he felt very gratified. At the same time, Ling Xiao had the few protector elders come out and have them open up a neighboring area. He had people immediately arrange for a new batch of buildings to be built. He planned to arrange for the people of the soul race to live here as well. In this way, he could let these people who were closest to him live together. In the future, they would be able to take care of each other, and he wouldn't need to worry about the danger of their clan being exterminated. Chapter 1494. The news of Ling Xiao's return to Heavenly Dragon City was naturally spread to the Dragon Gate in the first instance. However, they knew that Ling Xiao was nearby, so they didn't want to disturb him. At this moment, no one could order Ling Xiao, the #1 supreme alchemy god in the Heavenly Dragon region. On the contrary, if they really wanted to find Ling Xiao, they would definitely use a respectful tone to invite him. Ling Xiao ordered a large-scale construction of a new place, so no one dared to be negligent. The elders in the sect knew about it and sent out many people to help build the place in the shortest time possible. Once again, Ling Xiao returned to the peak of the mountain within the sect. This time, Ling Xiao's return was to officially announce Yun Tian's identity so that he could obtain the best development in the Dragon Gate so that he could become stronger as soon as possible. Yun Tian was very touched by everything Ling Xiao had done for him. He was very respectful to the master's wives and martial uncles that Ling Xiao introduced to him. However, Ling Xiao could feel that the previously cheerful and lively Yun Tian had become reserved and always had a sad expression. It seemed like the wound in his heart couldn't be easily healed. Thus, Ling Xiao intentionally asked his woman to arrange for a few outstanding female disciples to get to know Yun Tian, hoping that Yun Tian could divert his attention and recover his temperament as soon as possible. However, Ling Xiao's arrangement was useless. Thus, other than diligently cultivating and occasionally returning to his clan, Yun Tian didn't care about anything else. Ling Xiao completely put down everything and summoned his eldest disciple Xen Li, second daughter Ling Ying, third son Ling Yu, granddaughter Ling Yu, grandson Ling Zai, and Yun Tian. He was prepared to give them pointers on the divine techniques as well as teaching them various fighting techniques. He also passed on his many cultivation insights so that they wouldn't have to take many detours in the future. Ling Xiao even taught them the Imperial Dragon Annihilating the Heavens method that he created. However, it was only for their elemental attributes and the techniques were different. For example, Xen Li cultivated the wood attribute, so Ling Xiao taught him the devouring dragon swallowing moon. Ling Ying and Ling Yu cultivated the metal attribute, so they were taught the Imperial Dragon Brilliance. As for Ling Yu and Ling Zai, they inherited Ling Xiao's 5 elemental physique and had always been cultivating the supreme technique. They were taught the first 5 moves of the Imperial Dragon Annihilating the Heavens Dragon. The last 2 moves were still something they couldn't comprehend at the moment. Yun Tian cultivated the fire attribute, so he taught him the 9 sun burning heaven art and the burning sun move. Ling Xiao also gave them pointers on their respective cultivation methods, and strictly requested that they pay attention to cultivating their bodies while cultivating, so that they wouldn't go astray. In this half a year, the 6 of them had gained a lot and found their own cultivation goals and direction. It could be said that Ling Xiao had the greatest influence on them in this half a year. He also laid the foundation for them to be famous in the heaven domain in the future. Half a year later, Ling Xiao finally arranged for the Hun clan to the outskirts of Heavenly Dragon City and gave them a new residence. At the same time, Ling Xiao gathered Yun Shifu, Yun Li, and the others and introduced them to Ling Yuan and a few elders of the Ling family. He told them to coexist peacefully and restrain their own clansmen. He told them not to easily cause trouble and that they should support each other and cultivate diligently so that they could stand firm in the heaven domain in the future. When they no longer needed the protection of the Dragon Gate, they would be able to live in peace in the heaven domain. At the same time, Ling Xiao also selected a dozen good youths or young people from the younger generation of the soul race to come to Tenbin and learn from him. Ling Xiao did not ask them to worship under the God Kings. Instead, he asked them to worship under Yunfeng, Cruel Leopard, Lone Eagle, and the others as disciples. They were the people that Ling Xiao trusted the most. In the future, they would definitely be nurtured by him to become the God Kings. Ling Xiao was more at ease to entrust the younger generation of the soul race to them. He also did not plan to report this matter to the clan to avoid arousing their suspicions. Ling Xiao also warned the younger generation of the soul race that unless it was a matter of life and death, they could not easily use their mental power to attack others. They were also not allowed to become enemies with the Dragon Gate and the Kim people. Otherwise, once he found out, he would personally kill them. Each member of the Soul clan worshipped Ling Xiao as if he was their god. They all listened to his words. Of course, they would not go against his will. Ling Xiao wanted to see the growth of the Soul clan first. If a few outstanding characters appeared in the future, they could restore the prestige of the Soul clan. Then he would separate them from the Heavenly Dragon sect. After destroying the Dark Shadow clan, he would rebuild the powerful Soul clan. At that time, the alliance between the Soul clan and the Kim people was enough to shake all the forces in the heaven domain. Thinking about this, Ling Xiao was more determined to arrange the members of the Soul clan to join the Dragon Gate. In the future, when his prestige in the clan was even higher, he would be able to promote the friendship between the two clans. Anyway, the difference between the Soul clan and the Kim people was too big. Moreover, the Soul clan was the taboo in the heaven domain. They needed more time to adjust. When Ling Xiao returned to the clan, he asked about the situation of the incipient God realm experts in the clan. He wanted to know if they had used his supreme God pellets to advance further. He wanted to know when the clan would decide to attack the Winged Man clan. He had to participate in this battle. Unfortunately, when Ling Xiao returned this time, Chief Ling Bo and Great Elder Ling Qiu were cultivating in seclusion. They wanted to use his supreme God pellets to break through to the next level. Since they weren't here, the others in the clan couldn't make decisions on their own. Ling Xiao couldn't stand it anymore. He had to go to the Golden Dragon's lair to find a level 11 divine dragon to ride. From now on, each step he took would be extremely dangerous. He couldn't lower his guard. With a level 11 divine dragon, he would feel much safer. Anyway, besides the intimidating fighting competence, a divine dragon could summon thousands of beasts. It could attract helpers and intimidate many people. However, as soon as he was about to go there, he was delayed by something. Ling Feiwu came to him from the outer gate and told him that Dragon Gate had recruited many King God Realm and half-incipient God Realm experts to join them. There were even 2 incipient God Realm experts. These people came here because of Ling Xiao's prestige. They all hope to see Ling Xiao. Otherwise, they will not be able to rest easy. They are afraid that sooner or later they will leave their Heavenly Dragon sect. Ling Feiwu was the gate master. Of course, he hoped that he could keep these new forces. If they could pledge their loyalty to Dragon Gate, it would be the best thing. Regarding this matter, Ling Xiao could not delay it no matter what. He also felt that he should contribute to the Heavenly Dragon sect. If these people were willing to join, they would also be inclined towards him. He had no choice but to go out and meet them, to give them some peace of mind. If they hadn't reached half-incipient God Realm, of course, they weren't qualified for Ling Xiao to meet them. Also, they weren't qualified to negotiate with Dragon Gate with harsh conditions. Anyway, Dragon Gate was the strongest force in the Sky Dragon territory. Many people wanted to join them. Moreover, with the addition of the Supreme Alchemist, their prestige had risen to another level. These people had to go through layers of selection before they could be retained and put in important positions. Otherwise, if spies from other forces sneaked in, they would be in big trouble in the future. However, among the King God Realm experts who couldn't meet them, there was one who strongly requested to meet Ling Xiao. That man even told Ling Feiwu that Ling Xiao would meet him because he was one of the Senjin of Goguryeo. The Senjin of Goguryeo had a lot of potential. According to his qualifications, it was possible for Ling Xiao to meet him. However, Ling Feiwu couldn't see which character was on the Senjin of Goguryeo list. Moreover, he could feel that this person didn't have much vitality left. His aura was also quite unstable. He always felt that something was wrong. When Ling Feiwu wanted to expel him from Dragon Gate, that person revealed his identity. It turned out that this person was Ding Gudu, who was competing with him for the Senjin of Goguryeo list. In the previous competition for the Senjin of Goguryeo, Ding Gudu was a dark horse. He used the power of a high-level king god and rode a heavenly tiger at the peak of level 10. He directly defeated the strong and seized the title of the Senjin of Goguryeo. From then on, his name shook the entire Sky Dragon territory. However, his current appearance was so different from dozens of years ago that Ling Feiwu couldn't recognize him, because he had changed from a young man to a middle-aged man. His body was hunched, and he didn't have the demeanor of a Senjin of Goguryeo anymore. It was no wonder that Ling Feiwu couldn't recognize him. After confirming Ding Gudu's identity, Ling Feiwu sighed inwardly. He felt that Ding Gudu had encountered a big trouble. Ling Feiwu didn't hesitate. He went to report to Ling Xiao to see if Ling Xiao wanted to meet Ding Gudu. When Ling Xiao heard that Ding Gudu had come to join him, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. However, he knew Ding Gudu's arrogance and he also knew that he had a bright future. Thus, he decided to give him a chance to join him. However, before that, Ling Xiao had to deal with the dozen people in front of him first. Then, he would meet Ding Gudu alone. Among the dozen people in front of him, only 2 had the power of a great master. One was a low-level great master at Incipient God Realm, and the other was a mid-level great master at Incipient God Realm. They were called Yang Hai and Pang Tonga. Both of them were independent cultivators. The former used to be the famous king of mercenaries, but he hadn't been involved in worldly affairs for many years. However, he had been stuck at the peak of low level for many years and couldn't break through again. Thus, he had to come to Ling Xiao in hopes of obtaining the supreme god pellets. The latter didn't ask to follow Ling Xiao. He hoped that Ling Xiao could provide him with the divine materials so that Ling Xiao could refine the supreme god pellets for him. The other half incipient god realm experts naturally wanted to join Dragon Gate. Of course, they didn't have the divine materials for Ling Xiao to refine the supreme god pellets for them. Thus, they could only risk their lives to exchange for it. If Ling Xiao wanted them to believe that he had the ability of the supreme god alchemy, it was simple. He just needed to release the aura of a supreme god. It wasn't important whether they believed that he was the supreme god alchemy or not. If they believed him, they could stay. If they didn't, they could leave. It was that simple. After all, with his current status, he didn't need to beg others to follow him. Naturally, there would be people who were willing to follow him. After comforting them, Ling Xiao asked Ling Feiwu to take the half-incipient god realm experts away. Then, he discussed the conditions with Yang Hai and Pang Tonga. Chapter 1495. Yang Hai wasn't arrogant in front of Ling Xiao. Quite the contrary, he was like a humble servant. He didn't have the aura of a supreme incipient god realm expert. Ling Xiao suspected that Yang Hai used to be a servant. If Yang Hai could hear Ling Xiao's thoughts, he would praise Ling Xiao for being a wise man. It was true that he used to be a servant. He came from a small place and he was from a powerful family. At that time, he had 10 bin. However, because of his poor background and ugly appearance, he didn't have a chance to cultivate. He missed the best time of his youth. When he was young, he accidentally got a spatial ring from a person who was chased to death. There were many good things in that ring. That was how he stepped on the path of cultivation. His tenbin was outstanding. He could catch up to the average warriors. Later on, he joined many small and medium-sized forces. He learned many skills from different people. However, he didn't know if his character was too bad. He was never put in an important position. He was forced to become a freelance mercenary and cultivate on his own. After becoming a mercenary, he was like a fish in water. Because of his servant's personality, anyone could order him around, which made him very popular among the mercenaries. During this period, Yang Hai received guidance from his captain at that time. His power started to increase by leaps and bounds. Later on, he had a fortuitous encounter that helped him reach his current cultivation base. However, he had used up all of his potential to reach this step. Without any heaven-defying opportunities, he couldn't take another step forward. For many years he had been traveling in outer space, trying to take another step forward but to no avail. Thus, he had to rely on Ling Xiao. He hoped to take another step forward. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any extravagant hopes in this life. As for Pang Tongga, he was much more arrogant. When he saw Ling Xiao, he clasped his hands to greet Ling Xiao. Then, he immediately closed his eyes to rest. It seemed like he was waiting for Ling Xiao to talk to him. He was a little arrogant. Pang Tongga had the power of a middle-tier incipient god realm expert. His origin wasn't clear. He came here to ask for pellets. Ling Feiwu couldn't reject him on behalf of Ling Xiao. He felt that even if he couldn't rope Pang Tongga in, it was worth it for him to be on good terms with Dragon Gate. After all the half-incipient god realm experts had left, Ling Xiao talked with Yang Hai for a while. He found that although Yang Hai appeared to be very respectful and humble, he could faintly sense that Yang Hai was not as simple as he seemed. This kind of person's appearance was very confusing, but in fact, he was very scheming. If he wanted to put him in an important position, he really had to think carefully. On the other hand, with Pang Tongga's self-righteous personality, it was easy for him to show his thoughts on his face. It was much easier to control him. However, he was the one taking the initiative now, not the other way around. There was no need for him to immediately agree to their request. Perhaps it would be better to leave them hanging first. Elder Pang, I believe you know my rules. 3 sets of materials for 1 supreme god pellet. Have you prepared enough? Ling Xiao looked at Pang Tongga and asked. Any supreme god alchemist who refined pills for others could not have less than 3 sets of supreme divine materials. One reason was their success rate, and the other was that they had to take the leftovers as remuneration. Ling Xiao would not be soft-hearted towards these outsiders. He would set the rules as they should, and they could not break them. Pang Tongga finally opened his eyes and said, Alchemist Ling, if I had 3 sets of divine materials, I wouldn't have personally come to disturb you. I would have directly passed it to your sect leader. Pang Tongga's words were very loud and clear, and his aura was very imposing. He did not seem to feel embarrassed because he did not have enough materials. Ling Xiao said indifferently, this rule cannot be broken. If you do not have 3 sets of divine materials, then forgive me for being powerless. Pang Tongga did not refute. Instead, he took out a divine item and said, if Alchemist Ling is willing to refine a supreme god pellet for me, then this fire lotus divine core will belong to you. A heart-shaped fire lotus formed from 24 petals illuminated the entire place with a bright red light. Balls of fiery energy were emitted, causing the temperature in the hall to rise several times. The fire lotus divine core was an intermediate level 11 divine item. It was an extreme yang divine item that would only appear in that kind of flaming space. It was an item that all fire attribute martial artists would go crazy for. It was comparable to the heavenly fire bead, but it had a different magical effect. Other than increasing cultivation, it could also allow any fire attribute martial artist to condense the fire lotus heart. Once the fire lotus heart was condensed, their cultivation speed would be several times faster than ordinary people, or even dozens of times faster. It could even compete with the fire god body. At the same time, for those fire attribute half-incipient god realm experts, it could also help them break through to the incipient god realm. Pang Tongga knew that Ling Xiao was a fire attribute supreme being, so he would definitely covet this rare fire lotus divine core. Therefore, this was the reason why he didn't come here to ask Ling Xiao to refine the sovereign god pellets for him without 3 sets of divine materials. When Ling Xiao saw this fire lotus divine core, his eyes slightly twitched. He had not encountered this kind of divine item in the nirvana space, but Pang Tongga had obtained it. This was a great opportunity. Unfortunately, Pang Tongga was not a fire attribute supreme being. Otherwise, he would not have taken out this fire lotus divine core. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, this fire lotus divine core is indeed not bad. Pang Tongga thought that he had succeeded and immediately revealed a proud smile. However, Ling Xiao's next sentence froze his smile. It's just that it is not enough to be compared to a supreme god pellet. What do you think? Ling Xiao asked back. The Fire Lotus Divine Core was indeed not bad, but its value could not be compared to a Supreme God Pellet. It was also not enough for Ling Xiao to refine a Supreme God Pellet for him. Unless he could take out a top Supreme God Pellet, this might be possible. After all, the Wutong fruit that Ling Xiao had was not any worse than this Fire Lotus Divine Core. Pang Tongga thought that Ling Xiao was a new Supreme Being at the incipient God realm, so he would definitely like this kind of divine item of the same origin. However, he actually rejected it. This made him anxious. Honestly speaking, the Supreme God Pellet that he wanted this time was not for his own use, but for his wife. With his help, his wife had advanced to the half-incipient God realm and could not advance any further. Out of concern for his wife, this time, he came to make sure that Ling Xiao could refine a Supreme God Pellet for him. But now, Ling Xiao was not tempted by this Fire Lotus Divine Core. What should he do? Alchemist Ling, this Fire Lotus Divine Core is rare in 100,000 years. Even in the outer space, it is not easy to find it. It can reduce your cultivation efforts by 10,000 years. Pang Tongga hurriedly explained to Ling Xiao. However, before he could finish, Ling Xiao waved his hand and interrupted him. Old Pang, you don't need to say more. It is indeed rare, but do you think that I lack a Supreme God Pellet of fire to cultivate? After a pause, he continued, you should find me after you have gathered 3 Supreme God Pellets. At this time, Yang Hai also said, that's right, Old Pang, Alchemist Lord's rules can't be broken. Anyway, with your strength, if you work hard, you should be able to gather them. Then, he said to Ling Xiao, Alchemist Lord, from now on, I will stay by your side and work hard. If you feel that I am loyal, you can reward me with a Supreme God Pellet. I will definitely die. Yang Hai is quite adaptable to the situation. He knows how to take advantage of every opportunity. He is really very opportunistic. It was very easy to gain the favor of others by doing this. However, although Ling Xiao seemed to be kind, he did not think much of it in his heart. If he really wanted to put Yang Hai in an important position, it would depend on his performance in the future. Pang Tongga did not know what to say. He immediately stood up and said with an ugly expression, Then what do you want me to do in order for you to agree to refine a Supreme God Pellet for me? In fact, Pang Tongga wanted to leave right now, but thinking of his wife's instructions, he had no choice but to change his position and ask. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, there are some rules that are not easy to break. Otherwise, everyone would come to me to refine a Supreme God Pellet. I don't have that many divine materials, and you should also know that it is very easy to make mistakes in refining pills. Without enough materials, I can't do anything. After pausing for a moment, he said to Yang Hai, Elder Yang, since you are sincere, then stay. However, it will depend on your performance in the future. At the same time, you must provide me with the Supreme God Pellet you have. I can't guarantee that I will refine it for you in a short period of time, but as long as you are willing to follow me, I will not mistreat my own people. Ling Zhao's last sentence was very interesting. Firstly, it was to beat Yang Hai up and let him know that he, Ling Xiao, was not so easy to fool. Secondly, it was to let Pang Tongga understand that if he did not have enough materials, he could actually use his body as compensation. As long as he was willing to follow him, he could also refine a Supreme God Pellet for him. This depended on whether Pang Tongga could understand his meaning. Yang Hai's heart slightly tightened. He saw that Ling Xiao was so young, but he was not someone who could be easily fooled. Ling Xiao let the two of them leave first. Whether they would stay or not would depend on their own choice. He would not force them. It had to be said that although Ling Xiao was young, he was extremely experienced in handling matters. He was not someone that others could casually bully. Ding Gudu was brought in by an attendant. At first glance, Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. He definitely did not dare to believe that the person in front of him was one of the high-spirited Senjin of Goguryeo that he had seen before. Back then, he only looked like he was in the prime of his life, but now he looked like a middle-aged man. The consumption of his life force was too great. Are you really Brother Ding? Ling Xiao could not help but ask. Previously, because Yun Tian's Dan Tian was destroyed, he rapidly aged. Ding Gudu's strength was still there, but in just a few decades he had become like this. It truly shocked him. Although Ding Gudu looked old, his pride was still there. He only bowed slightly to Ling Xiao and said, "Lord Alchemist God, I need Supreme God pellets. If you can provide them for me, I am willing to follow you forever, even if I die 10,000 times." After he finished speaking, he straightened his hunched body and looked at Ling Xiao with an indifferent expression, quietly waiting for an answer. Chapter 1496. It was the third time that Ling Xiao had met Ding Gudu. The first time was during the competition of the Senjin of Goguryeo list. The second time was on the way to the Tianyuan region, where he had met Ding Gudu and the Senjin of Goguryeo of the Tao family. At that time, Ling Xiao had helped him. This was the third time. When he met Ding Gudu for the second time, Ling Xiao had sensed that the divine technique that Ding Gudu had cultivated was strange. Seeing him again today had confirmed his speculation at that time. Ding Gudu understood his own situation. If he couldn't use the last bit of vitality to break through to the incipient God realm, the evil divine technique that he had cultivated would backfire. His cultivation base would regress, and his vitality would decrease until he died. Over the years, he had visited many ancient god mountains to find the divine materials that could change his current situation. However, not a single one of them could suppress it, and the situation continued to worsen. He had the aura of a peak god king because he had been holding his breath. In fact, he had fallen back to the high-level god king realm. It wouldn't be long before he fell to the middle-level god king realm. If this continued, it was impossible for him not to die. But he had never regretted choosing to cultivate this evil technique because he wanted to take revenge for his father. Originally, he had gotten his revenge, and he had nothing to worry about. He had accepted his fate and wanted to find a quiet place to wait for his death. However, not long ago, he accidentally heard that Ling Xiao had suddenly become the supreme god of medicine. His mind was moved. Although Ding Gudu had been proud and aloof all his life, it was also because of the misfortune of his youth. He had let go of the hatred in his heart, but it didn't mean that he really wanted to die. If there was a chance to survive in front of him, presumably, anyone would seize this opportunity at all costs. And there was another reason why Ding Gudu had come to Ling Xiao to propose this condition. That was because Ling Xiao had helped him kill the enemy who killed his father. Therefore, he wanted to take this opportunity to repay Ling Xiao's kindness. Of course, if Ling Xiao didn't refine the supreme god pellets for him, he wouldn't be able to repay him even if he wanted to. Ling Xiao felt that Ding Gudu and Yuan Zhantian were the same kind of people. They both had incomparably arrogant personalities and were similarly unsociable. However, they had their own differences. Ding Gudu had been injured since he was a child and had an attitude of distrust towards others. It could be said that he was autistic and didn't like to communicate with others. Yuan Zhantian, because he had received the inheritance of the sacred battle ape and had signs of becoming a beast. Therefore, he had an innate rejection towards humans. However, both of them were extraordinary people in Tianbin, and they had their own fortuitous encounters. Ling Xiao also liked Ding Gudu's straightforward way of speaking. He felt that once this kind of person declared his allegiance, it was complete loyalty, and there would never be any second thoughts of betrayal. If the Sovereign Dan can help you get out of this situation, I'll give it to you immediately. Ling Xiao said without hesitation. It was easy to raise an army of 1,000, but difficult to find a good general. A peerless loner like Ding Gudu had always been focused on martial arts. His future achievements would definitely not be inferior to Ling Xiao's. How could Ling Xiao miss such a follower? Ding Gudu was stumped by Ling Xiao's question. Actually, he did not know if this Supreme Dan could save his life. After all, this evil technique was too strange. Although it could quickly increase one's strength, it could also quickly regress one's strength. What if he still couldn't get rid of this entanglement after taking the supreme divine pill? If you trust me, tell me your problem. Maybe I can solve it in other ways, Ling Xiao said tentatively. He also wanted to know what kind of strange evil technique Ding Gudu had to have such a fatal flaw. Ding Gudu hesitated for a moment, but still roughly explained his situation to Ling Xiao. The evil technique he was cultivating was called Dead Calamity Divine Technique. It was a remnant of an ancient divine technique. Cultivating this divine technique could allow a person to advance at a speed that was not inferior to any god body, or even faster. But every time he advanced, he had to go through a death-like tribulation. If he could not overcome this tribulation, his soul could scatter at any time. Now, he had cultivated this divine technique to the extreme, but he did not have the mnemonic for breaking through to the incipient god realm. So he could only be stuck at the peak of god-king realm. If he could not break through in the stipulated time, then his strength would start to rapidly regress until all his strength was used up and he died. The last problem was the incomplete mnemonic. If he could not solve it, then there was no need to say anything. After Ling Xiao heard it, he was also shocked. He had never thought that there was such a strange, evil technique in this world. Ling Xiao felt that when this deathly calamity divine art was created, that person didn't even have the chance to complete the last key incantation before dying. In fact, Ding Gudu also had the same guess as Ling Xiao. But this was no longer important. What was important was that he could not find the rest of the mnemonic, and he could not create it by himself. This depended on whether there was another way to solve his problem. Originally, he thought that as long as he had the Supreme God Palette, he might be able to fight. But after hearing Ling Xiao's words, he felt that if he took the Supreme God Palette but could not change the current situation, wouldn't it be a waste of Ling Xiao's good intentions? Perhaps it is as Lord Medicine God said, "I am already hopeless. I have disturbed you." Ding Gudu cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and said. Unexpectedly, he turned around and was about to leave. Ling Xiao hurriedly stopped Ding Gudu and said, "Brother Ding, don't be anxious. No matter what method you have, you should try it. How can you give up?" Then, a green crystal fruit appeared in his hand. This was the immortal fruit. Ding Gudu could feel the extraordinariness of Ling Xiao's fruit. In his heart, there was a faint sense of anticipation. "Let's find a place to try it and we will know." Ling Xiao said to Ding Gudu. This was the immortal fruit. Anyone who ate it would have the miraculous effect of immortality. It was just that he did not know if Ding Gudu could suppress the miraculous effect of the immortal fruit after cultivating the death calamity divine technique. Of course, Ling Xiao also planned to take out the immortal divine juice. With two kinds of immortal divine effects, he did not believe that Ding Gudu would not be able to restore his vitality. If it really did not work, he would try the Wutong fruit again and let Ding Gudu undergo nirvana once. It was just that the Wutong fruit was one less after using it. He had no choice but to save it for a rainy day. Ding Gudu had no choice but to follow Ling Xiao to a closed-door cultivation room. This is the immortal fruit and immortal divine juice. Eat them together and see if they have any effect. Ling Xiao passed the two divine materials to Ding Gudu. These two divine materials were extracted from the immortal tree after Lu Weng reached the divine rank by Ling Xiao. They were not the same divine materials that Lu Weng had collected before he reached the divine rank. Only divine materials were miraculous to a divine king. This was something that Ling Xiao was very clear about. Ding Gudu was shocked. He did not expect that Ling Xiao could casually take out such rare divine materials. Only the immortal tree, one of the 9 great divine trees, could produce divine materials. How great of a fortuitous encounter would it take? Ding Gudu could not help but see a trace of hope. He felt that he had made the right decision in coming to look for Ling Xiao this time. He received the 2 divine materials, and then he sat down cross-legged and placed them into his mouth. The 9 great divine trees each had their own wonders. The immortal tree was one of the divine trees that was famous for being immortal. No matter who consumed this divine material, that person would be able to live forever. Of course, Ling Xiao had always thought that Lu Weng was a high-level tree spirit, and he felt that its sap merely possessed the effect of extending one's lifespan by 100 years. Later on, when he found out that the immortal tree was one of the 9 great divine trees, he knew that he had picked up a treasure. Of course, the sap, fruits, and roots of the immortal tree possessed the effect of immortality, and it could only be revealed after it attained the divine rank. Before it attained the divine rank, it indeed only possessed the extraordinary effect of extending one's lifespan. Only one of the 9 great divine trees existed in the world, so its preciousness was obvious. After Dingudu consumed these two divine materials, he felt strands of enormous life essence ceaselessly fill his entire body, and the vitality within his body that was about to decline was suddenly stopped. However, these two forces were entangled with each other, and they couldn't immediately rely on which side could deal with the other. It was obvious that they were in a stalemate. Dingudu, on the other hand, seized the opportunity to absorb the energy source that he needed, and he intended to push his own strength to lend the immortal tree a hand. He wanted to completely counterattack the force that affected his realm and vitality, and he wanted to completely suppress and eliminate it. However, his own strength was in line with this force, so Dingudu was unable to suppress the strange force, and it instead strengthened its strength and counterattacked the immortal tree. For a time, Dingudu didn't dare to act rashly, and he could only allow the power of the immortal fruit and immortal juice to purify all the unstable factors within this strange force. After an unknown period of time, when Dingudu opened his eyes, he felt extremely comfortable both physically and mentally, and it seemed as if he was no longer affected by that force. He looked much younger, and it was quite a miraculous effect of rejuvenating one's youth. Thank you, Lord God of Medicine, for your help. In the future I, Dingudu, am willing to follow you and serve you faithfully. Dingudu said to Ling Xiao as he knelt down on one knee. However, Ling Xiao reacted quickly and held him up, saying, "It's too early to say this now, you should circulate your divine power." Dingudu was stunned for a moment, and then he did as Ling Xiao said. Suddenly, as his power surged and circulated, a problem appeared again. He felt that his divine power was gradually becoming weaker and weaker. His expression changed greatly, and he immediately stopped circulating, murmuring, Could it be that there's really nothing I can do?" Ling Xiao frowned and he said in a low voice, "Now your power is decreasing, but your vitality has not decreased by even a little. The power of the immortal fruit and immortal juice is still effective. After all, they only made you not die." After a pause, he continued, "If you want to solve this problem, perhaps there is only one way." Dingudu blurted out. Chapter 1497. Disperse your divine power. Ling Xiao looked straight at Dingudu and said firmly. Dingudu turned pale with fright at Ling Xiao's words. Dispersing his divine power was tantamount to crippling his dantian and turning him into an ordinary person. This was simply worse than death. He had thought of this method before, but he who was used to being a master would rather die than do so. Now that he heard Ling Xiao's words, he knew that if he didn't want to die, this was the only path he could take. At this moment, Ling Xiao's words rang in his ears again. Immortal divine juice and immortal fruit can already give you an immortal body. Even if you lose your cultivation, you can still maintain your current state and won't die. With me here, I can help you rebuild your dantian, but you will need to recultivate your strength. Think about it. Recultivate? Dingudu showed a sorrowful look. Generally speaking, if one wanted to recultivate, all masters above the God-King realm would choose to seize a new body before they could start again. After all, their original body had already passed the best cultivation period of their youth. After crippling their body, wanting to recultivate their strength was absolutely as difficult as ascending to the heavens, and their achievements would never be able to return to their peak. What's more, it was unknown how long this period would take. He might be able to afford to wait for his life, but did Ling Xiao need a cripple like him? For a moment, Dingudu didn't know what to do. He had never thought of occupying someone else's body to recultivate, and he was very disdainful of such a thing. However, he had taken Ling Xiao's immortal divine juice and immortal fruit, wasting such divine materials in vain. Although he was spared his lowly life, how could he repay Ling Xiao? "Sir Alchemy God, this is this Ding's lifetime treasure, I will give it to you. Although it can't compare to your immortal medicine, but..." Dingudu took off the space ring on his finger and handed it to Ling Xiao. However, before he could finish his words, Ling Xiao interrupted, "Listen to me, disperse your cultivation, and I might be able to help you return to your current realm. Perhaps it won't be difficult for you to go up another level." Dingudu shuddered, looking at Ling Xiao with a look of disbelief. Is it really possible? He didn't know that it would be difficult for his crippled body to return to its peak even if he had divine pills or divine spring water after he lost his cultivation, let alone improve further. If someone else said this, he definitely wouldn't believe it, but since it came from the mouth of the supreme alchemy god, Ling Xiao, he believed it. After all, Ling Xiao had already taken out 2 rare and precious divine materials for him to consume earlier, so there was no reason for Ling Xiao to lie to him. Of course, as long as you trust me, it won't take long for you to recover after dispersing your cultivation, Ling Xiao said with certainty. After Ding Gudu heard this, he didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Then, my life belongs to you from now on, alchemy god." Ding Gudu had nothing to worry about, so he didn't care about Ling Xiao's arrangement. Ling Xiao was so happy. Even if he had to pay a little price, it was worth it to have such a loyal servant. Moreover, he was sure that he could help Ding Gudu reach another level, and with his potential, it wasn't difficult for him to reach the incipient god realm. Ding Gudu was also straightforward. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately dispersed his god power in front of Ling Xiao. Bang bang! Ding Gudu's body kept making muffled sounds. Bloody holes kept bursting out. Soon, he became a bloody man, and his cultivation base was immediately gone. He was much more dispirited. Fortunately, he had the immortal power, so he still had vitality, and his appearance didn't change much. If it was someone else dispersing their cultivation like this, they would age quickly and be on the verge of death. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He immediately helped Ding Gudu up and fed him the heavenly spring. He needed to take care of his body first. From now on, Ding Gudu was a completely ordinary person. He didn't have any power anymore. "Don't worry. Ling Xiao will do what I say." Ling Xiao appreciated Ding Gudu's actions. After saying that, he asked Chang Haoyou to come over and take Ding Gudu to settle down. After Chang Haoyou took Ding Gudu away, Ling Xiao pondered for a while and then asked someone to announce that he would return to the clan for a while. Whoever wanted to find him should wait. Ling Xiao wanted to return to the clan to refine the pellets that Ding Gudu needed and to subdue a level 11 true dragon. At the same time, it was time to test Yang Hai's and Pang Tongga's patience. He wanted to see if they were sincere or not. Ling Zhao's bloodline was thick, and he was close to the dragons. He didn't need Ling Bo to lead the way. He could go directly to the dragon lair. He was one of the few people in the Kim people who could enter the dragon lair directly like him. This was not the first time Ling Xiao had entered the dragon lair. Those true dragons and mythological beasts of lower ranks all felt a natural sense of intimacy towards him. They naturally flew to his side and sent him a signal of goodwill. Ling Xiaoxiao smiled as he caressed the bodies of a few small true dragons before heading deeper into the forest. After a while, the 13th prince flew out with his real body. He said excitedly, "Boss, are you here to take me out?" The 13th prince's power had reached the peak of level 10. His competence wasn't weaker than any half-incipient god realm expert. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Your task now is to cultivate as fast as possible. I want to find His Majesty the Dragon King to recommend me another strong true dragon to help me for a while." The 13th prince looked wronged. "Boss, although you're stronger, I'm stronger too." "Hee, why don't we try it out?" Ling Xiao laughed. The 13th prince was tempted. "Sure, but I can't control my strength. I'm afraid I'll hurt you." Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. He directly released his aura and pressured the 13th prince. The 13th crown prince only felt a raging wave of energy coming at him. It actually sent his huge body flying. The 13th prince didn't get scared. Instead, he roared and swung his tail at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body was as light as a swallow as he dodged the 13th prince's attack. He stomped on the 13th prince's back, smashing his 1,000-meter-long body into the ground. Boom! A cloud of dust flew up from the ground, and a huge crack appeared in the ground. The commotion alarmed the golden dragons in the dragon lair, and they all came out. Many powerful true dragons roared and charged over. They wanted to see what was going on. The 13th prince had thick skin, but he was still in pain from Ling Zhao's stomp. He couldn't move his body. After a while, he crawled out and shouted at Ling Xiao, "Boss, you're too powerful. I'm not your match. The 13th prince knew that Ling Xiao was holding back. Even if he used his origin power, he probably wouldn't be Ling Xiao's match. 13th prince, honored guest, what are you doing? Dragon King asked in his human form. Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Dragon King and said, Greetings, Dragon King. I was just sparring with the 13th prince. The 13th prince said, Father, eldest brother is too powerful. He has already surpassed me. He wants you to recommend him another dragon prince who is stronger than me. However, I don't think any of the princes can compare to eldest brother. I'm afraid only Uncle Dragon and the others are qualified to follow eldest brother. After hearing this, Dragon King looked at Ling Xiao and said, Honored guest, your strength has increased very quickly. I'm afraid no one in the human race can compare to you. However, there aren't many dragons who are as strong as you. I'm afraid they won't be willing to follow you. Dragon King, why don't you ask them why they don't know? I plan to wander the outer realm. Perhaps they also want to go out with me to see the world. This will be beneficial to them. Ling Xiao replied. Looks like you won't give up until you achieve your goal. That's fine, I'll let my brothers meet you. Whether you can get their help or not will depend on your ability. The Dragon King smiled faintly. Then he said, Come with me, all of you can go now. The other dragons dispersed. Ling Xiao followed Dragon King in a certain direction. That was the forbidden land of the dragons. Even if the patriarch of the Kim people or the elders came here, they couldn't enter this place. That place was isolated by a powerful restriction, and after passing through that entrance, it was like entering another vast space in the universe. There was a stretch of golden mountains that were dazzling, and it was truly breathtaking. Ling Xiao thought, what a good dragon lair. The metal origin's power here is abundant. I'm sure there's a metal genesis stone here. The Dragon King looked into the distance and let out a long roar. A dragon-shaped shadow circled high up in the sky. Its power was truly majestic and powerful. Ling Xiao, who was standing at the side, was startled. His ears were ringing. He realized that Dragon King was just roaring. If he roared with all of his power, Shi Yan was afraid that his god body would explode. This was the real power of the dragon's Tenbin's magical power, Dragon Roar. As Dragon King's voice resounded, several dragon roars reverberated in the distance. Then, Dragon King transformed into his original form and dashed into the distance. At the same time, he left a message for Ling Xiao, Honorable guest, wait here. I'll talk to my brothers and see if they're willing to come out and see you. Ling Xiao had no choice but to wait here for the good news. If it weren't for those rank 11 true dragon divine beasts, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. Not long after, a few huge dragon shadows rushed over from afar. Ling Xiao looked at the 4 mighty true dragon divine beasts and couldn't help praising them in his heart. True dragon divine beasts were definitely the most powerful and domineering existence among the 9 great divine beasts. Even the Qilin divine beast couldn't compare to them. Dragon King said to Ling Xiao, Honorable guest, these are my 3 brothers. Their powers aren't comparable to those crown princes and princesses outside. If you can get their approval, they will follow you out. Everything depends on your ability. At this time, 2 true dragon mythological beasts were rushing towards Ling Xiao. Their jaws were wide open, and their momentum was terrifying. It was enough to make a normal person's legs go weak. Chapter 1498. Ling Xiao did not panic in the slightest in the face of these 2 true dragon divine beasts. Instead, he unleashed all his battle prowess, and a golden dragon shadow roared out. He leaped up from where he was, and the dragon's subduing palm slapped towards the 2 dragons. These 2 dragons were low-level 11th grade, and Ling Xiao did not dare to relax or be careless. He used his full strength from the start, and was not afraid of injuring them. Bang bang! Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, he slapped 2 palms at the 2 true dragons, ruthlessly imprinting them on their bodies. The power of these 2 palms was enough to seriously injure any low-level Supreme God King, but these 2 true dragons only shook their bodies a little, and quickly swept their dragon tails towards him. Their power was so great that the surrounding space collapsed and collapsed. Ling Xiao did not dare to fight them head-on. because their power was much stronger than his. He avoided the attack and went to the side of one of the true dragon divine beasts. The dragon's subduing palms struck out like a torrential storm, and he wanted to defeat one of them first. However, these two true dragons seemed to cooperate seamlessly. When Ling Xiao attacked one of them, the other quickly swallowed him with a golden light, and its power was so majestic that it was frightening. Ling Xiao had no choice but to give up on his attack, and once again retreated. The two true dragons split up and once again chased after Ling Xiao, and their speed was not any slower than Ling Xiao's. Divine beasts are really powerful. Ling Xiao praised in his heart, and he had no choice but to use the Imperial Dragon Heaven Slaying technique. Ordinary attacks could not do anything to them at all. The power of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Slaying technique was enough to increase Ling Xiao's battle prowess by several times, and he could kill experts of a higher level than him. Even if he was facing these true dragons that had just become 11th grade, he could still injure them. The two rank 11 divine beasts roared in unison as golden light shone brightly. Their combat prowess was raised to the limit as they engaged in a chaotic battle with Ling Xiao, causing the space around them to tremble and churn. Rumble, rumble. Various forces kept splashing, and a series of explosions shocked the surroundings. True dragon divine beasts were the kings of all beasts, and they were recognized as the most powerful race. They had unparalleled battle prowess, and they were absolutely unmatched within the same level. But today, these two true dragon divine beasts were actually sent flying at the same time, and their bodies were covered with many bloody wounds, and many dragon scales had fallen. Obviously, they were forced to retreat by Ling Xiao. Even though these two true divine beasts had just reached the initial 11th grade, they had just a true dragon divine beast that had not been for long, but after their battle prowess, they had increased of divine beasts, and was, and of Ling, and of King, dragon of Xiao. They were and was of true beasts, and dragon Chen of Ling, and was, and of the Ling Xiao of dragon of, and was Chen. This was also due to the fact that Ling Xiao's strength was no longer at the initial stage of supreme martial artist, but at the middle stage of low level. After increasing all of his battle prowess and using the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying art, he was already able to break through the defense of these two true dragon divine beasts. And the reason why he did not suffer much damage was that his speed of improvement was, after all, slightly faster than these two true dragon divine beasts. Therefore, even if the power of these two true dragon divine beasts could threaten him, it would be futile if they could not hit him. However, Ling Xiao did not think that he could really deal with these two true dragon divine beasts, as they had yet to spit out the Dragon Ball. Once the Dragon Ball appeared, even a middle-level supreme martial artist would have to retreat, let alone Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao complained incessantly in his heart, "I only chose one, why are there two of them at once? Didn't they say that divine beasts are all extremely arrogant? Why are they bullying me with numbers? What a scam!" The two true dragon divine beasts seemed to be enraged by Ling Xiao, as they swayed their bodies once again and attacked Ling Xiao. Although their attacks were single, their power was extremely strong, enough to destroy everything and kill any early-level supreme martial artist or incipient God Realm expert. Ling Xiao relied on his speed and did not confront them directly. He always shuttled around their giant bodies and gave them strong attacks, which made them suffer a lot. However, they could not deal with Ling Xiao, which really made them go crazy. They really could not help but want to spit out the Dragon Ball. The power of the Dragon Ball was extremely terrifying. Even if Ling Xiao had a body of a low-grade ancient god weapon, he was afraid that once the power of the Dragon Ball touched him, he would immediately explode. At this time, the Dragon King finally opened his mouth. "Brothers, back off." The two true dragon divine beasts roared unwillingly, spitting out the Dragon Ball that was about to reach their mouths. Then, they swayed their bodies and retreated. Ling Xiao exhaled in relief. If they had spat out the Dragon Ball, he would have had to run for his life. Does it count as a pass? Ling Xiao was skeptical. With a low-level level 11 true dragon divine beast and its Dragon Ball, he could be compared to a middle-level supreme martial artist or incipient God Realm expert. It was a pretty good divine beast to protect him. Fifth brother, Is it worth it for you to accompany the guest officer? At this moment, the Dragon King asked the other true dragon divine beast that hadn't taken action yet. This true dragon mythological beast was obviously much more powerful than the other two. Its strength was impressively a level higher than the other two. It was a newly advanced level 11 mythological beast. With one level higher, its power wasn't something that could be compared to before. Moreover, it could increase its fighting competence by 100 times. Ling Xiao screamed in his head, "Does the Dragon King want to use this true dragon divine beast to deal with me? He overestimates me." The level 11 true dragon sneered and said, "If he can resist 10 strikes from my dragon claw, it won't be a problem for me to accompany him for 1,000 years. As soon as it finished speaking, it transformed into its human form. The other true dragons also transformed into their human forms. This true dragon had the same middle-aged appearance as the Dragon King. When they stood together, they looked somewhat similar. Both of them had a dignified appearance, which was a rare and powerful man. "Guest officer, my fifth brother said that as long as you can resist 10 strikes from it, he's willing to go with you," the Dragon King said to Ling Xiao. He paused for a while and then continued, "You have to think about it carefully. My fifth brother is much stronger than you. His attacks aren't light or heavy. If he hurts you, it won't be good." 10 strikes? Ling Xiao was puzzled. Then he said in a clear voice, "All right, come on. 10 strikes it is. If I lose, I naturally won't force myself." "Huh, you have some guts, human. Even your patriarch Ling Bo can't take 10 strikes from me. He should be much stronger than you, but you still dare to take it. Good, then watch carefully." The level 11 true dragon laughed. It was ranked 5th and was known as Dragon 5th. It was a true dragon of the same generation as the Dragon King. Even the princes outside had to call it uncle. As soon as Dragon 5th's voice fell, his figure immediately disappeared. Then, a terrifying dragon fist smashed down from the top of Ling Xiao's head. This dragon fist smashed down like a meteorite, carrying with it an extremely terrifying force. By the time Ling Xiao reacted, the dragon fist was already above his head. It was too late for him to dodge. Boom! With just a single strike, Ling Xiao was smashed into the Golden Mountain. Dragon 5th was a little depressed. "This kid can't be so weak, can he?" The Dragon King said with a somewhat reproachful expression, "I say, fifth brother, can't you pay attention to your strength?" He is on good terms with the Fire Qilin clan and the Vermilion Bird clan, which proves that he is a human with great luck. If you follow him, it will definitely be beneficial to our clan. I'm afraid he will already be killed by you. What should we do?" As soon as the Dragon King finished speaking, a figure instantly flew up from the ground. If this person wasn't Ling Xiao, who else could it be? He shook his head and softly said, "What a terrifying strength. If it wasn't for the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop blocking it, my head would have exploded." Then, he looked at the Dragon King and revealed an incomparably powerful battle intent. "This is the divine beast I like. 10 strikes, now it's only 1 strike, but don't think that it'll be easy to take me down." After saying this, Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger suddenly appeared, and then he shouted at Dragon 5th, "Come on." Then he rushed towards Dragon 5th from 2 different directions, and at the same time he used the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying technique. Imperial Dragon dazzles the world. Ice-breaking mountains and rivers. 2 different strong moves, 2 completely different kinds of power fell towards Dragon 5th, and a terrifying turbulent flow of power rushed out from the crack. Dragon 5th roared in surprise and laughed, "Haha, I appreciate your character, but don't let me beat you up in 2 or 3 moves." Dragon 5th's fist was like the sky, and its power was boundless. In an instant, the power of Ling Xiao's attack was dispersed, and a lot of power rushed towards Ling Xiao. The gap between levels was really not easy to close, even if there were 2 Ling Xiaos at the same time. Ling Xiao felt that Dragon 5th's power was actually a lot more restrained than before, and it was obvious that he was deliberately showing mercy. This made Ling Xiao feel very indignant. He had been unhindered in his life, and whether he was a human or a beast, how could he let anyone look down on him? Burning sky-breaking sun second strike. The real body and the doppelganger used the fourth move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying technique at the same time, and this fire fist also contained a terrifying heavenly fire. Once Dragon Fifth's physical body was broken, the flames would burn him, and he would also suffer. Dragon Fifth felt that the power of the two Ling Xiaos at the same time made him feel threatened, and the flames made him feel even more irritated. He roared and without dodging, punched out with his left and right fists. This domineering fist directly scattered Ling Xiao's all-out second strike. Ling Xiao's real body couldn't withstand it, and he was sent flying by the residual power, vomiting blood. The doppelganger's strength was much stronger, and it withstood Dragon Fifth's powerful move. I don't believe that I can't deal with you if you don't increase your combat strength. Ling Xiao's doppelganger laughed, and his move changed again. The power of the origin of the universe suddenly appeared, like a living world formed by various source powers, and it enveloped Dragon Fifth. 5 different kinds of power bombarded Dragon Fifth at the same time. Dragon Fifth was still fearless, and he shook off the green vines, hailstones, and chilly winds that entangled him. He faced the Golden Wolf King, Qilin, and True Dragon head-on. Just when it was fearless, the might of the eruption of the 1,000 volcanoes finally caused its expression to change. Chapter 1499. Dragon Fifth was originally much stronger than Ling Xiao, but he was also kind. He was afraid that he would torture Ling Xiao to death with his main body's strength, so he transformed into a human form, which was equivalent to reducing his strength by 3 levels. Dragons also had the ability to increase their strength, so if they went all out, their strength would be even more terrifying. However, he did not double his strength against Ling Xiao. This was also because he did not want to take too much advantage of Ling Xiao. Even with this kind of strength, Ling Xiao's main body and clone combined still could not take any advantage. This showed how terrifying Dragon Fifth was. However, when Ling Xiao's clone unleashed all his power, it was already no different from a mid-level supreme martial artist. Furthermore, the power of his origin of the universe was even more valiant. Finally, Dragon Fifth realized that he was in big trouble. Rumble! Thousands of volcanoes erupted at the same time, as if they were going to blast the sky down, and the surroundings were shaking. Dragon Fifth punched continuously, scattering most of the power, but he was still forced back thousands of meters by this power. Cracks also appeared on the golden defensive barrier on his body. Obviously, this move by Ling Xiao had finally made him suffer some losses. However, this move wasn't over yet. Ling Xiao's doppelgangers launched another wave of attacks. They wanted to catch Dragon Fifth off guard. Dragon Fifth finally couldn't take it anymore. He let out a dragon's roar, and that terrifying sound wave was like a natural disaster. It directly destroyed more than half of Ling Xiao's origin of the heavens, and the power was greatly reduced. His figure surged, and in an instant, he punched 2 more times, directly smashing Ling Xiao's power. Another punch went straight for Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao's clone was shocked, and he quickly retreated, not daring to fight Dragon Fifth head-on. Otherwise, his divine body would definitely be smashed. Dragon Fifth shouted in shock, 6 attacks, for more to go. If you can take it, you win. After saying that, his strength increased a lot, and his speed increased a lot. He had already caught up to Ling Xiao, and the majestic fist energy once again smashed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's clone had nowhere to retreat, and could only choose to defend. 7th move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Slaying Technique, Twin Lotus Flowers. A snow lotus king formed in front of Ling Xiao, wrapping around the dragon fist. Bang! However, the powerful fist energy instantly shattered the snow lotus king, and the fist energy continued towards Ling Xiao's divine body. Ice turned to water, water turned to wood, and 2 layers of defensive power appeared again, dissipating most of the power of the dragon fist energy. Finally, a burst of flames burst out, completely burning this power of metal. Dragon Fifth's dragon eyes twitched. He did not expect Ling Xiao's move to be so powerful, and he could actually block his fist energy that had increased a lot. 3 more attacks, take this. Dragon Fifth roared, and once again attacked Ling Xiao. This time, the power of this move increased a lot. However, when he made the 8th attack, a finger light shot towards him at high speed. Dragon 5th reacted quickly, and as if he had eyes on the back of his head, his body flew up, and he dodged the finger light's sneak attack. However, just when it thought that it had dodged Ling Xiao's attack, another ray of light shot over from a different direction, and the ray of light that it had dodged earlier was reflected back on its own accord. The power of these two finger lights was very strange. One red and one gold intertwined with each other, and their speed was extremely fast, faintly revealing a strong power of destruction. The 6th move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-Destroying Technique, Double Dragon Wind Fiend. The wind helped the fire, and the fire melted the power of metal. The boiling fiery gold liquid was definitely the most terrifying power of destruction in the world. This time, the speed of the two finger lights was extremely fast. If Dragon 5th did not completely increase his power, it would not be easy to dodge again. Dragon 5th looked at these two powers and could sense their threat, but blindly dodging was not the style of dragons. He roared in shock and attacked the two finger lights from both sides. However, at this time, the two finger lights actually split into countless small finger lights, which exploded like fireworks and enveloped him in countless directions. This was the characteristic of the 3 parting divine fingers' extreme urgency, and Ling Xiao had also integrated it into the twin dragon wind fiend. It could be said that Ling Xiao had a new understanding of every move and style of the Imperial Dragon Sky-Destroying Technique. There were many changes when he used them, and his attack power was more flexible and powerful. Faced with this move, Dragon 5th could not completely destroy them one by one. He could only use a defensive shield to completely isolate these powers. He firmly believed that these powers could not hurt him at all. However, these powers were extremely terrifying. The golden light defense was destroyed by these powers in an instant, and the attacks were directed at its physical body. However, he was still not afraid. Even if the defensive shield was broken, he still had the dragon scales for defense. Even human ancient celestial weapons could not hurt him, let alone these elemental powers. However, this time he was gravely mistaken. The power of Ling Xiao's fire-melted gold was the most boiling power when gold was melted by fire. It contained the two most terrifying powers of destruction in the world. Ling Xiao's power was not what it used to be, and the flames of the heavenly fire pearl were also not what they used to be. The destructive power of his finger lights was needless to say. When these powers came into contact with the thickest dragon scales in the world, there was a sizzling sound. Then, these powers forcibly seeped into the dragon scales and hurt Dragon 5th's physical body. When these powers seeped into Dragon 5th's body, he finally let out an earth-shattering scream. He could not help but transform into his original form. His dragon body kept rolling in the sky, and the traces of flames on his body began to burn. It was like a prairie fire. If it were not for the fact that his dragon scales were the thickest divine objects in the world, he would have been burned to ashes by these heavenly flames. Dragon King was shocked by this scene. He quickly shouted, "Guest, hurry up and get rid of the flames on my brother's body. Otherwise, he will die." Ling Xiao's body trembled. He did not expect the flames of the heavenly fire pearl to be so terrifying. It made these powers of destruction even more powerful. It was actually able to threaten a mid-tier 11th tier true dragon divine beast. This was really beyond his expectations. However, this was not the time for him to be proud. The flames on Dragon 5th's body had already begun to rise, and he was already screaming in pain. Ling Xiao hurriedly rushed a few steps closer. With a wave of his hand, he completely sucked back the flames on Dragon 5th's body. As long as the power of destruction lost the power of the fire, the power of metal would not have much effect. Sure enough, after Ling Xiao withdrew the fire, the remaining power was immediately shaken away by Dragon 5th. Dragon 5th's body also gradually stabilized. At this time, the eyes that it looked at Ling Xiao were indeed filled with fear. The power that tormented him just now had practically taken half his life. He did not dare to try it again. Ling Xiao said to Dragon 5th, "I didn't hurt you, did I?" This was obviously nonsense. Many parts of Dragon 5th's body had been burnt black. How could he not have been hurt? Dragon 5th, on the other hand, was unyielding. "It's just a small fire. How could it hurt me?" "That's good. That's good," Ling Xiao answered twice. Then he asked, "Does that count as me passing the test?" Before Dragon Fifth could say anything, Dragon King said, "Yeah, honored guest, your fighting competence isn't ordinary. From now on, Dragon Fifth will accompany you." Dragon Fifth didn't dare to go against Dragon King's words. At the same time, he thought that Ling Xiao was worth following. At least, this human wasn't as weak as he had imagined. Ling Xiao's face lit up with joy. With the help of this level 11 true dragon, there was no place in the heaven territory that he couldn't go. To him, the chances of him exterminating the Winged Men clan had increased. However, before that, he thought that it was necessary to upgrade his God's Soul clone to another level. Then he would be more confident. When his real body was at half incipient God realm, his God's Soul clone already had the power of a low-level supreme expert. However, at his current realm, his God's Soul clone was stuck at the peak of low level. He just needed a little bit more to advance to the next level. This little bit of energy seemed easy to pass, but he couldn't break through. Unless he could increase a lot of soul energy at once, he might be able to break through. If he had a supreme level divine herb of the God Soul class, it wouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, divine herbs of the God Soul class were the rarest, and he didn't have any in his collection. Another way was to kill a supreme expert at incipient God realm and absorb their God Soul energy. That way, his clone could advance to the next level. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao became more determined. He had to improve this God Soul clone as soon as possible. He took Dragon Fifth out of the dragon nest and returned to the clan's land. Ling Xiao didn't go back to the sect immediately. Instead, he entered his special alchemy cave to refine a special divine pellet for Ding Gudu to help him return to his peak or even further. It wasn't difficult to help Ding Gudu condense his dantian again. The difficult part was how to restore his power. Even ordinary divine apothecaries wouldn't be able to do the latter. However, Ling Xiao had inherited all the pellet recipes of the first alchemist in the obsidian cauldron. Among them, there was a pellet called Nirvana Phoenix Divine Pellet. It could help any god king to condense his dantian and return to his peak even if his pellet was destroyed and his cultivation base destroyed. The reason why this divine pellet was called the Nirvana Phoenix Divine Pellet was that it needed the blood of the phoenix and the phoenix crown bloodgrass, which had the magical effect of nirvana, as the main material. It was refined with other divine materials. It was a top-grade divine pellet. The phoenix crown bloodgrass was a top-grade divine material. It was nourished by the blood of the phoenix when it was undergoing nirvana. It could only be found in the place where the phoenix lived. It had a strong magical effect of replenishing blood and also a powerful nirvana effect. It could bring people back from the dead and restore their power. It could also condense a phoenix phantom to increase their fighting power. Its effect was just a little bit less than the parasol tree fruit. The reason why Ling Xiao could have it was because he had obtained 2 phoenix crown bloodgrass from the Vermilion Birdland in the Nirvana space when he was in the Heaven Sparrow territory. He had eaten one of them before he broke through to the incipient god realm. It was because his ancestor had sucked a lot of his blood twice, and the phoenix crown bloodgrass was the divine material that could replenish his blood. Now he had another one. He could use it to refine the Nirvana Phoenix Divine Pellet to help Ding Gudu get out of his current predicament. Chapter 1500. The reason why Ling Xiao was able to reach the alchemy god realm today was largely related to his obsidian cauldron. Without the help of the obsidian cauldron, he could forget about creating history and creating miracles. Of course, this was inseparable from the many fortuitous encounters he had experienced in his life. After all, if his strength did not increase, he could forget about improving his alchemist rank. In the pill refinement cave, his movements were as smooth as flowing water. His figure was elegant, revealing the demeanor of a grandmaster. A blood-red divine herb that looked like a phoenix crown flew out. When it came in contact with the high temperature, it actually turned into a phoenix shadow and struggled to fly away. This was a top-grade phoenix crown blood herb that was infinitely close to the sovereign grade. Any divine herb had already begun to develop a divine spirit, and knew how to avoid misfortune. Moreover, those that could transform into human form were the best among the divine herbs. It was not an exaggeration to call this phoenix crown blood herb an ordinary sovereign-grade divine material. Just as the phoenix crest bloodgrass was about to fly away from the medicinal cauldron, an invisible restriction light appeared on the medicinal cauldron, sealing it in place. Even if it wanted to struggle, it wouldn't be able to escape. At this moment, a fiery snake of fire instantly appeared and immediately burned it. The phoenix crown blood herb was not like other spiritual herbs that would immediately wither upon contact. Instead, it used its divine power to maintain itself for a while before gradually withering away. Bits of scarlet essence floated into the cauldron. If one did not have the ability to refine pills above the divine grade and panicked when encountering the current situation, it would be very easy for a cauldron of pills to be destroyed just like that. Moreover, refining a sovereign-grade divine pill required many sovereign-grade divine materials as the main ingredients. Their strength was even more powerful. If the alchemist's methods were insufficient, it would not be difficult for them to escape. Therefore, becoming a divine alchemist or sovereign alchemy god was not an easy task. Ling Xiao was already used to this feeling of pill refinement. His methods became more and more adept, and he became more and more free to do as he pleased. With the refinement of the beast cores and the injection of the divine spring, a cauldron of divine pills was naturally condensed. Ling Xiao looked at the two god-tier pills that he could only condense once and thought to himself, the divine nirvana pill really is a peak god-tier pill after all. I've actually only managed to condense two with my methods. It must be much more powerful than God King pills. Ling Xiao put them away and left the cave. Ling Xiao went to see if Ling Bo and Ling Qiu had come out of their closed-door cultivation. Unfortunately, both of them wanted to reach the incipient god realm. If they didn't have several years of cultivation, they wouldn't be able to get out of seclusion. They did not immediately go into seclusion to take the pill. Instead, they had to raise all of their strength to the most perfect realm of the low level before taking the pill and striving to break through in one go. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave the clan and return to the outer sect, Ling Chen suddenly came to find him. "Brother Xiao, are you looking for the chief?" Ling Chen asked. Now that Ling Chen had been promoted to the Great Elder, he had swept away the decline and became more glorious. "Brother, I want to find the chief. I want to ask him when he will attack the Winged Men clan and take the primordial stone of light. However, he and the Great Elder have gone to close it. It seems that we will have to wait for several years." Ling Xiao replied. Ling Chen nodded slightly and said, "Yes, Brother Xiao, I understand how you feel. But do you know how powerful the Winged Men clan is?" After pausing for a while, he said, "Come to my place and have a chat. Your sister-in-law hasn't seen you for a long time." Ling Xiao nodded and followed Ling Chen to his place. He hadn't seen Xiao Zhensai for a long time. Her strength had increased to the high-level God King realm. It seemed that if she didn't stay in the outer sect and cultivated peacefully in the clan, her strength would increase steadily. "Brother Xiao, you are here. You are a busy man now. But if you have time, you should come to sister-in-law's place." Xiao Zhensai greeted Ling Xiao. "Hee, sister-in-law, I have a lot of things to do. But I will definitely come to see sister-in-law in the future. If sister-in-law feels bored, I can ask sister-in-law and the others to come and play with you." Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. "That's good. Otherwise, I don't know what sister-in-law will do all day." Xiao Zhensai smiled and said, "You two brothers talk, I will make some tea for you." After saying that, she walked out and made room for Ling Chen and Ling Xiao to chat. Then Ling Chen told Ling Xiao about the situation of the Winged Men clan, so that Ling Xiao could understand the more powerful side of the Winged Men clan. The Winged Men clan's territory was located in the Light Divine City. It was a place where all humans and holy beasts were forbidden to enter. It was the exclusive city of the Winged Men clan. The Winged Men clan was self-sufficient. They rarely married or traded with other clans. They were called the God Clan. They were nobler than the Human Clan and the Beast Clan. They disdained to associate with others. The Light Divine City was just a place where some ordinary members of the Winged Men clan lived. They had built a territory entrance that led to outer space. Surprisingly, the real territory of the Winged Men clan was on a piece of land in outer space. It was their ancestral land. They were a race that had been passed down from the antiquity time. Just like the Demon Tiger sect, they were the top ancient clans in the Heaven territory. In the history, they had fought with the Demon Tiger sect many times. However, after the rise of the Kim people, the Winged Men clans suddenly restrained themselves. They didn't continue to fight against the Demon Tiger sect. At the same time, they didn't swagger in the Heaven territory anymore. They seemed to focus on outer space. Recently, the Supreme Experts and Incipient God Realm Experts who had traveled in outer space all knew that the Winged Men clan's competence didn't decline. Quite the contrary, their reputation had spread far and wide. Ordinary Supreme Experts and Incipient God Realm Experts didn't dare to approach them. Otherwise, with their arrogant characters, they would have a conflict with them. Eventually, the Winged Men clan would kill them. And Ling Wei had gone to the Winged Men clan to ask for the incipient God Stone of Light. Of course, he wasn't welcomed. Fortunately, the reputation of the Kim people had made the Winged Men clan afraid. If Prince Jet hadn't met him, the Winged Men clan wouldn't have made up their mind to kill Ling Wei. Ling Chen told Ling Xiao these things mainly to remind Ling Xiao not to act rashly. If their clan wanted to deal with the Winged Men clan, they had to plan slowly. They couldn't confront them directly. Otherwise, the Kim people couldn't destroy the Winged Men clan. Instead, they would be killed. It would be a big loss. It wasn't worth it. Although the Kim people had the Golden Dragon to rely on, the Golden Dragon would only guard this dragon-gazing mountain range. It wouldn't go with the Kim people to attack the Winged Men clan. It was because many golden dragons had died in the ancient times. Moreover, their reproduction rate was low. They couldn't withstand any war. Therefore, before they recovered a large amount of vitality, they would not rashly go to war with each other. Big brother, are we going to let go of my great-grandfather's grudge? Ling Xiao frowned after listening to him. Ling Chen could see Ling Xiao's discontentment. He immediately said, I, the Kim people, am not a coward. If there is a grudge, of course, I will take revenge. But it's not the right time. When is the right time? Ling Xiao asked in a low voice. Ling Chen answered, at least 100 years later. You can refine some Supreme God pellets for our clan. Then we can train more than 10 Supreme God Realm experts to increase the foundation of our clan. At that time, even if we die in the battle, there will be people who can support our clan. We won't be in chaos. Ling Chen was worthy of being the former leader of the clan. He could see things further than Ling Xiao. After listening to him, Ling Xiao's face became serious. Ling Chen was prepared to die. It showed that the Winged Men clan was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Ling Xiao recalled the Winged Men he had met. They did have a unique divine power. Ordinary people couldn't compare to them. Although the Kim people had the ancient emperor's divine technique to increase their fighting power, the Winged Men clan also had their secret techniques. They also had the speed of the wind attribute. Everyone had their own advantages. It was hard to say who would be the winner. Ling Xiao also understood that the battle with the Winged Men clan wasn't as easy as he had imagined. Big brother is right, I was too reckless. If the family and the outer sect still have more supreme divine materials, I will definitely do my best to refine more supreme divine pills for the family and the outer sect, Ling Xiao said in a serious tone. Once they attacked the Winged Men clan, of course, it would be better if they had more Supreme God Realm experts. Moreover, their realms were one level higher than the Winged Men clan. Then, the Kim people would have a greater chance of winning. Even if some of them died, they would have a new Supreme God Realm expert to inherit their legacy. They didn't need to worry about the shortage of successors. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth it if they ended up destroying the Gold Clan just to annihilate the Winged Clan. Thus, they had to consider everything carefully to make up their mind to declare war against the Winged Men clan. Yeah, all the elders in our clan know this. Many of them have gone to outer space to find the Genesis Stone and the divine materials. The outer space will also increase their purchasing power. At that time, we will have to trouble you to contribute to our clan and the outer space, Ling Chen said. Then, he continued, today, I called you here to discuss with you about finding a wood-class Genesis Stone. Ling Xiao looked happy. "Do you know where to find the Wood class Genesis Stone?" As far as he knew, the Wood Grain clan also had the Wood class Genesis Stone. However, the elders who had gone there to exchange for it had returned empty-handed. They didn't even see the Wood Grain clan. Now, from what Ling Chen had said, it seemed like he knew where to find the Wood class Genesis Stone. Of course, he was so happy. "I'm not sure if it's there or not, but it's worth a try. Perhaps we will get something." Ling Chen answered. Ling Xiao asked, "Where is it, It's in the Demon Forest," Ling Chen said in a low voice. Ling Xiao was a little bit moved. He knew something about the Demon Forest. Although it wasn't one of the 8 great forbidden areas, it was more intimidating than the 8 great forbidden areas. If it weren't on the Heaven territory, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it one of the 8 great forbidden areas. It was outside the Sky Dragon area and the Sky Sparrow area. It was the head of all the ancient mountain ranges. Among all the ancient mountain ranges, it had the most number of level 11 holy beasts and the strangest spirit beast, the illusory demon. If it was just a low-level illusory demon, it wouldn't make the incipient God Realm experts change their faces. However, a level 11 illusory demon king was definitely a disaster for all creatures. Chapter 1501. Of course, the myriad demon forest was not just because of the existence of the level 11 illusory demon king. After all, this level of illusory demon would not attack anyone who stepped into the myriad demon forest. Other than the illusory demon, there were 3 other rare demons that were not inferior to the illusory demon. One was the soul-chasing demon, the other was the fierce blood demon, and the last was the ghost tree demon. The soul-chasing demon was a strange spirit beast that could turn invisible. It was interested in any creature with a soul. Once it was discovered, it would hunt and devour its soul. Generally, those who had seen the soul-chasing demon were already dead, because they only saw what the soul-chasing demon looked like at the last moment. The fierce blood demon was the most ferocious spirit beast in the myriad demon forest. Its blood energy carried a strong evil intent. Once it touched someone, its evil side would be aroused, and it would become incomparably vicious and cruel. In the end, it would definitely kill itself. The illusory demon liked to eat human brains, but the fierce blood demon liked to suck blood. Those who were targeted by it would die after being sucked dry of every drop of blood in their bodies. As for the ghost tree demon, it looked no different from an ordinary tree. However, it was an innate demon spirit that liked to take the initiative to attack any living creature. It would tie them up and suck their vitality to strengthen its demon spirit. Ordinary people could not distinguish the existence of the ghost tree demon, and it was easy to fall into its trap. It was also because of the existence of the illusory demon, the soul-chasing demon, the fierce blood demon, and the ghost tree demon in the myriad demon forest that it was called the myriad demon forest. Although it was not one of the 8 great forbidden areas, it was better than the 8 great forbidden areas, and it made people fear and stay away. However, in such a dangerous place, there were divine treasures that made people jealous. Sometimes, people risked their lives to intrude the myriad demon forest to find the demonic flower, the illusory demon crystal, the soul demon grass, the blood pond, and even the wood genesis stone. There were many divine items there, and most people had obtained them before and could bring them out. However, those who could come out all died mysteriously in the end. Those who dared to enter the myriad demon forest were all brave people, people with extraordinary strength, or people who had already disregarded life and death. Ling Chen's suggestion to Ling Xiao to go to the demon forest was not to let Ling Xiao take the risk alone. Instead, he planned to go with Ling Xiao. According to the legends, the wood-class Genesis stone could be found in the gathering place of the ghost tree monsters. They could try to achieve this goal. However, it was so dangerous. Even incipient God Realm experts didn't dare to enter that place. Therefore, Ling Chen's suggestion was definitely very risky. It was no wonder that he only asked Ling Xiao to discuss it with him. He was afraid that the other clansmen would stop him. He thought that with his current competence at incipient God Realm, it was impossible for those monsters to approach him. Ling Chen had unparalleled confidence. "What do you think, Brother Xiao? Do you have the guts to come with me?" Ling Chen used to be defeated by Ling Xiao, so he had a lot of confidence in Ling Xiao's competence. If he could go with Ling Xiao, his chance of winning would be bigger. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiao's identity wasn't the same as before. If the other clansmen knew about it, they wouldn't allow Ling Xiao to go with him to take this risk. Ling Xiao beamed a happy smile. If Big Brother is confident, of course, I don't dare to disobey. When others heard that they were going to the demon forest, they would be so scared that their legs would become jelly. However, Ling Xiao was so happy that people thought that his head was broken. Of course, Ling Xiao's head wasn't broken. He suddenly thought of a way to advance his god soul. It was in the demon forest, above the soul-chasing demon grass and the soul-chasing demon grass. These soul-chasing demons like to absorb all kinds of souls. They themselves had extremely rich soul power, which was a great tonic for Ling Xiao. The soul demon grass was also a divine-level soul-type divine grass, which was of great use to him. If he could find a soul-chasing demon grass at the supreme level, he would have to advance even if he didn't want to. Moreover, he had the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on his head, which could defend against any soul energy attack and any illusions. In other words, the soul-chasing demon and the illusion demon, which were the most intimidating creatures, weren't a threat to him. Regarding the fierce blood demons and the tree monsters, they weren't worth mentioning. No matter how many of them came, he would kill them all. I didn't misjudge you. Then, we should depart immediately and find the Wood Genesis Source Stone. Ling Chen said excitedly. After he had reached the incipient god realm, he had only fought with Ling Xiao once. He really wanted to go to the demon forest and show his power to those monsters. In his current state, Ling Chen just wanted to find a monster to test his skills. Of course, he also wanted to help his family to find the Wood Genesis Source Stone. The Jianghu, we shouldn't rush. After I'm done with my business, I will come to find you. Anyway, a few more days won't make any difference. Ling Xiao said. Then, he thought of something and said, the illusion demon knows the illusions, and the soul-chasing demon knows the invisible soul attack. There are many fierce blood demons and tree monsters. You have to prepare in advance. Otherwise, you will encounter trouble. We have to guard against these things. You're right. I'm going to prepare some defensive divine treasures. We must get out of the demon forest and find the Wood Genesis Source Stone. Ling Chen replied. After Ling Xiao and Ling Chen talked about some matters, they returned to Dragon Gate. When he returned to Dragon Gate, Yang Hai and Pang Tonga hadn't left yet. Yang Hai seemed to regard Ling Xiao as his master. He went around to have a good relationship with the people on the mountain peaks. He even lowered his status to fawn on Changhaoyou and asked about Ling Xiao's hobbies. Pang Tonga seemed to be in a hurry. He wanted to see Ling Xiao again before he left. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then met with the two of them again. Master Alchemy God, long time no see. Yang Hai missed you so much. Yang Hai bowed and tried to flatter him. Ling Xiao got goosebumps when he heard that. He cursed under his breath. Is that bastard really at the incipient god realm? He's a mother-f***er. This was definitely the most undignified incipient god realm expert that Ling Xiao had ever seen. Pang Tonga, who was standing to the side, was more straightforward. He very seriously asked Ling Xiao, Alchemist Ling, let's get straight to the point. What do you want me to do in order to refine the sovereign god pill for me? Could it be that you really want me to follow you by your side? Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I've already said it clearly. Either you gather 3 sets of supreme god materials or you stay in Dragon Gate as an elder. As long as you contribute enough, I will try my best to satisfy your request. However, as long as the two of you agree to one thing, I will immediately refine the supreme god pellets for you. How about it? Really? Yang Hai and Pang Tonga asked in unison. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Really? Just as Pang Tonga was about to eagerly agree, Yang Hai's eyes flashed and he asked, Master of the Divine Alchemist, as long as you give the order, Yang Hai will do his best to do it for you. He left some leeway in his words. He would only do it for Ling Xiao if he could do it. If he couldn't, then there was nothing he could do. Pang Tonga wasn't stupid. After hearing Yang Hai's words, he wanted to do what Ling Xiao wanted them to do. It wouldn't be easy. What does Alchemy God Ling want us to do? Pang Tonga asked. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "It's not difficult. I'm going to the Thousand Demon Forest to look for something. I wonder if you dare to go with me?" The moment Ling Xiao's words left his mouth, Yang Hai's cheeky smile froze on his face, and his body trembled. Pang Tongji's expression turned cold, and his brows furrowed tightly. "Master Alchemy God? You're right? You really want to go to the Thousand Demon Forest?" Yang Hai asked. Ling Xiao said solemnly again, "That's right, I want to go to the Thousand Demon Forest. I wonder if you dare to go with me? It's not too late to regret." Yang Hai hesitated and was in a dilemma. Who didn't know that the Thousand Demon Forest was a terrifying place? Even incipient God Realm experts only dared to walk around the periphery and didn't dare to go deeper. Once they encountered those monsters, they could only run for their lives. What made them feel the most terrifying was that they would die before they could even see what the monsters looked like. Compared to the Supreme God pellets, keeping their lives was much more important. On the other hand, Pang Tonga, who was next to Yang Hai, said in a sonorous voice, "All right, I will accompany you on this trip. When we come out, you must help me refine the Supreme God pill. You must not regret it." Ling Xiao glanced at Pang Tonga, nodded deeply, and said, "Of course, but you have to provide me with the divine materials you have." "All right, deal." Pang Tonga replied. In order to fulfill his partner's needs, he decided to throw caution to the wind. Moreover, although the Thousand Demon Forest was terrifying, for a mid-level Supreme Master like him, he could escape at any time. Ling Xiao nodded at Pang Tonga and said, "I admire Elder Pang's character." Then he cast a meaningful look at Yang Hai. Yang Hai was a little scared by Ling Xiao's gaze, but it also aroused his fighting spirit. Back then, he was also called the King of Mercenaries. He had seen all kinds of dangers. A mere Thousand Demon Forest was nothing to him. "All right, if old Pang dares to go, how can I, Yang Hai, run away?" Yang Hai replied. Then he added, "But I don't have many Supreme God pellets." "All right, don't worry. As long as we can get out of the Thousand Demon Forest and follow me for another 500 years, I'll definitely give you a Supreme God pellet," Ling Xiao said very seriously. As for Yang Hai, he wouldn't immediately agree to refine Supreme Divine pills for him, so he would just have to deal with him. 500 years isn't long. When the time comes, I'll find a place to cultivate in seclusion. It'll be over soon. Yang Hai calculated in his heart and agreed to Ling Xiao's request. "All right, then you guys go and wait for 2 days. When the time comes, I'll send someone to inform you to set off together," Ling Xiao said and let them go first. Then he went to find Ding Gudu and gave him the Divine Phoenix pellet. Chapter 1502. In fact, with Ling Xiao's status, he could have directly asked someone to bring Ding Gudu to see him. But he was not a person who cared about trifles, and at the same time wanted to win people's hearts, so there was nothing unusual about going directly to Ding Gudu. Only in this way could he show the importance and care he attached to his own people. The place that Ding Gudu was arranged was a separate courtyard. Although it was a little small, the environment was quiet and secluded. It was a rare place to meditate and recuperate. In the courtyard, Ding Gudu was brandishing an ordinary sword, seemingly practicing some kind of sword technique. Unfortunately, he was just like an ordinary person now. The sword technique that he used only had the form but no spirit. There was no power at all, and it was completely just for show. However, there was not the slightest hint of sadness on his face. Instead, there was a look of concentration. The sword technique that he brandished became more and more elegant, faintly containing a kind of inexplicable sword power. When Ling Xiao saw this scene, he could not help but reveal a bit of admiration. He had destroyed his own cultivation base, but now he did not have the slightest look of abandonment, which made Ling Xiao feel that he was a rare genius. To be able to subdue such a person was definitely a kind of luck for him. Brother Ding is able to practice diligently every day and become one of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo. It is indeed not by chance, Ling Xiao said, appearing not far from Ding Gudu. Ding Gudu sheathed his sword, bowed slightly to Ling Xiao, and said, "Greetings, Lord Divine Medicine. I've let you see a joke." Ling Xiao looked at Ding Gudu's indifferent appearance, as though he was not worried at all whether he had refined a divine pill that could restore his divine power. This kind of temperament, this kind of calmness was really rare. In the future, you should just call me by my name, there is no need to be so polite. Ling Xiao said. Ding Dugu insisted, no, since I have chosen to follow you, you are my master from now on. I, Ding Dugu, will not be disloyal or disrespectful. Ling Xiao knew of Ding Dugu's faith and said, then you can call me the Peak Lord like everyone else, or young master. He paused for a moment and handed the nirvana of the phoenix pill to Ding Dugu. This is the nirvana of the phoenix pill, it's made with the blood grass of the phoenix tribe as the main ingredient. Not only can it help you reform your dantian, it can also help you recover your cultivation. Take it. Ding Dugu could no longer remain calm. His trembling hands betrayed the excitement in his heart. For the past few days, he had been pretending to be calm and collected. He wanted to reach the point where he was neither sad nor happy, and forget his identity as Sinjin of Goguryeo. He had already prepared himself for the worst. Now that he had obtained the divine pill that Ling Xiao had refined for him, all his disguise had been revealed. In fact, he was so eager to recover his strength, to recover his confidence and pride. He took the nirvana of the phoenix pill, and with a shake of his body, he knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, "Thank you, young master, for the pill." This kneel was very thorough, and it also proved that he would see Ling Xiao as the most worthy person in his life. Ling Xiao did not stop him, and calmly accepted his kneel, because he had indeed saved his life, so he deserved this kneel. Ling Xiao helped him up. I will ask Haoyou to arrange a room for you to go into seclusion. When I see you next time, I hope that you have returned to your peak, or even a level higher. Don't worry, young master, I will not let you down. Ding Dugu said solemnly. And you don't need to practice the death calamity divine technique anymore. After taking the pill, it is best to practice a new divine technique. Otherwise, if something strange happens again, I'm afraid you will not be able to recover. Ling Xiao said. Ding Dugu nodded and remembered Ling Xiao's words. He already had a new divine technique in his spatial ring for him to practice in the future. After Ling Xiao talked with him for a while, he returned to his courtyard. After spending a few days with the women, he sent someone back to the clan to invite Ling Chen out, and prepared to go to the demon forest. After Ling Chen came out, he set off with Dragon Fifth, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga. As for the prodigal, Hu Yu and Rock Moving Gao, they were naturally left in the medicine cauldron. Big brother, is everything ready? Ling Xiao asked Ling Chen. No problem, we just need to find the land of the ghost tree demons. We'll avoid the other demons if we can, I believe they won't be able to do anything to us. Ling Chen replied, but when he looked at Yang Hai and Pang Tonga beside Ling Xiao, a look of doubt flashed across his eyes. Ling Xiao had no choice but to introduce Yang Hai and Pang Tonga to him. Ling Chen felt that Ling Xiao had found these two supreme being experts for help, so he was even more confident. The Myriad Demon Forest was located at the border between the Heavenly Dragon Domain and the Heavenly Sparrow Domain. That area was separated by many spatial barriers, and the Myriad Demon Forest was isolated from the rest of the world. It was not allowed to have any contact with human settlements, so as to prevent more people from being harmed. This was the spatial barrier that the Supreme Being from the Antiquity time had specially set up. Because of the existence of this spatial barrier, the demons had to hide in the demon forest and couldn't harm the human world. At the same time, this spatial barrier could only be entered by experts at the King God realm and above. Anyone below the King God realm couldn't enter, and if the demons wanted to come out, they would be attacked by this formation. This spatial barrier did have a unique, heaven-defying power. Ling Xiao, Ling Chen, and the others had already quietly arrived in front of this spatial barrier. They looked down at the desolate land with no signs of human habitation and felt a strange demonic aura shooting up into the sky. Their faces became stern. Yang Hai, who was following behind Ling Xiao, slightly shrunk his body. In his heart, he regretted following Ling Xiao to this place. After all, the demon forest was infamous. Although many people could come out alive, most of them had gone crazy and died. Although he was at the incipient God realm, he still felt so chilled. An unknown fear rose from the bottom of his feet to the top of his heart. Ling Xiao glanced at Yang Hai. He could sense the other's strange situation. He chuckled and said, "Old Yang, if you're afraid, you can leave now." If Ling Xiao had said this to him alone, he would have turned around and left immediately without a word. However, there were quite a few people here now. If he were to leave now, wouldn't his reputation be completely ruined? Since he had already come this far, he couldn't back down anymore. "Master Alchemy God, you must be joking. It's just the demon forest. Why should I be afraid? I've entered the Heaven's Eye Sea and survived." Yang Hai said confidently. The Heaven's Eye Sea, one of the 8 great forbidden lands, ranked 7th. It was a deep sea area between the mysterious sky region and the heaven source region. There was a Heaven's Eye vortex there. Once this vortex sucked people in, they would definitely die. Yang Hai had been sucked in by the Heaven's Eye Sea when he was at the King God realm. Later on, he had a lucky encounter that gave him the foundation to break through to the incipient God realm. And this was also a glorious deed that he was proud of in his life. However, no one present would believe it when it came from his mouth. Everybody could see his cowardly appearance. If he had entered the Heaven's Eye Sea, one of the 8 great forbidden lands, who would be such a coward? In fact, this couldn't be blamed on Yang Hai. Back then, he could say that he had entered the Heaven's Eye Sea by mistake and he had almost died there. He had gone through a lot of luck to get the chance to leave. He paled at the mention of those forbidden lands. His courage was already scared out of his wits. He swore that he would never enter those forbidden lands again. Just as Yang Hai was about to explain, Ling Chen had already taken the lead and shouted, "Let's go in. With our strength, I don't believe that we can't deal with the monsters here." Ling Chen activated the shield and directly rushed into the barrier. Ling Xiao also rushed in, followed by Dragon Fifth and Pang Tonga. Yang Hai hesitated for a while before murmuring, "I've entered the Heaven's Eye Sea before. This demon forest can't deal with me." After saying that, he also rushed into the demon forest. The few of them stopped above the myriad demon forest and looked at the endless ancient mountains and forests. A strange demonic wind blew past, and the woo-woo sound was like the sound of demons and ghosts, sending chills down one's spine. The primordial aura of this primordial forest assaulted one's nostrils, making one feel as if they had returned to the primordial era. What a dense demonic aura and desolate aura. No wonder people's expressions change when they talk about it. Ling Chen murmured to himself. Ling Xiao also thought so and said, "Only a place like this can preserve ancient beasts. It seems that there are definitely countless 11th rank beasts here." As the most complete and largest ancient mountain range, the demon forest naturally had some advantages that other ancient mountain ranges couldn't compare to. According to the records, the ghost tree demons exist in the ghost tree ridge in the depths of the southeast. "Let's go. Once we find what we need, we'll immediately return," Ling Chen said. At this time, Pang Tonga asked, "What kind of divine item are you looking for that you actually have to deal with those ghost tree demons?" The ghost tree demons were the easiest to deal with among the many monsters. As long as they had divine weapons, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with them. However, Pang Tonga and Yang Hai still didn't know what Ling Chen, Ling Xiao, and the others were looking for. Ling Xiao said, "We're looking for the wood element Genesis stone." As soon as he said that, Pang Tonga and Yang Hai's expressions slightly shrank. Their old eyes were filled with astonishment. It was obvious that they were very surprised by what Ling Xiao and Ling Chen were after. If the Ghost Tree Ridge had the Genesis stone, then it would most likely be the place where the highest level Ghost Tree demons lived. If they wanted to snatch it from the hands of those monsters, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It must be known that monsters that had reached the peak, even if they were of the wood element, had incomparably terrifying attack power. As far as I know, no one has ever found the Genesis stone from this place, Yang Hai said with some concern. Others can't find it, but that doesn't mean we can't find it. If we don't go take a look, how will we know? Ling Chen said and took the lead to fly in a direction. The others immediately followed. At this time, a strange demonic wind quietly blew in the direction they had just left. Chapter 1503. Above the thick forest, Some figures were moving as fast as lightning. They were shuttling through the space, covering 100,000 miles in one step. Their speed was extremely fast. The spirit beasts and holy beasts in the forest couldn't sense their auras, but they had already disappeared. Those figures didn't seem to have time to care about the high-level spiritual treasures or the divine treasures that even the holy emperor or the king god wanted. They just passed by hurriedly. In this boundless demon forest, there were many level 11 holy beasts. Suddenly, some outsiders dared to step over their territory, which had enraged them. They stormed out and wanted to swallow those outsiders. Several beasts' roars reverberated. A commotion arose in the forest. Several giant creatures stormed out. They didn't stop. They directly swallowed Ling Chen and Ling Zhao's group. The bloodthirsty aura it exuded was so strong that even the saint beasts of the other ancient mountain ranges couldn't compare to it. Ha, good timing. Ling Chen laughed loudly. The Dragon King, who had almost turned into a dragon, stormed out from behind him. The aura of a supreme incipient god realm expert was released. Several golden fists bombarded the holy beasts. Ling Chen came to the Thousand Demon Forest to find the Genesis Stone. He also wanted to fight with the level 11 sacred beasts here. He wanted to show off the power of his new power. Yang Hai said, "Don't tangle with them. Otherwise, more holy beasts will come out. We won't be able to escape then." Yang Hai had lived in many ancient mountain ranges for many years and was extremely experienced. In such a dangerous mountain range, he maintained the highest level of vigilance. He knew that they could not start a battle here early, or else they would attract even more sacred beasts. They would be surrounded and killed before they could even reach their destination. After all, this was the most ancient mountain range with the most level 11 holy beasts. How could they kill all of them? If those level 11 holy beasts came out, they wouldn't even know how to write the word death. However, Ling Chen had forgotten about this. He just wanted to enjoy the moment and ignored everything else. Ling Xiao frowned and said, "Time war strategy." As soon as Ling Xiao finished, Dragon Fifth, who was next to Ling Xiao, moved first. "Let me deal with them." Dragon Fifth's fighting spirit was high. He had just left the dragon nest, so it was time for him to show his power. Dragon Fifth roared at the holy beasts. The powerful dragon roar shook the holy beasts, causing them to let out strange cries. Their huge bodies were smashed into the forest by the pressure. Ling Chen, who hadn't exchanged a few blows, was also affected. He felt dizzy and uncomfortable. The dragon might was inviolable. To ordinary holy beasts, it was enough to suppress them and make them not dare to act rashly. However, these holy beasts were left behind from the ancient era or even the primordial era. Their desolate chi was extremely dense and their tempers were extremely fiery. They were not very afraid of the true dragon race. Although they were temporarily suppressed, they quickly rushed up again and roared at Dragon Fifth in provocation. Dragon Fifth laughed sinisterly. "You still dare to provoke me when you see me?" Dragon Fifth did not transform into his original body and directly rushed towards them. He brandished his dragon fist and the powerful fist force surpassed the might of an ancient god artifact, directly causing two of the holy beasts to explode in blood. The other two wanted to bite it, but it dodged them. When it turned around, it fiercely stomped on them with its feet, creating huge bloody holes on their bodies, causing them to cry out in pain. Dragon Fifth's battle prowess was like the heavens. After a few attacks, he directly tortured and killed these holy beasts. Large amounts of blood splattered incessantly, appearing extremely glaring and ferocious. The smell of blood was extremely strong. "Dragon Fifth, keep their beast cores for me. Don't swallow them." Ling Xiao looked at Dragon Fifth, who was slaughtering in all directions, and shouted. "All right, I'll keep them for you," Dragon Fifth said disapprovingly. After a pause, it said, "Their bodies are all rotten. It's not bad to leave them for you humans. It's a pity that I don't have a big appetite recently. Otherwise, I'll eat them all." Yang Hai and Pang Tonga, who were beside Ling Xiao, were shocked. They did not expect the mighty man beside Ling Xiao to be so terrifying. At the same time, they felt that with such a powerful existence, they would be much safer. They were all thinking, This guy can't be a true dragon divine beast, right? That should be the sound wave of a dragon's roar. Ling Chen had a look of deep envy. He knew that this was a level 11 true dragon divine beast. This kind of battle prowess was most likely at the mid-stage of the level 11. In their race, only 2 or 3 people could have such a high-level true dragon divine beast to protect them. Just as Dragon Fifth put away the beast core and handed it over to Ling Xiao, a series of beast roars rang out in the distance, causing the entire area to shake. Huge holy beasts that covered the sky rushed out from different directions. There were so many of them that it was frightening. Among them, there were quite a few terrifying level 11 existences. Their might made people's legs turn to jelly. That's a thunder eagle. My mother is so fast, let's run. Yang Hai could not help but exclaim when he saw one of the level 11 holy beasts. The desolate thunder eagle was a desolate ancient species, and this purple eagle with the power of wind and thunder was as mighty as the heavens. The thunder energy it carried was extremely terrifying, and it was at least in existence at the intermediate stage of the 11th rank. It was no wonder that Yang Hai was so shocked. Pang Tonga also saw a few holy beasts in another direction that made his scalp go numb. Those were the mutated blood leopard, the primordial serpent king, and the aurora lion. It was not just the 2 of them. Even Ling Xiao and Ling Chen were panicking. They all knew that this place had the most groups of level 11 holy beasts. Now that they were here, they felt that they had underestimated this desolate ancient forest. This was like a paradise for holy beasts. There were so many terrifying holy beasts, and even some extinct ones could be seen here. No wonder those who came in all died. This place was really much more dangerous than the other ancient mountain ranges. Only Dragon Fifth was not afraid at all. His dragon eyes were still emitting a thick, ferocious aura. He wanted to transform into his original form and fight with them first. Yang Hai came back to his senses and shouted, "Quick! Go to the bottom of the forest and hide your aura. Don't reveal any hostility. Only then will they reduce their killing intent." Immediately after, he was the first to descend into the forest. The others didn't even think about it and immediately rushed down. Only Dragon Fifth followed behind unwillingly. A few of the nearby holy beasts chased after them. The others circled in the sky for a while. After some conflict, they gradually dispersed. They did not have much appetite for these humans. They were too small, not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. They would not attack unless they trespassed into their territory. Yang Hai was undoubtedly the most familiar with the rules of the forest. He did this to avoid being surrounded by holy beasts. However, there were still a few holy beasts chasing after them. They kept releasing elemental attacks, bombarding the surroundings into chaos. Dragon Fifth could not hold it in any longer. He was the great royal uncle of the dragons. How could he be frightened by these low-level holy beasts? He stopped and directly swung his fists at these holy beasts that were not even at the 11th level. "All right, Dragon Fifth, now is not the time to fight." Ling Xiao called out to Dragon Fifth. Dragon Fifth and Ling Xiao were only equals. However, he had already received the Dragon King's instructions before coming out. He had also acknowledged Ling Xiao, so he still had to listen to Ling Xiao's words. The group concealed their auras and began to quickly travel through the forest. At the same time, they looked around vigilantly, paying attention to any movement. They were already deep into the demon forest. Those evil creatures could appear at any time. They could not let their guard down. The group had no time to look for the many holy treasures here. They headed northeast. During this period of time, with Yang Hai, the former king of mercenaries, they were able to avoid the attacks of many holy beasts. They only occasionally encountered 1 or 2 holy beasts, and with their strength, they were able to finish them off quickly without causing too much of a commotion. However, the deeper they went, the thicker the trees in the forest were. Waves of unknown toxic gas arose. The pungent smell and the corrosive gas were enough to make people sick and die instantly. Surprisingly, it was the toxic gas of the origin. Once they touched it, it was not easy to expel it. Even King God Realm experts would be tortured to death. Yang Hai grew even more worried. Are we in the Ghost Tree Demon's territory? It should be green tumor poison. Don't breathe it in. Otherwise, you will die of tumors. Ling Chen said. At the incipient god realm, their protective light cages weren't affected by the toxic gas. However, they could see that the light cages were corroded and turned dark green. It seemed like they could get into their bodies at any minute. The deeper they went into this dark forest, the thicker the toxic gas became. Moreover, they saw a swamp area with strange noises. It made the incipient god realm experts more vigilant. This poison is so terrifying. Even half-incipient god realm experts can't resist it. Ling Xiao thought. At this moment, Yang Hai said, this place is covered by toxic gas. We should get out of here. Otherwise, if the poisonous creatures come out, we will be in big trouble. Pang Tonga also agreed. That's right. This place has a natural advantage against the poisonous creatures. We should leave first. They all recognized that this place could be the territory of some poisonous creatures. If they could avoid provoking them, they would try their best not to provoke them. Just as they were about to charge out of the poison barrier, there was finally a change in the swamp. Those swamps churned and surged, and poisonous gas continuously swept out. A huge mouth rapidly pounced out from there, catching people off guard. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.